carried away on the technicalities, 100%. But that's not a technicality, that's just the additionals. Okay, I'm ready. Aloha, welcome to Hukipa. This is the 2023 Maui Strong Aloha Classic. We are in the first trials heat of the men. With me here is Tour Commissioner for the IWT, Simeon Glason. My name is Kai Kachadorian, and we are going to be bringing this event to you live. This is a World Tour final. Again, we are in the first trials heat for the pros men, and that's Julian Flachet, Josh Steele, and Yushi Shirakata. Without further ado, we want to have a moment of silence to honor Lahaina, and I will leave it at that. Thank you. Yes. All right. We are lucky to be here, and we are blessed to have these conditions today at Hokipa Beach Park on Maui, which, as you all may know, is Hawaiian for hospitality. And we have been welcomed with open arms by not only the County of Maui, who have generously helped support this event, but also the people of Maui, who are sharing this beach park with us here. We intend to be very efficient with what we're doing here to get this contest done and dusted, get the results, crown our champions, and leave it in better condition than we found it. Simeon, it's been a very interesting year on tour, easily one of the most outstanding tours in the sports history based on the variety of the conditions and the variety of the places that we've been going.
Yeah, well, we've been very fortunate, haven't we? We've had so many great events, not just at the World Cup level, but also at the base of the pyramid, this new 5-star pyramid with 1-star events around the world, 2-star events, 3, and then the 4- and 5-star events of the World Cup events. And it's just been an extraordinary year of seeing talent, having all this talent exposed around the world, having all this energy exposed around the world, and having everyone come together. We're celebrating the top, the middle, the bottom, the whole picture now, and it's an amazing picture.
It is. We are truly blessed to be a part of it. It's been an amazing year. Thank you for everything you've put into it, Simeon. This is the payoff right now, is watching these trials heats leading into the main event of the pro men. We're also going to do a women's trials heat, and that is going to seed some competitors into the main round. And at that point, we will be talking about World Tour rankings. We will be talking about all these various positional battles that are happening while we go. But again, thank you, Maui, people of Maui, the County of Maui, for making us feel so welcome here. We are blessed to be here, to say the very least. And we are live in a heat, as you see here on the inside. We have Josh Steele setting up for a ride here. He's currently in second place in this heat, going high and tight, punches his bottom turn, uses most of his rail there. He's got kind of a signature cutback. He's been doing that on most every single ride, keeping it steady. Josh Steele, part of a younger generation of windsurfers back in the 90s when we had some underground movies coming out, you know, that would be he would be featured prominently in those alongside guys like Kevin Pontera and Levi Siver and the like. And there, on the other yellow Goya, is Shirakata, a trialist all the way from Japan, trying to make the main event. Yushi has got a number of good waves. He's been sailing them safely. The judges certainly want to reward him for speed, power, and flow, and to get into some of these exchanges. The thing I'll say about the conditions today, Simeon, is that we do have quantity, and that is going to lead to some very tight scores. There's an 11-second period, 3 to 5 foot swell here, and probably about 12 to 18 knots of wind. So you see guys are on like 4.7s to 5.3s, depending on the rider weight, anywhere from 85 to 95 liter boards. And that's based on the approach of, how you want to ride the wave. It is only 2 waves counting, and that is factored between the judges. Here is Julien Flechet, our heat leader by some margin, who seems to be capitalizing on his sharper turning status there. You can see he got that board into a critical position there. Each turn's had a lot of critical positioning, and what I mean by that is where he is on the wave. In fact, closer to the breaking wave. And it seems like that's what the judges like to reward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fantastic to see so many waves coming through and having so many opportunities to score. It really eases the nerves when you can have rack up a few waves just to thrash that off and shake that off, I should say.
Right.
The riders just need that. I mean, if you have one of these heats where you have a long period, you get beautiful waves, but then the pressure is on to perform totally 100% on maybe only 2 waves that you can get. This way, everyone gets to loosen up and warm up. Sometimes that's a nice thing.
We have a battle here. It is only going to be one rider advancing into the main event. Right now, that rider with 4 minutes left in this heat is looking like Julien Flechet, who had the first wave of the heat before we began broadcasting. Again, this is the first trials heat of the event. Thank you for your patience while we work out the bugs in our live stream and our technology. Hopefully this signal's coming through loud and clear for all of you at home across the world tuning into this event. Not only fans of wave sailing, but the sport of windsurfing in general.
Yeah, it's been an amazing year that, as we were saying, Kai, the sport of windsurfing hasn't, it's been looking amazing to see so many different places. I mean, Fiji was a huge standout this year. I think Pozo is a classic and another powerful event. I think, and we're looking at the events and results here, and we had World Cup events in Japan and in Germany. We had 4-star events in Chile and Peru.
All points of sail on the compass, Simeon. Both hemispheres are included. Port tack, starboard tack, side on, side off, wave riding, jumping. This is the most complete tour I have seen. And yes, to your point about Fiji, with just the standout level of riding there and an actual surf break like Cloud Break, I think that put windsurfing in this worldwide level of attention of what riders like Baptiste Clorec and Morgan Noiro were able to do out there. Just an incredible display.
It really was. And it's watching the intensity, the ferocity of both the wave and the response from the athletes.
Meanwhile, at Hukipa, we have a 1-2 exchange here with Shirakata and Flechet. There's Yushi on the insider finishing his hit, while up from him, Flechet is going to start going to town on this wave. Looked like he got behind the section there and might not have made the most of his opportunity there. 2 minutes and change with the other competitors in this next trials heat making their way out into the lineup. These are those pensive moments where positioning is really super important, and just the strategy of getting on waves. If you're Julien Flechet, you want to go straight back out there and get yourself on a set wave. And whether you need the score or not, that's one thing. But it's also very remarkable that your competitors aren't going to get on the wave. So there are those strategies playing. And I can take you through some scores here on an individual basis. Flechet is in first place on the merits of a 4.7 being his highest score, and then a 4.17. Shirakata scoring 2.77 and 3.03. Josh Steele with his smooth carving, netting himself some high 2-point scores. I think that the message from the judges there is that we want to see critical riding. Josh Steele's doing some really smooth riding. He's catching good waves. But the other competitors are riding him a little bit more critically, but it's not too late for Steele to get into the game here. 1 minute, 27 seconds left. Julien Flechet on another nice inside wave, but there's 2 waves outside of this. Flechet beginning his ride on the inside. Again, this is the first wave of his set. Maybe he would have thought a little differently here. Behind him, Shirakata. There goes Shirakata starting up his ride. Nice full rail cut back there. Extends it again. You can see this trying to get all the angles in. Does Josh Steele have an answer? somewhere in that lineup is Josh Steele. I can't find him in the screen here. Anyway, we have under a minute left in this heat. And if the results stand here, it's going to be Julien Flechet making it into the main event. Kind of a nail-biter heat situation here. You got 3 riders out, and 1 is going to advance.
It's a little bit brutal this time because we have limited conditions, and the trials riders, it's tough. I mean, they're 1 out of 3.
Well, that's why they play the game, Simeon. We're here on a Saturday afternoon at Ho'okipa. Beautiful weather here on the island of Maui, which, as we mentioned, is healing from the tragedies in Lahaina. And once again, just feeling very, very lucky and blessed to be here, thanking the people of Maui and the county of Maui for allowing this classic event, this traditional event, to move forward. I think everybody here absorbs the fact that this is part of the healing process. Is a contest like this. It's been running for so long that, hopefully this can bring in some well-needed support into the community. We also have some very interesting activities based on supporting. There's going to be a silent auction, and we are going to be also mentioning some of the foundations to support shortly. That is looking like it for heat number 1 pro trials. And it is going to be Julien Flechet making it into the main event. Congratulations to him. Good sailing. Which will bring us to our next heat. And that is going to be Julien's brother, Titoon Flechet, Nick Spangenberg, Zdenek Marizko. Polish name. That is the Nash rider to the far right of your screen. Titoon Flechet is on the hot sail, and Nick Spangenberg is on a red sail. I'll get to you on the brand in a second. This will be another tooth and nail battle. These don't get any easier, Simeon. What we do have is a situation right now where the conditions have held serve here. I see plenty of waves, and this now brings things into that classic first wave selection of the heat. You've got to time it right. This is a transition period. The heat's not on yet, but it is very close to beginning. So you see riders that might have been lining up for a ride turn around, but they're not going to ride the wave because the heat hasn't started yet.
We've got a bit of background on Titoon and Nick and Zdenek. Titoon, with his brother, has been on tour all year. They've been pushing themselves. They've learned when they were kids in France, and they've just been getting better and better and better. And they're trying really hard to crack it into the consistent main 32 of the World Cup. And they're right on that edge. So, good luck to them for making that effort. And they've just been sailing incredibly well. You've got Nick Spangenberg from Germany, who, along with a couple of other very young German guys, have decided to start up a thing that they've called the German Wave Tour. It's just the fledgling thing. They got all excited because they've been seeing this thing growing, and they've decided to do it in their home. And I'm excited to see that. I think that's a really big deal, Germany being such a big center for the sport.
Certainly. Well, it's not just all about silt in Germany. They got all kinds of places to sail. A huge contingent of German sailors go sail Klittmüller. It's an active part of the world there in the northern Baltic.
Yeah, and Titoon's about 20 years old, and Nick's 20 years old. And they're up against Zdenek, who's older than that.
Experience versus youth.
That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trials don't discriminate. And we are almost on there. We'll see exactly. I'm hearing a countdown here in my head.
Here we go. There they are.
Zdenek. That's how you said it.
That's it, I think so. They're doing the hustle, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And the thing is that there isn't a clear-cut, set wave coming in. So they're all kind of staying in the same position. Flechet's decided he's on some sort of a lump. The heat is on. We are running. Nick is going to try to do the upwind hang. Meanwhile, Titoon is going to open up the scoring here. And he sees himself on a grower. Judges take note of the positioning on this wave. He's coming in from behind here. Nice head of steam. Good first hit. Sends the high line into the second hit. That's 2 airs on 1 wave with good amplitude and good speed. Very similar to his brother's approach.
You know, it's remarkable. They have been getting the same results in the same events with the same overall result this year. It is just
Wow.
unbelievable.
Nick Spangenberg on a very similar, excuse me, Titoon Flechet. No, that's
no,
Nick
you're right, Nick.
Spangenberg.
Yeah.
Sorry. Don't believe everything you see on your screen. There's Nick Spangenberg on a nice looking wave. And a bit of a lesser effort there on that.
Here we go.
Zdenek thought he had a little bit more to it also, getting caught from behind. The wave selection is important, and you see behind him, ooh, maybe, just maybe, he should have waited for those bigger ones. And Hukipa will decide this on its own in many of these instances. And that was an exchange which I will point to Hukipa throwing a little smoke at these guys. It doesn't look the same on the outside when the waves actually hit the reef and they break. That's the wave you're trying to ride. The wave you're sizing up on the outside might stand up a different way. It's different on east swell or north swell or northwest swell. You have to be able to carefully define these various factors that become the wave you're riding. And they were all bunched together there earlier, weren't they, Simeon? And now it has spread the whole pack out. It's a fascinating display of trying to remain patient and trying to pick the right wave. There's Shirakata coming in. I believe he was in the prior heat. And we can focus on our riders in the heat. There we go. Those are the guys, and they are not spread out. They're glued together. Mind my words. And what that means is that they're going to hustle for the best waves. Now, Titoon, he's going on that first wave of the set, and he looks pretty committed to it. And I don't see him turning around and looking at the other wave behind him, which is also looking tantalizingly shreddable. Titoon Flechet with that really wide grip bottom turn, but he also realized one hit wonder.
Yeah.
And a little back to sail there, just to stay upwind. That's the approach. Here comes Spangenberg. He's over it. He doesn't want that one. Zdenek on the outside seems to be kind of controlling the lineup, and you see a 3-wave set coming in. We're, again, on an 11-second swell period. The waves are tight together. They're breaking close together. That's what swell period defines, the amount of time between waves. 17-second swell period allows for more shoaling. 11-second swell period really equalizes these waves. But look at these conditions we're being given. Probably the nicest wave of this heat rolling in so far for Zdenek Mariko from Poland, if I'm not mistaken. Wraps his cutback around, getting stuck in the whitewater. Does he have a hit there? It's a floater error in the critical section. Loses his back foot and goes down. And the deductions will follow because that was unfortunately an incompleted ride. He's swimming. Hukipa provided a little minor slap down there.
And Zdenek's got the experience here over these other two guys. There goes Nick. But Zdenek more or less lives on Maui. He's been doing a lot of time out here. And he had the experience to pick that wave, I guess. But I don't know, nerves, whatever it might be. It's hard to pick.
It's interesting. I mean, on a free sailing day with nothing but Jimmy Hepper, the Fishbowl Diary shooting, he might have taken that differently. I'm not one to say. It seemed like his normal approach. But what I did notice is right when he landed that air, his back foot popped out, and then his backhand slipped off. So that was a bit of an ungluing. And the judges have no choice but to deduct a little bit. They, might have thought that that was a certain score, but when he bobbled it, it's not going to erase the score, but it's not going to be what it would have been. And that's kind of the game we're playing here with Titoon Flechet currently in the lead. Spangenberg's got a pair of 2s. Zdenek's got a 3 and a 2.5. Titoon with his first wave of the heat got a 4.5. And now he's got a 1.5 for that one cutback that he did. But he's still in the lead by the narrowest of margins. We'll try to get these scores up on the live stream eventually. But right now, just take my word for it as I'm looking at the live scoring. And there you have it. Hukipa having a couple of waves to herself here in between these exchanges. And the judges are going to stick to their guns here because they realize we're in a battle here with some pretty similar looking waves for the most part. So the things that the riders can do to differentiate, I believe they're going to try to, punch rotational maneuvers when they're available. But the other thing you want to watch out for is forcing it. You never want to force the issue. There are our current standings. And it's as close as it can get, really. This is one banger score away for anybody in this heat taking it. And Titoon left the door open when he went for that one-turn wave. Had he backed that up with a higher score, he'd be much because he definitely has the highest single score of the heat with the 4.5. And here comes Flechet sizing up another opportunity. Ukipa delivering the opportunities this morning. Titoon, Flechet, off the bottom. Hits his cut back. Mid-face, high line riding. He wants to make the whole wave. Can wrap it around here, hit that white water one more time, and he's out right in front of the rocks. That's going to be better than his one-turn wave. And Flechet is going to maintain his lead. The score drops almost immediately. It's a 2.5. And we here in the live stream panel, we don't really mince apart the scoring, Simeon, but I will agree with the judges on that score.
Yeah, I think, he was basically going down the line, and he didn't really get critical. He did 3 maneuvers, but, that's fair. They're looking for critical. They're looking for those really hard critical moments to really differentiate, and that's where you see the skill.
Kind of a board or what size fin. You really need to be able to adapt to the conditions here. And that really lends itself into these situations that you'll see where people are trying to find the right waves based on the gear they're riding. Hingenberg's got a good opportunity here. He can wind up his coil.
Yum.
Is he going to go mid-face? He kind of drops down to the bottom part of the wave and gets a good aggressive cutback. But I think right as he bottom turned, he realized, this thing kind of went fat on me. And once you're doing the white climb hits, you know you're in low point territory because you're just trying to make something happen. Meanwhile, outside of him, a couple nice waves are rolling in, and Flechet's on one of them. Flechet's padding his lead here and doing a little freestyle to let everybody know he actually just got on a wave so nobody else would get it. And I mean, that's a strategy. Call it greedy, call it the will to win. And you want to occupy your space. You want to get on good waves, and when you get a chance to ride them, that's one thing. But you want to fend people off of waves too. It kind of depends. I've been generous in heats before and given people waves. It happens.
Did you regret it?
Well, it was. I famously did it with Camille Jubon in a really tight heat, and I was kind of like not feeling like it was my day. So I looked at Camille and I was like, "Go on this one," and went on to win the event. Oh, I don't regret it.
Good on you.
That was team ethic right there. A rare thing in windsurfing, Simeon. We don't really look at windsurfing as a team sport, do we?
In racing, back in the day in the One Design racing, we had teams, of course, and people did play games in the racing things back in the day, for your nation or your whatever it was, if you're at something. But yeah, in wave sailing, I haven't seen it. But that was nice of you to do that.
It was worth it.
It was decent.
It was worth it. These are things later on in your career that you do. The hungry young guys, they'll eat each other alive. I think, Titoon and Julien sailing against each other would be fascinating to watch. I'm not sure how the seating is, but if these two get into a battle, boy, I'd pay money to see that one. And here comes Zdenek with a chance. He's, under 3. He's like a 2 point something away. And he's totally capable. He's got a lot of local knowledge here, maybe the most local knowledge out of all 3 of these sailors. But he's not displaying it here because there's a much better wave outside of him, and he's taking the Downtown Express for the one-hitter. And unfortunately, that's just not going to do it for him. We're just being honest. It was nice. He's still sailing. But, however, as far as catching the second Flechet, which is now the story of the trials, because with 6 minutes and 45 seconds left, Titoon Flechet is in command of this heat. He's slowly padding his lead. His height has actually been calibrated to a 4.87 from 0.5. That happens times in the course of these. Backup scores a low 3.03. Zdenek also up his lowest score from a 2.17 to a 2.5. And Nick Spangenberg actually has the ability to do some damage here because he's got a 3.17. And essentially, if we were only counting one score, Simeon, the standings would be the same.
Yep.
But we're not. And that's the thing here, is that there's room for someone to drop a mid-5 and run away with this thing. His Titoon's actually got now his last score, so he just upped the ante like we thought. So his backup score is a 4. Flechet's totally got a grip on this thing. And it's the kind of heat. Right. So it's the kind of heat where, we don't see just like one set wave coming in. But Zdenek, here he's on a good wave, and he needs a 5.74 to take the lead. And Nick needs a 5.14 to take the lead. So that's what you're looking at now, is scaling this up. Can Zdenek turn this into a high 5?
He's got the wave.
Ooh, contact. Singular contact, however. There was solid contact there.
That one had potential.
These are one-hit waves if you don't read them correctly. Here is Spangenberg, floater section with a nice air. Can he save the air? He is going to make this. And that kind of turns this into another academic thing, a little whitewater hit. Was that the body of work that a 5 would be granted? Hard to say. Okay, I stand corrected. Zdenek needed a 3.14. These are heat totals now. Okay. 8.87 for Flechet, who's on another wave. And Flechet's setting this up really nicely. Perfect board position. Nice floater. That was surf-like. And that's the second hit. And he's going to get a bonus hit. Third hit. And he sails away from it. That's what the judges are looking for. Critical riding in tight spaces. Titoon Flechet delivered that most certainly.
I think he just pumped his sail after that job going, yes.
Did you see that extra little sail pump? Instead of a fist pump, you get a sail pump. Beautiful riding here to open up the 2023 Maui Strong Aloha Classic. Thank you for joining us here on the PWA IWT Unified Wave Tour Final. This is all the marbles, but it starts with the trials. And it starts with the sailors who are trying to climb the ladder into contention. And we will get into our world title picture once we are in the main event, but it is a compelling one. And without naming names, we have about 5 riders in striking distance. And the story there is a little bit about who can hold serve. We have a tour leader, and there are people nipping at that tour leader's heels that are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. 3 minutes, 7 seconds left in this second Pro Men's trial heat, with Titoon Flechet solidly in the lead, 8.87 heat total to Zdenek. Marisco, 6.47, which is a really respectable heat total.
I mean, any one of these guys could still take this.
Totally. And that's really what needs to be, if someone gets the highest score here, someone drops a mid-5, they're going to win the heat. Here goes Zdenek. Beautiful looking wave. Bottom turn. Nice wraparound cutback. That was Nash-like. Big spray. Not done. Finds himself a connector right behind him. All of the action on screen. We like that. Spangenberg gets his little hit there. Now comes trying to crown this off. 2 minutes left. Can he get the rotation? Is this our first goiter make? Almost had it. Almost had it. Worth a try. And you see the calculation there. He's like, why not seal the deal on the make? He almost made that goiter. That was pretty close. Had there been more wind like we're expecting later in the day, that would have been made.
And he and his brother can crack those out, can't they? I mean, they just, yeah.
Seems like they really practiced those together or something. They're identically doing them.
Yeah.
Probably doing them in tandem on the save back home.
I mean, I'd say against these other two guys, that would be their pulling those. That would be the end of any competition in the trial here level.
I mean, Zdenek Marisco, he's 1.51 points away from Flechet, but that we don't know the exact score he needs. But that's beside the point. It's close, and there's a minute left. And if you look at where people are positioned in the lineup, Zdenek is in the best position. Whatever might come in here. Zdenek needs a point range, but he's done. Needs to be his best score.
And that would be the best heat wave score.
That would be the fitting thing to do. And as if on cue, Simeon, standing up in
Here
front of
it is.
Zdenek is that opportunity. He spins around with 47 seconds left. And we are going to watch a two-wave exchange here with Flechet outside of Zdenek committed to that first wave. This one looks tasty. This is a beautiful offering for Hukipa.
Oof.
Zdenek, high and tight on the
Anything-
peak.
Anything could happen.
Here he goes. He takes a high diagonal line to get under the lip. He has to make this wave count. Punches his bottom turns a little bit of a bad angle there. Trying to sell it to the judges. Is it a 5? Is it a 5.5? Or are we in the 4-point range? He's trying everything he can. Flat sail bottom turn, anything. He knows he's got 5 seconds left, and Flechet just came down off of something. So there you have it. This heat's done and dusted, and I'm not going to make any major predictions. However, it does look like the Flechet brothers have punched their ticket into the main event. We'll get back to you on that. That was a great trials for the men.
Yep.
Well sailed, everybody. And
I'm
glad that's done, actually.
Well, indeed. I'm glad we've started, and I'm glad we've got these things moving along. Everyone's shaking off the cobwebs. The operational stuff is all smooth now. Everyone's ready.
Yeah. So now we are going to go into the women's trials. All just joining us, Kai Kachidorian, Simeon Glosson here at the Aloha Classic Maui Strong event 2023. Just completed the men's trials. Now we're going to go to women's trials, and then we're going to go straight into the pro brackets, which are going to be world title deciding affairs here. The tension is ratcheting up a little bit, and now that that is over, before this women's trial seat, we can begin to look at our world title tour picture here. The story begins with Ricardo Campello, V1111, Venezuela, who has been in the lead for the entirety of the year based on his results in Japan, his second place in Fiji. He got 4th in Pozo. I forgot what he got in Zilt. But the point is, Ricardo's in the lead ahead of Marcilio Brown, Brauzinho, now a 2-time World Wave champion, having won the title last year. In 3rd place is Mark Rico, who has finally gotten into that top title contention that he seeks. There is a lot of pressure on the 3 of these riders, and based only on those 3, because there are others. There is Robbie Swift. I believe Philip Koster did not show up for this, so that becomes another side of things.
Well, Philip unfortunately broke his foot pretty badly just before Fiji, and he was hoping it was going to be okay. He went to Fiji, and he just couldn't do it. He had to go home, and then he ended up going to surgery. Red Bull ended up supporting him through that whole process really nicely. Yeah. And he's got a long recovery ahead of him. But one of our great riders is unable to complete the tour, and big shout out to you.
Yeah, big shout out. I remember he even came to Fiji to give it a shot. Came to the boat, shook his head. The consummate champion that he is, and we wish.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it, and there's no doubt that he's going to come back stronger than ever. So we're behind you, Philip, and aloha to you wherever you may be. Yeah. Score some sessions and heal up, buddy. We got a brilliant 2024 coming up, and that's maybe something else to touch on. Those are our top 3 title contenders. Behind Koster's Robbie Swift, who is capable of dropping 10-point rides here at Hukipa, and has kind of also separated himself maybe from his peers in just the terms of that he's kind of like maybe out of that mix got the most Maui knowledge other than Brauzinho. And so that factors in too, because the local knowledge here at Hukipa is a very important thing to have, being able to decipher the code on these different waves and the way they're breaking and how to please the judges. That's the factor now. We go out and sail at our own pleasure out there on a normal sailing. Now you're being judged by judges for points. And you can see riders, it changes how they approach it. And certain riders, it doesn't change a single thing. And that might be the art form right there, is to just treat it like a free sailing session and forget about the pressure and forget about the judges. There's our banner for the Maui Strong Aloha Classic. We are going to start our first women's trials heat, which will consist of Shauna Kropis, Svenja Chugoba, Sakona, and Guadagnino. And that is good to start with this. I am looking forward to looking at what the action is here. Simeon, stick with me here. I really like your insights as far as being in the tour picture here.
Now this one's interesting because these 3-4 trialists, none of them have been on tour very much this year or at all. We've got Shauna, who's a local legend, originally from Canada.
Here's Svenja Jugoba.
Oh, yeah, we're on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there she is. And thank you for that intro, and Shauna, who's definitely a strong local here. Svenja Jugoba. I believe she's Swiss.
Yes.
Swiss Miss.
She was in the Aloha Classic last year and proved herself to be very, very good. She's also a keen snowboarder. Seen her on social media.
See that in her style, actually.
Yeah.
Svenja Jugoba, kind of a new face in the crowd here. No doubt about it that we've got some very, very prominent women sailors who are very capable of doing some damage here. And that's very, very evident in the trials. That might be Colette Guadagnino.
Yep.
And Colette putting her name in the hat here, totally capable of getting through this heat here, but she doesn't quite squeak that hit with the bigger wave outside. And, you know, the rust is flying off. Colette's not out here all the time being a mother and her various other life responsibilities. And that was Shauna Kropas.
Nice big hit there.
Oh,
Lisa. Is it Lisa or Shauna?
I see Lisa is in round one in the women.
Yeah, that's Shauna. Yep.
So that was Shauna, and that was kind of trademark Shauna because she's got this very powerful style, Simeon. You know, she, amongst a few other women, really kind of show the power game in her rail carving, and there is a little body English along with that, and Shauna's really unmistakable. We watch her sail every day, but I could spot her a mile away.
And she has a ferocious way of taking on waves.
She's fierce.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah, that hit was a classic Shauna stuff.
It was. It was. And people offered up a good opportunity there for Shauna, who really, you know, having placed in the top 4 at the Aloha Classic previously, you know, must realize that the merits of only staying at Hokipa will get you so far because here she is in the trials. You know, it might have been time to chip away at some other event and get some points. But, hey, the message is loud and clear is that she's, you know, take advantage of this situation right now and absolutely capable of making it through this heat. Let me promise you. And further out into our lineup, let's see who else we have in the mix here.
Christina Sakona?
Yes, that's the Goya sail with the Quattro logo up top, and then Svenja's on the duotone rig. Now, duotone is representative of the sails and boards, with the former name being dropped out of the company's list, and we're now calling Duotone Sails and Boards one of those complete package rig deal brands. And Svenja's riding high on that because she's got a really nice wave here to back up her first score, which we'll get into the scoring in a second. Svenja Jugoba, not Lisa Warmeister, thank you. Svenja Jugoba on this wave, punches her bottom turn, and another safe cutback, kind of a little safe as we pan out, follow her across the right water. Let's see who's behind her.
Ooh, Colette.
Colette
Nice.
just slaughtered that section. I was waiting for that.
Well, you said the rust was off. I think the rust is off.
The rust was off on the first wave. There's no rust now. This is
That
all,
was a great move.
This is all polish. Colette Guadagnino. Out of the corner of your eye, you just saw her mash that thing. And along with Kropa, I mean, Colette's got a powerhouse too.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes Shauna Kropas.
Here we go.
Not Lisa Warmeister. Take that off.
Here we go. Shauna's working her way through this wave, waiting for a big critical section.
Boom! You know, like connecting the dots and doing so in that was kind of contest sailing, don't get me wrong. You know, you're deliberately trying to make these sections. But the thing that she did there was she didn't overemphasize that. She connected the dots, but she did it stylishly. And I think the judges, I heard groans of approval there. They were like, ooh. And it was well linked. It was well linked. The temptation would be, in certain instances here, is just to do single hits. And that might get you, you know, through a couple heats, but you've got to put together the full body of work. Let's see where our scores are at. We are waiting for scoring, and we will get it to you eventually. I wouldn't really want to speculate what I'm seeing here. I know the favorite thing I've seen so far in this heat's definitely Guadagnino's hit. She mashed that thing, and I did not see what happened before that. You know, the cameraman could please remember to pan out, not follow that first rider too tightly. Then we'll get the full body of work. Thank you.
The other hit that I liked was that one of Shauna. I think those are the two sort of big crunches. And Svenja's been sort of charging waves, but hasn't found the critical moment. I think that the other two have.
Svenja's been active though, and she's really in a solid cycle. If I believe what I'm seeing, it's Shauna in first and Svenja in second, and we'll see where Colette's in the mix here somewhere. And eventually that'll play out too. There's 10 minutes left in this heat, and this is the only women's trials heat, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, stick with me here, Simeon. I'm really appreciating your insights here. Which one of these women has followed any of the other events on tour this year?
None of these women have been on tour this year. These are local women who are ripping, but they're all gunning for a spot in this final, which is why they're having to go through the trials. Like you said, Shauna, would be, most of them would be pretty ferocious if they were on tour. But it comes down to time and money to be able to do it. Shauna's a mum. Colette's a mum. Svenja is running around doing snowboard podiums around the world and other things. It's not time for everyone to be doing the tour all the time, even with great talents like these.
It's indicative of the demographic we have in women's wave sailing. They're coming from all different corners of the world with different kinds of backgrounds. And your Ho'okipa locals certainly have the pedigree of knowing the spot. But what's really interesting is that a woman like Svenja Jugoba and others from countries like Switzerland are coming in and chipping away at this and definitely making an impression.
Indeed. And you talk about the demographic. I'm just having a look here at the main bracket and looking at the young and the old in this bracket. That's the story of this demographic. We've got the older riders. You got Jane Seaman, Angela Cochran, Jessica Crisp, absolute legends of the sport.
Colette Guadagnino on this wave.
Oh, sorry. Here
sizing
we go.
this thing up. And boom, perfect positioning. Colette, in a sense, it makes me wonder sometimes. People, sail every day, all day, versus saving it up for some certain moments when you get, your opportunities. Colette's not out there all the time, but what you're seeing right now? She's got it all coming back to her.
And she's got Ho'okipa to herself.
She's got Ho'okipa to herself, too. Maybe she's fed up with sailing with a bunch of dudes. Now it's a little different. Now you're in a battle to get into the main event. And, I'm seeing some of these names that were in the trials that aren't, Lisa Wehrmeister being one of them. Now she's, definitely got, some results, Pozo having gone there, and that seems that she wouldn't be in the trials, right? And, Sol de Greek, some of these other women in the main event factoring in strongly here. Now that looks like Shauna's gonna do her trademark bottom turn and get this whole wave done. Is she still hanging on to a narrow lead? Yet to be said. Jet ski giving a little extra jet ski lip there for her. She kicks out and heads back out. She's also on the duotone program, representing it extremely well. Shauna wants to get into the dance here, and we are soon going to find out how these scores are shaking down.
I was just, we got a little pause from the action. What I'm excited about in the main bracket for the women are all the younger generation women who are absolutely ripping, and they're on tour.
Yeah, I have to say that in all my years, I have never seen a more impressive bunch of young women. Just the entire new generation is super refreshing and reassuring to see that the future of the sport is in great hands. And they're a competitive bunch too, Simeon. Really, really competitive.
Yeah, they're proper riders. I mean, you got Lisa from Guadeloupe, whose name's appeared on the screen. But no, you got Lisa from Guadeloupe. You got Sol de Greek, who's only 14 years old. Lisa's just turned 18. You got Maria Behrens, who's just outside of the youth. She was a youth champion last time.
That's right.
Yep. And then you've got, Lena Erpenstein's pretty young. And we've got Lena Winthrop, who's just 21. She turned 21 in Peru. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Tsonga there. Christine getting a little ride in there. Not to be forgotten.
Yeah.
Part of the mix. She's on the scorecard. Anyway, keep going.
And then the last new gen, we've got Coco Ferro. So these people are all in their teens or very early 20s, and they are excellent.
Yeah, they're all water women. I don't think, you would really be correct in saying that they're just windsurfers. That's the other thing, is that there's a steady diet of surfing coming out of there, and you can see what it's doing. You're about to see it right now when we get to the main event, is that their adaptation to the conditions, it's next level. They can sail both tacks well. They're not afraid to go out in big waves. They're not afraid to sail when it's not that good.
They'll take it all.
they'll take it. And the important part is they'll sail really well in it. Here comes Colette Guadagnino trying to get into the main event, totally capable of it. You see she's riding kind of a little bit of a higher boom, gives her the leverage. Full rail bottom turn. It's not lost on me. The fundamentals with Colette are really good, but maybe the wave selection, Colette wasn't that time. 5 minutes, 40 seconds left to make a difference and get into the main dance. There she is, Colette Guadagnino. Mostly living in Hawaii these days, setting her roots down. Sister of legendary Dione Guadagnino, another Venezuelan who's done very well here at Hokipa. Shout out to you, Dione. Right on. I know you're rooting for your sis here. That might be Svenja. No, it's Shauna. Shauna is sleuthing out these waves and super effectively selecting them. And there's another one behind it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get another rider up there. This is Shauna Kropa, originally from Canada. Having spent a lot of time in Ireland, amongst other places as well. That's when I met her about 23 years ago. And now she's been on Maui since then.
She spent a lot of time in Ireland, like you say, and she was on the British Wave Sailing Tour. She's multiple-time British Wave Sailing champion. And she started, as she describes it, she started late in life for windsurfing. I think I don't know, she wasn't 10, that's for sure, but she might have been 18 or 19 or something like that.
Yeah, when you're talking about that new generation of women, that is on the later side, and that's saying something. And it's just another indication about we're in great hands here. We're really, really looking good into the future here. The marketability and the level of sailing, and there's the general enthusiasm for windsurfing.
Yeah, and the global spread of that talent. You know, it's not just popping up in one spot or two spots. It's everywhere.
Here comes Colette, sizing up full rail bottom turn, a little bit over bottom turn there. She got a little spicy there.
Bounced a bit hard.
Yeah, bounced a little hard, almost trying to, get the shot there with Paul from Fishbowl Diaries right there. The shot might have been great, actually.
Yeah.
But the score won't be. And unfortunately, you might get the shot, but you might not get into the main. I don't know, what you'd rather have. Some people would rather have the shot. I'm just saying, here comes Svenja Jugoba getting back in the mix. And you're rooting for her, too. Super enthusiastic sailor, kind of a new face around here, but putting in her time and certainly living up to this moment. There she punches a beautiful bottom turn, catches the clue just barely, but not critically. I saw Svenja training with Levi Siver before this. She was doing the full clinic, not afraid to be open, to absorb the lessons that Hokipa will teach you, but also not afraid to get a clinic with one of Hokipa's finest warriors there, and Levi Siver offering, coaching tips and, in fact, even clearing the lineup for some waves for her, too. Here comes Colette, undaunted, ready to take another slap at this lip here. Yeah!
That's up the top there. Now, two of these women are going through out of the four.
Oh, it's two going through.
Two are going to go through.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah.
Now, you really didn't, throw them in the meat grinder there like the men's little heats there, but this is great news. Two riders are going to advance. And we will find out a little bit more about who that is shortly, as we have not really been able to show you the scores for whatever reason. But Shauna Kropa doesn't care because she is flat sail bottom turning her way into that lip, and then Hokipa strikes back. And this is what it sounds like. And that was a rinsing. That will rearrange the hairdo. It's all good. Nothing she can't handle. Nothing she can't handle. Colette Guadagnino heading out with about 2 or so minutes left in change, if I'm not mistaken. There are 2 water photographers in the lineup, most likely. That's going to be Mateo and Paul Carolides from Fishbowl Diaries. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully everything's coming through on the live stream. We are with you all across the globe. It's fantastic to be here with you. Beautiful day here on the island of Maui for the Maui Strong Aloha Classic 2023. Once again, just, huge thanks to the county of Maui, the people of Maui for the hospitality and for opening up this beach park for us to run this contest. We promise to do it effectively and efficiently and leave it in better shape than it was when we started. Surf's been good. Contest waiting period started with some glassy 6 to 8 foot Hokipa. And that satisfied that surf community to a degree. I think it would have been a bit of a different story this morning. But anyway, that is Svenja Jugoba. Fading upwind, drawing her line pretty accurately. I mean, the idea was there to hit 2 off the lips, but I think she faltered a little bit just initially. She's gained really valuable experience in this heat. Win, lose, or draw, Svenja's been a part of this event. That's for sure. Here goes Colette Guadagnino, mid-face cut back. Oh! And she pokes Taco. When you poke Taco, you bury the nose in the water. And you go fishing. Taco in Hawaiian or Japanese is octopus. And the octopus lives in the cracks of the reef. So when your nose of the board purls underwater, you're trying to poke octopus or taco. Just to explain. Yes, the octopus's garden in the shade. That's where I'd like to be. Well, Svenja Jugoba tacking on the inside. This has got to be minutes left in this heat. It's looking good here. Oh, she might have come a little bit too far on the inside there.
She's deep. She's
deep. Can she punch a turn? Not quite, unfortunately. Did I hear beeps? I think I might have heard the heat-ending beep signals.
Yep, the flag is down. The heat is over. We've had a bit of a technical thing dropping out with the live scoring, as is happening here sometimes. We lost signal.
No problem, but the scores have been tabulated, and this heat's going to count, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's good news. I'll let you all at home decide who you thought in Heat 4. There are 4 upcoming women's single elimination heats. And we will cut back to that in a moment as we let Hokipa have a moment to themselves. And you can hear the nice ocean sounds from the North Shore of Maui.
I think the plan is to go straight into the men's single, but we'll see. If they get the technical stuff sorted out, we might do that. They're just discussing whether they have a heat break right now to get those things sorted out. We'll see.
Understood. Kai Kachadurian, Simeon Glosson here, bringing it to you live and direct from Hokipa Beach Park on the island of Maui. And behind me, you see the rocks. That's the rock pile there behind me. And that's where you end up if you kind of blow your wave. You're ending up on the rocks. And what's going to happen then if you go on the rocks in a heat? You've got issues, and you're going to be dealing with getting your rig off the rocks and the time ticking, and then who knows? You really want to stay away from the rocks, to me.
Blood and treasure.
Yeah, there's a whole garden, of rocks behind you there.
Yeah.
And you really want to stay away from it, and it's maybe not at the size where you would really be in danger of going on the rocks a lot.
It's still possible. I mean, you can get unlucky.
Highly possible. If you time it wrong, you're gonna go on, and that's going to affect things. Now we are in a bit of a heat pause here. I believe that Head Judge Duncan Coombs might come and visit really quickly just to give us a state of the union here as to what we're actually doing. But it will come down on the decision of the Head Judge Duncan Coombs, who will make the call.
We have the whole team over there ready to go. We've got all the judges lined up, Duncan's lined up, and all the assistants and all the tech support. There's a lot of stuff going on just on the other side of this tent. They're ready to roll. Sometimes we get bad signal, keeper. Sometimes it happens. We've got I call it Skynet, up the top of the hill there. It's powering the live stream, and from the top of the hill it's pretty good, but it's sending down a Wi-Fi signal down here to the cliff edge, and that is sometimes a challenging transition.
Got it. Well, hopefully the live broadcast has been coming through, and the scores, we'll just be trusting the judgment of the judges. Wow, it's empty lineup behind me here. Makes me tempted to kind of rig up and
you want to jump? Go.
Yeah, well, that's coming negatively affected me in contests past, but that was a while ago, and you want to kind of, make sure you're not in the middle of things. However, it's a good sign because we have nice conditions, Simeon, and just in describing the week leading up to this, yes, we had glassy surf And then we started getting the wind, 2 days ago. We did have that Kona wind anomaly moment there, which provided about a 2 and 3 hour session. But to explain why we didn't compete, that's Liam Dunkerbeck, not Kai Lenny, sorry.
Ooh.
Nice cutback by Liam, though. And well sailed. I believe we might be in a heat. I don't know. Maybe this is just warming up. I don't see anybody else out there. So Liam's probably just warming up because he is in the first heat.
Well, he may be on the clock and may have assumed the heat started, and we're not clear that it has or it hasn't. Apologies to all the viewers. We've had this technical thing with the live scoring system. The flag may well be up. We'll just have a quick look at that. It's around the corner from us. And if it is, then this heat is on. And Liam, who is the very recently crowned second-time world junior champion for
Congratulations
boys.
to him. This heat is on because there is our other riders in the form of Takara Ishii on the RRD rig on the upper set, and then Kai Lenny's behind him. So we are game on here. No deliberations. Ishii bashes that thing. Silly style. That was really, really critical. And winding up is Lenny. Takara still going to town on that wave. Here comes Kai Lenny on a slightly smaller offering. No less critical riding on display. There's the air. Nice little side tweak for him. Saves it. He's been changing sail color there. It looked like a throw. Shout out to Robbie Nash with the pink sail.
Maybe that's
they were
it.
on the same wave there in that lane session that I was talking about.
Didn't that look great? What a great photo.
It really looked great. I definitely agree that the contestability of it maybe was in question, and that's been the thing. Just to explain to everybody out there, is we've had these couple sailing days come up, but they've never had the complete amount of time that we are only allotted a certain amount of days here, and we really need to make sure we have more than 5 hours of wind, and those days just did not have that. Here goes Kai Lenny driving on a wave up at middles, looking at the score already, really getting busy. That's a nice tweak air, but he goes down. He doesn't save the air. It's not quite that side offshore keepa that's known for it. And then on the outside of him, Leon Jammer, and he is on a beautiful wave.
Go Leon, here we go. Power.
Nice power and nice positioning as well. Slices that cutback. Can he save it? It does not appear so. Guys are going for that extra hot sauce on the cutbacks. They know they're in a heat, and if they can execute it, it's great. But if you don't,
we got 2 riders out of 4 coming through, and we got Takara on. Sorry.
Here's Takara. Yeah, Takara on a second wave, but he's not taking any. He's not holding back at all. He might have that. He's not going to make it. But, that's the thing. And you're seeing every single rider right now knows they're in a pressure cooker. Liam Dunkerbeck on his second wave goes for the goiter. And it's just not that windy to save those. But guys are going early. This is a super hard heat for anybody that's in it, Simeon. And I think the lesson that I'm seeing here is that no holds barred. I mean, Kai Lenny goes and, starts that secondary sequence by jibing on a wave in middles, turns around, does a tweak air, pokes Taco a little bit, but, the intention is that he knows he's in a battle. Takara Ishii rode that wave forever. And, that goes for a goiter on his second wave. Leon Jammer had a great looking score. He's riding all the way through, but does he connect that last hit? Not quite, because he's pushing really hard. Liam Dunkerbeck, same story. And I feel that that's become now the theme of this heat, is that who's going to actually put that full body of work in together to push into the high scoring category. These are all really similar scores right now, and it's frustratingly close because nobody really completed a full ride yet.
Everyone is very aware that only 2 of these 4 extremely good riders are going to make it through. This is a single elimination. The conditions may not allow a further double. Who knows? It looks questionable. It's entirely possible that this is a do-or-die heat, all of these first rounds.
Everybody's treating it that way. There's no other way to do it, and that's a point taken, is that you always see kind of a different approach in the single or the double. We're not sure what we have at the conditions. Leon Jammer, Kai Lenny on a 1-2 punch here. Here comes Leon Jammer, high line. Lenny's behind him on the slightly bigger wave behind him. Keep it right here. You'll get the action from both. This is quintessential Hukipa here. Leon Jammer lining it up for the cameras and the judges. He gets a nice tweaked air punt over the section. Whitewater hit. Lenny begins his ride. Perfect positioning to get that first spray turn. Pure surf style from Lenny.
Whoa.
He is going to surf this wave like he is riding it without a sail, no question about it. His whole approach is bringing the surf into the windsurfing, and he has done that since day one. And if you look at his fin setup, you know, thruster tri-fin, equally sized looking fins, he's totally going with the surf approach, and that's where you saw it. And, you know, out of anybody here, Kai's the Hokipo local, you know, since young days, he's been sailing here. And believe me, nobody wants to win this event more than Kai. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And he is totally capable of it. He's been in a pair of finals that just haven't gone his way, and he's chipping away at this body of work here. He's been such a great ambassador for windsurfing, you know, in terms of all the other sports that he completely excels on a world-class level of. Kai Lenny, you know, showing up to these events, just a credit to windsurfing itself. And you can tell he loves the sport. He loves where he's at in his life with, you know, the stage of where he can really enjoy it the most. You know, the proving and whatever else aside, Lenny's in it for all the right reasons, and it shows in his riding. And he is currently looking like he's in first place in this heat after that ride. 9.73 heat total. So it's his first wave and his third wave counting. Takara Ishii at this point looking like our second place rider. Again, as Simeon mentioned, 2 riders out of 4 advancing.
I mean, you know, can you imagine coming 3rd or 4th in this heat? I mean,
yes. I can.
Well, I can't imagine getting into this heat. But I mean, the idea of these such good riders from all over the world. They're the highest standard in the world. And, you know, every wave is just being torn to shreds here.
Absolutely. Takara Ishii on tour all year. Standout rider from Japan. World title contender for all intents and purposes, really. Beautiful cutbacks. And that's not lost on me, where he put the rail of his board there in the pocket, completely dissected that wave into smithereens. Here comes Kai Lenny. Behind him, Leon Jammer, who's also chipping away into this. Yes, Jammer actually currently in second. This is going to go big quickly. Here comes Lenny. He might be winding up some rotations here. No, it's a stock air. Kind of reading the long line on this wave. Gets out. Behind him, Jammer going to town. That was a big hit that you just missed. That was it. He got the cutback after that. There was a monster hit before that. Jammer jamming it down the line. Big spray coming down. This was a really well-ridden wave. He read it perfectly and stayed directly in the pocket during that ride. Very impressive from Leon, who's done his homework. Here comes Leon Dunkerbeck. His opening bottom turn. Stays high in the wave. Nice air over the section. Lip contact. Wave kind of not offering the full smorgasbord, but nice little plate lunch nonetheless. Leon. Man, let me tell you, his father Donkey's watching somewhere. Hello, Bjorn. You've done good, man. Your boy's sailing good. Here comes Takara Ishii. Perfect positioning for that bottom turn. That's a cover shot taken by 2 photographers right there. Lip lining, rapid fire riding. Simeon, what's up with this like half bottom turn lip climbing stuff?
Well, the Ishii brothers have got a really interesting style that they've been evolving over the tour and over the years that they've been going. They started out as very small kids, you know, very light, very tiny, on very, very small gear. So they have a knowledge of riding waves with this very tiny sort of weight and these very tiny sort of boards. And the way they can skateboard the whole thing is just, they can bring that out when they want. And now that they're getting bigger, they can carve that rail when they want. They have all these things in their kit bag. They can pull it out whenever they need to. And they just keep throwing it down. Martial
arts, man. They're just running it like, you know. And it's concise. There's a Japanese style of riding, and it started with Hisao Nakazato back in the late 80s. And I'll never forget how Hisao had this cutback. You know, Hidemi Furuya behind him, Hideki Makino, all these great Japanese riders, legacy. Katsushi Shinjo, Takara, excuse me, Taka, you know,
the great
Kamaguchi. And, you know, I was on the beach with Kalama when he made the first Taka. And that was one of the greatest things I've seen, is because of the humility behind it. These people are respectful people, but they know exactly what it takes to shred and make an impression. Takara Ishii is in the lead in this heat. And he takes it from Lenny. And Leon Jammer, you know, 8.4. Everybody's in pure striking distance here.
Wow.
And what this is it's currently kind of a battle for second. But Lenny is in second right now, and he's on a good wave. And this is a pretty important moment in this heat, halfway through here almost. Nice cutback for Lenny. This thing's lining up in front of the photographers. You got to get 2 for 1 there. Perfect wraparound cutback. lip climb with the redirect. I like it. I like it a lot. And Kai's probably pretty happy with it. Not like fully stoked on it.
Not like 8+ stoked.
No, not like 8+ stoked, but this is also kind of exemplifying the situation we're in today, is that these waves are, you're getting a lot of waves, and they're roughly of a similar nature. If someone's going to make a goiter or a 360, it's really going to set you apart. Now, Leon Jammer might be in the last place in this heat, but his last wave was a 4.6. And the highest score in this heat so far, we've got a 5.5 for Lenny, we've got a 5.5 for Ishii, but the highest score is Ishii with a 6. Now, if Jammer can get something like a 6, he's going to be looking real good here.
He's so capable of it.
So capable of it. And this is a really nice wave, Simeon. He's chipping in from up top. He's going to do the roll in, points his board upwind just to fade a little deeper, and here's his opening line. Is he going to go vertical? He's going to make nice lip contact, re-engages rail, sets it up for the air with a little tweak, but he goes poke taco also.
Poke taco.
Poke taco.
That was good.
Might have poked a couple tacos on that one. And I don't mean like Taco Bell. I'm talking about octopus. Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck. Nice spray turn from Liam, who's in a really serious battle here with some heavy hitters. No question about it. Lip climb from Dunkerbeck as Takara Ishii is on a full head of steam heading down the line. A little bit bobbled on the high line there, but he wants to make the whole wave. He goes for the goiter. Is he going to make this? Do we have our first rotational make? There's still a chance, and it's not going to happen. What's going on behind him? Do we have action? No? We are setting up. Lenny heading out.
And this is it. With these 11-second periods, we've got lots and lots of waves, but they're not punching out those, launching spots, are they? Not the power.
It's also the wind direction, Simeon.
Right.
It's not that offshore. So what you have right now is you've got side shore wind with a little bit of side onto it. And what that does is that does not allow you to hang from your rig on the recoveries. You have to come out unwound from it. In other words, like rotating a forward and landing planing. You have to make the full rotation and then land it. And I don't think anybody's made a rotation yet.
No.
We have got several attempts. I haven't seen the 3 yet. I can tell you who I think is going to make one. Leon Jammer's more than capable of it, but he's going to probably go on the carve program here. Lip climb and out. And now it's quality control, Simeon.
Boy, oh boy, it's exciting to watch this stuff. I mean, I feel for all of these riders. At the moment, it's Takara and Kai.
Yeah.
Leon and Liam are ripping, but they're not there yet.
Takara, Kai, Leon. And really, like, Kai is far out enough where he can play keep away a little bit and get on good waves. But Liam and Leon are capable of striking. They are. And Liam has selected a wave in the smaller range, and I think he's going to stay loose. But he needs to make something count here if he's going to keep riding it.
Is it a rotation he's looking for?
He's looking for it, but he doesn't find it.
No.
He doesn't find it, and it doesn't happen on its own. This isn't a freestyle contest. This is a wave sailing contest. You got to do your moves on the waves. You've got to execute.
They've got 17 minutes in each of these heats, and the riders are pumping out. They're getting lots of scores. There's a kind of frenzy about it.
It's a feeding frenzy, no doubt about it. It's like a buffet.
Uh-huh.
You just kind of fill your plate.
4 riders, lots of waves, no one else out there to hustle them. They're not really hustling each other all that much. There's so many opportunities.
Kai Lenny with an opportunity, waiting for that chop to clean up this wave. He's in the perfect position. I love the bottom turn. Super decisive cutback. He's really wound it.
That's nice.
Mega tweak.
Oof.
And that board was upside down, facing the sky. You need to freeze frame that. And that's, some of his teammates like Levi and Brazinho, taught him that. You just do, it's like a reverse tabletop, the tweak, but he grabbed wide and he just went flip, 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 and then, saved it and came back down. That happened in a blink of an eye, you guys. And let me tell you, that is what it takes. Behind us, rotation. Takara Ishii makes the first goiter of the contest. Behind him, Leon Jammer soars a section. Things are shaking up here quickly. This is the type of exchanges I was expecting today. And, you blink, you missed it. Thank you, camera, for panning off of me and getting back into the action now. I take you back to that. We don't necessarily have replay as Dunkerbeck's on the last little scrappy wave of this set. Photographers dodging. Liam Dunkerbeck rebounding. Okay, Kai Lenny did 1-2 punch. Beautiful bottom turn into a slicing spray cutback and then unlocked the tweak air. Lenny showing he belongs. No question about it. Takara Ishii, however, just made the goiter, and it was kind of a one-move wave, though. And so we haven't necessarily rewarded that with the high score that it might have been in certain instances. No, Ishii's in the lead, but no question, gathering momentum is Kai Lenny, who has his best 2 scores as the last 2 waves ridden in this heat being a 5.2 and a 5.6. And
he is pulling some savage top turns.
He is. Takara Ishii's putting together a really big body of work here, and he's going ham on that, just rotating around kind of indiscriminately in a sense of just like making this work for him. And it's 1-2 punches here. The guys are getting quick turns, they're being decisive, they're getting their hits, and they're going back out for more, and Hukipa's providing everything you would ever need to see for that.
That's Takara's 7th wave score.
Yeah. He's kind of running the lineup, Simeon, and it is having an effect because, you know, Kai Lenny is definitely holding second place here in a tight battle. Now our overall scores are tightening up because Lenny got a nice banger score for that tweak air. Behind me is Leon Dunkerbeck. This is the view here, though, you guys. I mean, all right, that's the end of the heat, and Takara Ishii and Kai Lenny have advanced into the next round. That's a phenomenal effort from both of them. Very, very well sailed by both riders. Stick with me here, Simeon. We're going to get into the second heat of the men as we're working our way through round 1. Now, as far as Liam Dunkerbeck and Leon Jammer, I just want to, commend them for a very, very well sailed battle there. And, based on what happens or doesn't happen in the double elimination, to explain, we have been granted a double elimination here. So based on the format itself, they might not be eliminated. But for this round, meaning that we're going to find our way to a first-place finisher in round 1, they are done. So that is where that ends up right now. And we have a little note here, and we will figure out what we're doing in the meantime. Men's heat round 2.
I'm just looking at Liam, who's just been crowned junior world champion. He's going to end up, was he third in that? Yeah, he was third. And then Leon Jammer.
So wait a second. Liam got third.
Here it is. Yeah, Liam got third.
Okay.
Leon Jammer. Liam Dunkerbeck, third. Leon Jammer, fourth.
Got it.
Yep.
All right, into our next heat. Henry Kohlberg. And this now becomes our first world title contender. Mark Perez-Rico is in this heat. He's in third in the world wave rankings. Marino, Gil Girardi, all-time shredder. Marino is dangerous. Camille Jubin, 2-time Hukipa event winner. So
another great
have at it, you guys, because this could be a final.
Yeah.
And I'm not, Henry Kohlberg has already made his impression here. He's no new face at Hukipa. Kohlberg's been at it for a while.
He came to Hukipa Maui first time when he was 14. 14 years old. He's been coming ever since. I think he's 21, 22.
It pays off, doesn't it, Steve?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, what the results of the experience. If you can get experience when you're young and become a grizzled veteran in your early 20s, God bless you. And you are a danger in a heat like this. Now, Mark Perez-Rico, his journey has been a long one, and he has definitely been on the scene for a while. And Mark finds himself in world title contention. He also finds himself in a pressure cooker heat because Marino and Camille and Henry are not going to play easy.
Here we go. It's Henry, huh?
Flag is up, heat is on. And that might have been Kohlberg on the Nash rig. That's a sponsor change. And good for him, Henry Kohlberg from Germany.
He's been on Nash for a couple of seasons now. He sort of changed over during the COVID time. And he's one of the riders, one of those kids, young people, young men in Germany who started building up this wave tour for Germany now.
Right.
And they're bringing it on. It's super exciting.
That's fantastic. That's a really cool thing, and you see that on the local level. You're really building a lot of momentum. The more you compete, the better you get at competing, right?
Uh-huh.
Here comes Camille Jubon, trademark high boom, knows exactly what he's going to do. That was a surgical slice. Under the lip, Camille not missing a beat, having gotten injured in the spring and missing Fiji. And let me promise you, had that not happened, he'd be in world title contention too. This tour was made for a rider like Camille.
Certainly was. I mean, he won Fiji last year, and then he just, that ankle.
But the impression is there, and I think that, world titles aside, what you have with a Camille Jubon is somebody who's already got the credentials.
Yeah.
It's almost like they don't need the world title.
He stamped his name on the heavens.
Right. I mean, it's so evident that the body of work is there.
2 Aloha Classic titles, I think 3 or 4 early AWT titles. I mean, the guy just punches it.
Completely and on both tacks, and that's what it takes. Now, Mark Perry-Rico, not even on the board yet, got left out of some exchanges here. And he's pumping around on his duotone rig. I had breakfast with him and Fernandez in the morning. As Camille just goes down to town, lower on the point with a kind of very similar looking wave. I think the idea here is to get on the board early and start building your house. Start building your case here for advancement. Great first heat there. Congratulations again to Ishii and Lenny for advancing into the semis. Quarters.
Big shout out to the Ishii family.
Yeah.
Big shout out. Hisa, the organizer of the Great Japan event, one of the organizers, and the Great Japan Committee, all of them together. That whole Omazaki community, unbelievable. Big shout out to all of you.
Arigato. Here comes Kohlberg, looking pretty well adapted on his Nash rig. Now I'm kind of used to seeing it. I was used to his old combination. This is the new Henry Kohlberg here, and he is well improved. Look at that high line floater into the final hit. He's going to get this vertical approach. Now a little more horizontal there, but he gets the spray. That's a 3-turn wave for Kohlberg. Now, Marino, who had a scintillating performance in Pozo this year. Big push forwards, massive, massive jumping. And he is no stranger to some shredding there with a little sky aerial over the section. Gets to connect it, which was pretty impressive, really. But Camille, with a 6.87, pumped out some scores there when the heat was barely even started. And what I'm going to say about Camille, he's got the gangster approach to this. He is going to hustle you in a certain way that he does it with his riding.
Look what he just did with Mark Paré.
Did you see that?
Yeah, perfect.
He head faked him.
Yep, he did.
He did, and he baited Paré into that other wave.
He did. That was amazing.
And these are the things, you don't see this kind of thing on the outside. Now, Paré's on a good wave. I don't think Camille intentionally did this. But here's your exchange. Let's pan out a little bit so we don't follow everybody too closely. But Camille punches that signature bottom turn. It was like a tweak air floater combo. These are all really good waves being ridden, and they're not that big, but he's riding them critically. Very similar scores.
Here we go.
Okay, Paré-Rico. Critical moment. Nice air for Rico. That was nice, Mark, but he can't seal the deal on it. But that was an impressive first hit.
Number 3 in the world overall. Mark is going for the world title. He wants it really bad. He's been pushing so hard for this. Every time you see him, he's out there just shredding, pushing the limits. He's crashing a lot. He's just trying to find that edge where he can survive at the most critical part of his sailing all the time for like years now. He's just been pushing so hard. He's got himself into position, striking distance. He could be on the podium. He could take the title if he gets a great result here, but he's come down to this heat and all these other ones.
The pressure's on, but the career is young still yet. I remember when he was my teammate at Simmer, and these were his words. I really want to win the title. I want to do this for real. And these are the things that that drive you, and you commit your career to a certain thing. Some guys want to go out and score the epic conditions. It's not like Mark doesn't want to do that. That's not the stage of the career he's in. And when I was hanging with Victor and Mark this morning, those are 2 people on 2 different trajectories. And Victor's won his world titles. He's sailing with me in Cabo Verde. Like we're scoring. Mark's going to score, but he's got work to do. And this is the work right now that needs to be done. He's in 4th place in this heat, and he is looking up at Camille Jubon and Marino, who's in 2nd, and Kohlberg as well, holding serve. Here comes Marino Gil Girardi on the Goya rig, carving smoothly, low boom rider. In contrast to Camille, who rides above his forehead Marino's boomed somewhere down below his shoulders. Such a difference in approach. And, I'll verse a little bit as Kohlberg slashes here on what that does. A lower boom rider will have more. I'm seeing it between Marino Gilgerardi and Mark Perret. That's heavy duty, man. Okay, so Mark Perret, Rico, world title contention. This is the first heat that has these implications so far in this round. And what you're getting out of this is that pressure is on. And it's a different thing when you've got this level of pressure when the waves are cranking and it's super windy. However, when it's a little more marginal like this, man, the judges have their work to do, yes. But don't leave it up to the judges, Simeon.
No, you got to punch it. I mean, if you're worried about the judges getting your score right by 0.2 or 0.3, it's like you can't leave that margin of error out there. You've got to punch it out there and make a mark. You've got to make it clear.
Precisely. Now, Mark Perret now is back in. Now they've recalibrated. Perret is, no, they're still calibrating. But Perret, it's as close as it gets between second and fourth.
It's a hair's breadth.
Here's Mark on a little offering. Did he select the right wave? It's a cutback. It's a big cutback. He's got the style to do this, but the wave selection was just a little super nice cutback again for Mark with bigger waves outside of him. I mean, it kind of didn't really select the right wave there, but he got his second score, and there is all but 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this heat.
Mark still, he's got it. He can. I know he's still got time.
He's got everything he needs to do this. He just needs to get on the waves,
Right.
and it needs to happen in real life. Okay? Scenario fulfillment, all you will, but that needs to happen in real life. But Perret's got everything he needs, and so does Henry Kohlberg, and so does Marino Gilgerardi, and of course, so does Camille Jubon, who, out of all of these sailors, has the Hokipa pedigree.
Yeah.
He's a little bit, ahead of everyone else in terms of experience here and the hardware.
I mean,
the wins.
Going on form, we would expect to see Camille and Mark Perret go through, but while Camille is doing really well, he's only just ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
Mark is there's a hair's breadth between second, third, and fourth. So yeah, he's in fourth right now, but that's almost meaningless at this point because
Right.
there's so much.
These
that
are
can
the
happen.
exchanges, though. And Marino's found himself. He's backdooring a peak here. It's not a super big wave, but the performance potential of it's pretty damn good. And he engages his inside rail to go around and slap his back. That's low points. And that might be a momentum breaker. It's not like he's injured. No. And it's not like we're judging overall impression. No. But however, momentum is a funny thing. It's an important thing. And our other three competitors are sailing in. Some of them are on waves and some of them are not. Henry Kohlberg finds himself narrowly in second place here, with Marino and Mark Perret nipping at his heels. It's one slip up and you're in the showers.
I'm just going to say that Henry Kohlberg is going to be proud of saying he was second in this heat for however long.
Good point. Here comes Camille Jubon yet again, dissecting his signature wave right here. How in the world did he wrap around that cutback so aggressively with the one-handed second cutback? Listen, wave size is only something in this equation. Here comes Kohlberg.
Oh.
Jump air, stock air, say what you will. Letting it slip away a little bit here. To be honest, Kohlberg needs to watch out, but he knows he's just going to stay active. Here comes Mark Perret Rico on the wave he's been waiting for. Mark Perret, all eyes on him. Nice spray, good connection, really good style. He's paid attention to all of these things. Working on his style, working on his amplitude. Third hit, okay? Mark Perret staying in the game. We will see what the judges want to give that. I'm kind of on an even level with that in the sense of it didn't completely blow me away, but it didn't drop the ball either.
I don't know if any of them are making a difference in that order, though. It doesn't look like it so far.
I would say that Marino and Mark are riding a little better than Perret, right? Is that a 360 make? Our first 360 make in the heat, and I'll tell you right now, that is going to make a big dent in other people's heats because he just made a 360 over a section.
Oof.
and he unwound it. Was it a one-move wave? Not necessarily, but it is going to be the score. Zips him into first place.
Marino Gill.
Marino Gill
7.
Girardi.
That's
with
the early score. We'll give it time to settle.
It'll calibrate.
Sorry.
No, and like, let's not get carried away, but at the same time, let's honor that moment, because the 360, first completed by Mark Angulo at the 1990 AWSP event when he did it in front of Dave Kalama, has become one of those difference maker moves in these heats. And that one in particular has turned this heat on its head.
Okay, now the judges have just moderated that initial response down
Okay.
to 6.25, and that's probably right to do that.
Well, some more scores came in is what happened. Now, I
Right.
wonder who else saw that, because Camille Jubon now is on the biggest wave he's been on in this heat. This is arguably his best wave. And he's kind of like, well, I will calculate carefully, and I am going to shred this wave to pieces. Dissection, and it's high line coupled with surgical slicing. He's got that slice, and he wants to do an air over that section.
That's pretty good.
You know, I can't really fault that as much as I want to, get carried away. I'm not. Henry Kohlberg, his momentum, unfortunately, has slid him down into fourth place. And, like you said, he's proud to be in second place for however long he was in that heat. The reality is that he's in a massive battle with heavy hitters surrounding him, and he's only going to be a better sailor for it. Mark Perry-Rico needs to try to catch Jubon or Gil Girardi, and it starts right now. 3 minutes, 12 seconds left in this campaign for a big opportunity. He's trying to rotate. You can see the body English is getting a little more frustrated.
Tried it again. He's pushing it, isn't he?
He's pushing it. He's doing everything he can.
Yeah.
Credit to Mark.
Yep.
This is just nothing to be ashamed of. He's been in a battle all year. Tough heat to be in to start off with. Really, really hard to get through these. And, it's not over. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and somebody else in this heat who's capable of making big 360s is Mark Perret.
Absolutely.
Who I've seen make haymakers before, but he's got to get on the wave. And he's in this super hustling position with these gangsters.
Yeah, and Marino Gill, who's he's super famous for being great in pozo. He's took Marcilio Brown right to the wire.
Right to the wire.
And yet he and Liam were here last winter after the Aloha Classic. Before the Aloha Classic, they stayed here for 2 or 3 months. They weren't planning on to, but they spoke to their parents and said please, 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 and so they stayed. And then they've come here as early as they could. Marino earlier than Liam, because Liam was caught up in the youth worlds. And I just think these guys are young and they're getting really good really fast.
Here comes Marino. 1 minute 56 left. He's got to feel pretty good after that 3. Here comes a backup score. Big cutback. All the way wrapped around powerfully. Now, the low boom theory. Say what you want in terms of the margin ability and that, but the rotational capability of being low like a pro are not to be understated. Here comes Mark Perry-Rico, still in the game. Highlining into section. He's got the goiter. He's going to make the goiter. Those may be a little bit more of a Taka rotation. And it's a one-move hit. But guess what? And Marino looks back at him. Nice, Mark. This is a classic example of the mentality these days. Marino looked back. He was like, nice one. We're all supporting each other here. It's like, no, we're not on the same team. Fine. But you know what? The pushing of the level is the important part. And the camaraderie, win, lose, or draw, is the important part. And that's what fuels these performances more than anything else, is just the good vibes. Pushing. It's awesome to watch.
It's the ultimate combo, isn't it? Extreme athleticism, extreme competitiveness.
Yes.
And absolutely decent behavior.
Friendly competitiveness. Here comes Camille Jubon.
Oh.
A little bit of an under lip there. He's just like, I will take seconds, no problem. He just gets it through. I mean, he saw it, you're right. Kohlberg wraps it around, though. That was hostile. Kohlberg with a nice wave.
He's not just letting this go. He's going to fight it all the way. He's going to
fight it. Luquipa's going to give. He's going to eat. It's a beautiful thing. There's Marino and Mark together. Our standings remain unchanged. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 heats over. Marino and Camille advance.
Wow.
Great sailing to Mark Perry-Rico and Henry Kohlberg, who are done in the single elimination, not necessarily done for the event, not necessarily over yet, but for this round, we are going to keep rolling. Simeon, don't go anywhere. We are going to stick with this round. Men's single elimination heat number 3 coming up. That is going to be Russ Faro, Robbie Swift, Arthur Arukin, and Victor Fernandez.
Man, these heats just come and wow.
I mean, my bookie in Vegas wants me to bet on this one. I'm like, Coach, geez, I ain't betting on that. I don't bet on wave sailing unless I see a sure thing, and there's no sure thing right now. Were you telling me in the beginning of that last heat that Marino's going to make a 360 and take out Mark? No. And that's the beauty of today's day, Simeon, is that Hokipa, yes, it's deciding this, sure. The opportunities are many.
Yep.
And what I really like about the conditions is the quantity.
Yeah, no one's getting skunked on I didn't get enough waves or I didn't get an opportunity. It's like everyone's getting their chance.
Everybody's getting their chance. I mean, it's wide open. 11-second period swell in the 3 to 5 foot range, 12 to 18 knot winds.
I mean, I'd still love to see it mast high and massive.
Well, we have room for that. We have room. This is early in the competition.
Right,
the conditions are going to get better as we get further along, right?
Of course.
I'm
just reflecting on, the power and the passion, like you've got Marino getting through and it's next gen. He's like a hot young talent. That's awesome that he got through. You got Mark Paré, just the agony of third.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for Mark, you saw how the momentum for him and I think also one thing to work on for Mark is being more of a gangster hustler type, because the stuff that you saw Marino and Camille doing, it's intricate, it's unspoken.
Mm-hmm.
And it had an effect.
I mean, you may be right that Camille didn't mean to, hustle out that, fakie, but maybe you did.
I do it all the time. Listen, if I'm outside of you and I know there's a 2-wave set,
yeah, you'll try.
Or you're overtaking, I'm gonna go like this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pretend to jibe. You're gonna jibe. You'll do it every time.
Every time.
I'm just telling you, secrets.
I don't know for sure if that's what there was, but I just was like, there was just a hint of like, hey, whoa, is that what that looked like?
Well, it's, you throw a couple crumbs out there.
That's right.
Those are tasty crumbs.
That's right.
But they're still just crumbs.
And I mean, look, Camille was going head to head with Mark. That's what it was.
Camille was going head to head with Mark.
That's what it was.
That's right. And I mean, the thing about this world title implication thing, and depending on who you're asking, and it might be up for debate in certain instances, but you're going to tell somebody, would you rather win the world title or would you rather win a Hokipa title?
Ooh, this is just my opinion, right? Like, I think everyone has a different opinion. I think that back when the titles were less, when the tour was not unified, and the tour that was the PWA tour didn't have the wave riding sort of credibility, perhaps sometimes, like some years it had the great ones and other years it didn't. There are different times. Like if you're a wave rider and you're not getting a chance on the World Tour, I think then the Aloha Classic was the title you wanted to win, because it was the title you could win. But then when the world title can present you, like when you can get a world title by doing all of it. Right. Oh, we're off on the time. Okay. Thank you, Sam Bittner-Wilson, just handing us the clock. That's the precise and exact time.
Great, thank you.
I think that the new world title is offering more opportunity for more people. Kind of like that.
Wholeheartedly agree. All right, this is the Faro heat. Faro, Swift, Arukin, and Fernandez. And that's looking like Russ. Russ, dangerous. Slaying that section with his casual approach. Not too casual, though. There's an element of radical with Faro that kind of gets blended in with the shredding. Arthur Arukin, another duotone rider, kind of got a little bit spazzy on the cutback, but saves it. Behind him, two-time world wave champion Victor Fernandez. If I'm not mistaken, he's got 2 world wave titles.
More.
Is it 3
or 4?
We'll have to do the math on that.
We'll check it. Yeah.
Multiple.
Yep.
World wave champion Victor Fernandez.
I'm sorry, we're embarrassed we don't know. I'm looking it up immediately to get the exact.
At any rate, a terror in a heat.
Oh, Victor is seriously good.
Yeah, and we're talking about somebody who, in the breadth of competition, sure, free sailing, and that's something he's experiencing more now in the stage of his career. But man, somebody who could compete. Victor Fernandez has that whole thing down.
Sorry.
And you base your career on contest results. You learn how to compete. So, the thing about Victor, I feel like, he's kind of turned the corner. He's got the hardware and the titles. And we were hanging out, man, in Cabo Verde, just scoring it last March. And it's just the biggest smile on his face. He's like filming some of my rides, just like, look what you did all the way through. And just the enthusiasm, the love of the sport is tremendous. It's 3 titles for Fernandez. And that's yeah.
Yeah, he first won here, I can see on the Wikipedia page. He first won here in 2010. He won again in 2016 and 18. Sorry.
Here comes Robbie Swift. Thank you for that, Simeon. That's Wikipedia. Much appreciated. Donate it if you can. Here comes Robbie Swift. Definitely a world title contender this year, right now. Sitting in 5th. Coster isn't here, so it's almost like he's more in 4th, but not necessarily, because he's still got to do the work. And here comes Swifty, who knows how to do the work on his Neil Pride JP rig. Swifty bottom turns swiftly. Lip dissection off of that, and this is just like fitting the pieces into the puzzle. There goes another nicely placed cutback for Swifty, who is now going to take the run down to the point and get a tweaked air over the section on his ultra super light board that he must be riding to be able to do that. My goodness, that thing must weigh like 5 pounds.
Now, Swifty's in an interesting position, as you started to allude to there. He is in 6th position. 5th is Philip. Philip's out because of his injury. If we have a single here and Mark Paré is out, Robbie moves up. And he's now got a bigger shot.
Robbie is somebody who has put in so much work into the project of winning a title. Yet at the same time, he has also put that scoring mentality behind him, because he's one of the best guys out at Piahi. And he's a super good port tack sailor, having also been a resident of Chile for an amount of time. That's given him this ability. Here comes Victor Fernandez, who barely got chipped into that one, but now he's got his apparent wind locked in, and bottom turns into a pristine looking section with a 1-hit score there. Victor going on the first wave of a set. He definitely got the shot. Did he get the score he wanted? Probably not. Arthur Arutkin not quite poking Taco, but digging outside rail for a similar result. He's swimming. Robbie Swift in first place in this heat, mid-7. Arthur Arutkin behind him, low 5. Fernandez and Farreau trying to crack into the 5-point range. Work in progress. Now, a little bit more about Farreau, who's, a staple on this tour and also in the organizing body of it. But what he has also characterized himself for is just being in the right place at the right time a lot. And being in the right place at the right time is Robbie Swift with a nice stock air there. Flashes the bottom of his boards to the cameraman in the channel. Will he get around this section? He will. And I mean, getting around the section was one thing, but that was the end of the ride.
There was nothing there.
It's like, your end destination was the end of the ride. So be it. Swifty making it count. He's definitely in charge of this heat right now, and that's a dangerous effective sailor who motors the lineup. He's fun to sail with, though. Generous guy, always giving me waves. Also, a big shout out to North Shore Rent-A-Car, by the way. Him and Brazinho and a few others started this rental car business. I am a proud patron of that. I'm driving around in a nice Tacoma thanks to these guys. And I just want to shout out North Shore Rent-A-Car. I don't know if they're sponsoring this event or not, but with Swifty doing that work, he's going to earn a shout out from the commentator.
We always support those guys. They put in such a lot of effort for the whole tour, all of them. So full respect to them.
That's super helpful.
Yep.
Fernandez and Farreau. 1-2 punch. Fernandez on a nice wave here. Big turn for Victor. The inflictor. Kicks out. Will keep us kind of showing a little bit of a midday thing here, where it's not quite as crispy as the morning. And you see Farreau rebounding, kind of trying to stay interested, trying to stay powered.
I think he was looking for the aerial there, and he just slightly mistimed it.
Yeah, he was looking for the air, and it wasn't there.
Yeah.
Ten minutes left in this heat. 12:49 in the afternoon on this beautiful Maui day. We're still here. All right. Arthur Arutkin needs to get in this. He's a gnarly shredder, too. That was a good rail-to-rail combination. The bottom turn equaled the cutback. I saw that arc. That was well played. Arthur Arutkin slaps it around, but he gets slapped right back. Merci beaucoup.
I love it, Kai. I love it. That's great.
I know a little French.
Yeah, oui. Baguette.
Not all of it we can repeat online, though. What's slap down in French? Le slap. It's all good. Listen, Team France, to their credit. I mean, if this was like international awards,
Well, France is hard to
I
beat.
don't know.
France
You
is super hard to
tell
beat.
me, man. I mean, in Fiji, that was definitely the story there. Victor Fernandez rotates around, and he gets around, but he doesn't get back in. And I don't know what the soundtrack to that move, but it wasn't Staying Alive. It might have been Disco Inferno, but it wasn't Staying Alive, because it is Saturday.
Saturday Night Fever?
And it will be Saturday night. Staying alive, staying alive. Anyway, so Victor
shout out to
Fernandez,
John Travolta, who obviously is a great windsurfing fan.
Yes, him and Mick Jagger all the time sailing in their private island together. Yep, you know, the is in, you know, not just sport, but you know, movie stars and, you know, some surfers in that crew.
There certainly were. A Straits crew?
Dire Straits crew, you know, like, it's not lost on me that, you know, it's kind of an elitist kind of vibe there. Like, I'm going windsurfing. And, you know, like, listen, they might not be shredding Hukipa. But I want the broader picture to speak here is that, you know, it's not a new sport.
No.
So what we're defining here is the cutting edge of wave sailing
This
here.
is the F1.
Absolutely. And here comes Arthur Arutkin trying to get back into the action here. He's in second place in this heat. And if I blink, I missed it. But there goes another little hit with him chipping away. So I think Victor might have gotten a little bit punished for his wave selection. But Arutkin is stringing together a little bit more of a body of work currently than Fernandez.
It's one heat, one moment, one time.
Swifty hasn't done anything in a while, and that's because he's on quality control. And here comes the unwrapped, the goiter over the section, connected that like it was nothing. Swifty on the momentum meter tipping in his favor, completely in command of this heat, living up to the name Robbie, and just shredded that. And you saw he winded up his coil, and you saw it coming. It was a big, wide grip on that. And once he hit the section, he was already midway through his rotation, landed completely rotated, as I was mentioning you must do earlier. Complete your rotations, and then you can land, because the wind direction right now is not going to save you from anything.
And he could see that coming a mile away, couldn't he?
He connected, and it was just like fluff, 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 fluff.
Yep. He knew exactly what he wanted from that wave as he was building and brewing up on it. He knew what he was doing.
Stuck the cut back.
Yep.
Most importantly, you know, backed it up with another turn. He's going to be solidly in the lead. And here's peeking through his window. Look at a bit of a, because he can do this rotation stuff too. And here's his bottom turn, and it's just not enough of a wave, really. Oh, Victor, nice ride though. And you know, he's stoked.
Well, he's making the most of what he's getting. It's just those waves are not the same quality waves.
Well, you know, he's kind of being given the scraps.
Yeah.
Swifty's just like, here, dude, you can have this one.
And that's the hustle.
That's the hustle. You know, you're dealing off these sections that just, you know, peel on and off. Arthur Arutkin still solidly in second place here. Nice wave placement there. That's the unsaid stuff, is like where the board was positioned in that ride. Where was this going for him? Well, I think he's defending his position quite nicely. And Swifty's just
Another good one.
basically commanding it.
Another good one for Swifty. He's picking these waves really nicely, and he looks like a man on a mission. Like, he really does.
He really does. I mean, like, maybe he heard us like all of a sudden, I'm a world title contender? Really?
You're what?
I'm what? Really? I can be champion? And you know what?
That's music to his ears. That guy's been on tour so long, and he's so good, and he's always been hovering, in that fifth or in top 10, just fighting it out. And he's,
maybe even better than that. I think he might have. I won't speculate. I remember a couple of years where he was, right there. I remember one contest at the Aloha where he had locked in a couple tens. He actually had one of the best looking scores I've ever seen here. It was like a 360, an air, and a snap. And I was like, man, that was one of the best single ridden waves ever. I remember he was in the channel and he just, claimed it. And it was this moment I truly feel that boosted his confidence into where it is right now, because Swifty carries it pretty quietly. I mean, he's not, he's got the confidence, but it doesn't wear it on his sleeve. It's there. Arthur Arukin has clawed into the lead in this heat. And that last wave, I'll tell you, that pleases the judges is that critical positioning on the wave. And what he did there was he just slowly chipped away and dissected it. And I think that the equal level of riding there, the judges aren't getting too carried away with a one-move goiter wave, right? Like there was more turns. Arukin had 5 turns.
Yep, and that's the difference. We can see what the judges are looking for. I mean, it's consistent. That's what they always do.
But not whitewater hits.
No, whitewater hits not so good. And a 360, if it's in mush, it's okay, but it's not going to really crack it out there for a big score, is it?
No, not necessarily. Now, Swifty does or doesn't know this. Now, I just think it's a huge credit to Arthur, really, who didn't have the best start to his heat.
Now, on this issue of just doesn't know this, the live score system can be broadcast to an Apple Watch. Swifty and the others who've got it, those top riders in Fiji, were having that scores broadcast to their watches. So they're getting these scores.
It's between Robbie and Arthur, and it is ever so far for Victor and Russ. This is playing out with under 3 minutes to go. Robbie Swift doesn't even need to ride this little dribbler. And neither does Victor, who kicks out. Arthur Arukin has the nug of that set, and he really doesn't necessarily have to do anything on that either. But he's going to ride it, it looks like.
2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Everyone's got time for another wave. And the way things are coming through, who knows?
Here's Arthur Arukin.
I'm impressed that he's winning this heat.
Yeah, I think he'll be pleasantly surprised to see that. However, it's not over yet.
Nope.
We do have some time on our hands. 2 minutes and 2:25 left and remaining. And the margin is very large, though. I mean, this is exciting between Robbie and Arthur. But the third and fourth position seems fairly locked in at the moment.
Victor would have to pull a score that we see no sign of being very easy to do.
Now,
not on that wave.
Not on that wave, no.
Oh, it's not. Although
these
never underestimate a 3-time world champion, right?
That's just the thing. Is this like these killer turns are happening in these conditions?
Yeah.
Nice, Russ. Russ Furrow bringing it in. Here comes Swifty.
Oh, Swifty changed his mind about that
getting
spot.
around his second goiter.
Yeah, he's claiming that one. Big punch.
You love it. It's still kind of a one-move affair.
Yep.
I'm not going to, get overly carried away, just in the sense of like, okay.
Yeah.
He backed away from one section. He's like, no, not that one. Okay, this one, and then that one. Boom.
I mean, that was excellent,
But he made it. He was video game-like.
Right.
And that's definitely going to threaten Arukin to a degree.
Well,
we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
did he put it in
Robbie's
first?
Robbie's in the lead right now, but it's not from the last score, so they've been adjusting scores. We'll have to see how this plays out.
We don't have his last score yet.
Not yet. And look, this is common with judging.
Yes.
Head judges come in and they make some adjustments, and everyone wants to get this right. There's a lot of scrutiny over all this.
You at home are welcome to chime in with your opinions as well. We love reading your comments.
Absolutely.
Almost everybody. Don't think that I'm busy watching, though. I'm watching this, and this is my job right now. But I'll tell you what, like, the voice of the people matters. And what we are all trying to do is push this sport forward into a level that it hasn't been seen before. And what we're seeing is exactly that. These conditions are footloose and fancy free. There's no consequences. Guys are just throwing themselves around.
20 seconds, and that was the last push for Arthur. That's his last shot. 17 seconds, and we've got Robbie in first place, Arthur Rutkin in second place, and they're going to go through unless something changes in the next 10 seconds.
Victor really gave her hell there, but that was a nice wave ride, but it's not going to be enough.
Victor, 3-time world champion, absolute legend, is in fourth place in this single elimination first round. He's going to be out.
We'll see if he catches Faro. It's not going to make a difference. The flag's down, the heat's over. Well, Simeon, we're really getting through this here, and the flag is down. The flag is down, and what we have here, Heat 4, Ricardo Campello is coming up. Simeon, don't go anywhere. We're sticking with this here. Now, it's Federico Mauricio, Rodiger, Campello, and our trialist, Julien Flechet. Heat number 4. Now, here's the story. Ricardo Campello, former world freestyle champion, child prodigy from Venezuela. One of the stars of the sport from an early moment. Really one of the more privileged people in the sport. There's no question that he was well sponsored in his days with his former sponsor. Then came a shift in his career, his trajectory. He wanted to become a wave sailor. Ricardo was so influential in freestyle that it almost seemed, like natural, but he ditched that whole tag. And what you saw in this intermediary period with Ricardo was got dropped or left or something. And then there was this middle period where he wasn't sponsored. Then came Nash. And I have rarely seen a more compatible sponsorship rider arrangement. It just seemed like he was the perfect person to slot into Team Nash. And that has worked very well in his favor. He has been a consummate professional, fiery guy. Got a lot of opinions that you'll hear from him. But the point is that there's a passion behind Ricardo and a drive to be world champion in waves. And he is sitting in first place in the wave rankings. And this moment right now, leading up to this heat, is nothing short of absolutely massive.
I mean, he's been going 20 years.
20 years.
For this moment.
This is the moment right now, and it started in Japan at Omizaki, and we were able to run 2 rounds there.
He got into the top 8. Everyone was equal.
Everyone was equal. That led us to Fiji.
Yep.
We had an event in Chile that was 4-star, didn't count as much. We led to Fiji. I will take you to this semifinal heat. Campello scraping up. Didn't have anything going for him except one good wave ride. With under 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Needing the score. Campello chipped into a sizable cloud break offering and made it to the final and got second in the contest. Then he went to Pozo and got 4th. What did he get in Zilt?
He got into the final 16. That's as far as they got. They crapped out on conditions.
Held water and got into the final 16 and so, and there you have it. Here's the moment.
Yeah.
He's in first place in the wave ranking. He's got last year's champ, Brazinho, breathing down his neck.
Yeah.
This heat from the get-go is for all the marbles for Campello. Let the story begin. The heat is on. Flechet, Campello, Mauricio, and none other than Bernd Rodinger. Oh boy, here we go. On the first wave is Mauricio.
Federico.
Excuse me. Yes, Federico Mauricio. Slicing and dicing and enticing.
Oh.
First score.
Well, he'll be happy to get a
heat.
first score.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to take. And for that brief moment, Simeon, he's in the lead.
Yeah. Go, Federico. Winning the heat. It's another one of those great moments.
It's another one of those great moments. He's like, Mom, Dad, I had the lead there.
His dad is a passionate supporter of him.
You need to have passionate supporters, and you also have to believe in yourself. And one thing that I think Federico went through a lot in his career leading up to Fiji was this, I can do it. It never really came through, but then came that heat. In the first round in Fiji, won the heat against Brazinho, and it's
and more than that, yeah, exactly.
But the thing is that sparked him, and you see a level of confidence that he just didn't have before.
It's different. He's always been a kind of confident, semi-cocky guy, but which I love. Like, he's a great character. Oh, here we go.
He is. And so is Ricardo Campello, and this is his first wave of the heat. A carefully selected offering, which was ridden very well with that vertical approach. And there's the second hit. Campello starting his campaign here at Ho'okipa very well. That was a super well-ridden wave by Ricardo. And look at the body English. Look at the careful, just how he's holding his rig. Death grip. And it's like, this really matters.
He's never wanted anything more.
You can see it, and he's loose. This is the other thing. He's not walking around like any expectation. No, he's confident, and he knows he needs to be loose. He can't just start freaking out.
I don't know.
It's a huge moment.
It's a big deal.
Everybody knows the pressure's on it.
Yeah.
But that's a great start. Here comes Julien Flechet, fresh out of the trials into the big dance, tagging a one-hitter. Not bad. You know, kind of like Mauricio in a little bit, maybe a little less. Maybe a little less.
A little less, maybe, but...
Here comes Bernd Roediger. Oh, my goodness. He's winding up his coil, too.
Your samurai.
The samurai himself with the high line and a sharpened sword is full head of steam here, and that's a big punt. You have got to be kidding me. The samurai strikes again. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the nicest rotational move other than Gil Girardi's 360, but that had a little bit extra caliente. I am telling you, that was a monumental goiter over the section, and he punted that thing with authority, and that's not a death grip at all. That's just casual. And the samurai has stricken again in a situation where he's not in world title contention, but he's somewhere in the mix.
He's 13th.
Yeah, and I mean, 13th is great. Any time in the top 16, you want to take your hat off.
Yeah.
But the point is that the pressure is non-existent. It's non-existent. I mean, he's won at Ho'okipa before. What does he prove? Nothing. But what he just did there was he upped the standard of this heat consistently, and everybody knows it. Campello knows it. And, you know, Bant's here to do damage. And he just did. That's a big score.
Let's just check in on that. He's got 7. Yeah.
Campello is in third place with the 3.9. Federico Mauricio with the 5.6. And Bernd Roediger in the lead with the 7.2. Danger lurks for Campello. And Ho'okipa's gonna interpret this a number of different ways. I think Ho'okipa right now is kind of silently deciding what kind of offerings are coming Campello's way and what we can offer Bernd Roediger to back up that first wave. Now, this happened earlier in the heat, and that throws this into a little bit of a different situation in terms of you're not playing catch-up, you're not doing anything other than trying your best to get on a wave that can make a difference. And Flechet's on a really nice. Julien Flechet from France, all the way up at middles, sets his line, punches his open. The wave just simply close out all the way down on the line. I'm in for just a pair of inconsequential whitewater hits. Very interesting to see the approaches here. Now, Bernd Roediger goes back to sail because he's already very well aware that this is not the wave he needs to go on. He's got his score, and Bernd can just kick back, man. He can just kick back and look at this whole thing unfold. When Bernd first won the Classic, his winning wave, after getting one score earlier in the heat, I would say a full 15 minutes went by with under a minute left, maybe under 30 seconds left before he found his winning score. And it was as dramatic as it gets, and it was also a show of patience.
And he was 16.
And he was 16 years old, tying Ian Boyd's record for the youngest to ever win at Ho'okipa. You know, I don't know how many years later, nearly 25 years later.
It's an amazing amount of patience for a 16-year-old.
That was untold of levels of patience. It was also this kind of like complete conviction of knowing what he needs to do. And the love of the sport, too, which Bernd has in spades. And there, Roediger on his second wave, which is a surfy-looking thing. He has really fused into his gear, that being hot sails and flicka boards. And it's a combination that is turning heads. Jeff Henderson makes a very light maneuverable, low aspect rig that Roediger has adapted to perfectly. It suits his style perfectly. And the board sponsorship thing came later. He actually does a little bit of his own shaping, Brent does. And the combination of the sail made by Jeff Henderson and the boards made by Flicka are really paying dividends because he's dialed in perfectly.
The board shaping was such a special and had and still has with his father. It's really special. Nice.
It is, and that goes to show that sometimes you're your own best friend in these situations, or design your own board, and you learn a lot.
Yeah.
You learn a lot attuned to some of the people who get to for instance be sponsored by Quattro here on Maui, and you're sailing with Keith Tabul every day. He's looking at you sail, and you're very in tune with these things. It's worth its weight in gold, honestly. But when you're making your own boards, that's another thing. I believe that Bant has a fair level of influence with Flicka in terms of the design theorem and what he wants to ride. Now, I remember an interview in Cabo Verde, the event that he won 2 years ago, and he revealed that he only rides 75-liter boards.
Yep.
But he just tinkers with them.
Flat.
So he's only in it for the 75 board liter material.
Yep.
It's not like he doesn't sail, but it's a fascinating revelation, and I wonder if he's still sticking to that because it's kind of light today. I don't know if he's sticking to that. I mean, to be a 75-liter board would be kind of hard to handle. Here comes Flechet, making the most of a little scrappy wave on the inside. Getting 3 hits on it nonetheless. Federico Mauricio. Contender. Definitely contending here. Mauricio. Oh, he lost it. Came unglued. Almost the underwater forward. And not to be forgotten, here comes Ricardo Campello. Ricardo setting it up. 7 minutes and 50 seconds left in this heat. He's currently in 3rd place. Needs to get into 2nd or better to advance and keep his world title hopes alive. Campello's been patient to pick up this wave, and this is a nice wave. Looks behind him just to make sure. Remains focused. Laser focus. Here comes Campello, V1111. Bottom turns under the hook. Gets a nice cutback. That's lots of spray. Abundant levels of spray. Chasing the whitewater climb. That might not be what he needed to do, but it's still a score. Maurizio and Roediger in command here. This is spellbinding stuff, you guys. I mean, I realize that you might not, be privy to the world title race or whatnot, and you're just looking at a normal heat here, wondering what I'm all worked up about. But I've been following this tour and working on it for the entire season. And I mean, I'm feeling it right now. I understand the amount of time and dedication. And listen, these are great conditions to compete in. It's not anything but contestable right now. And the situation is you've got some hustlers out there. Roediger is a straight cold hustler, stone cold. And he went out there and just punted a sick goiter over the section on his first wave. And he's backed that up with a really good surfy offering. And this looks like another really nice opportunity for Bant. BR. Shredding it. Here it comes. That's Mauricio on the inside. Perfect pan there. Kicks out. Back to Roediger, please. There he is. First bottom turn. Side-to-side cutback. Staying on the high line. Keeping himself alive on the approach. Maybe a little bit of a bog there. Not his best wave. But still worth the price of admission alone. And puts on a little Clue First water starting clinic for us. Here comes Julien Flechet. Currently sitting in 4th place. Flechet, rail to rail. Open clue bottom turn. That's what I famously call the Euro bottom turn. Opens it up, but that opens up the shoulders for the hit, but the lip didn't quite rebound him. That was Hukipa kind of deciding that one for you. He's like, hey, look, make contact with me, but don't miss the point. And Flechet kind of did miss the point there. He over bottom turned, and he's out.
Sort of overcooked it, trying to get the points out of a wave that just wasn't there.
He totally overcooked it. That's exactly what that was. And that's fine. There's still plenty of time to make a nice meal out of this heat. Campello, alone with his thoughts on the outside.
Enormously relieved to be in second and not third.
Okay, so that's the story. Thank you, Simeon, for pointing that out, because the body English is the same. He's got a death grip on that boom. His eyes are wide open, hunting for a set on the outside. Now, and he wants it.
Through this, and Mark Paré obviously didn't get through his heat. That's one of his main threatening competitors out of the mix, at least in the single.
Heavy.
Yeah.
Campello needs to get a good score to get comfortable. He is far from comfortable right now with Maurice breathing down his neck. Oh, man. Flachet, I get the feeling this is going to be fireworks right here. Gets the air. Flachet, lip. Flachet also on a hot sail, correct?
Uh-huh.
It's an interesting, more high aspect. Looks like he's able to go to the lip later on that.
Yeah, that's a different sail. It's not the KS3. That's the Super Freak.
Got it. Campello. V1-1-1-1. Ricardo Campello, full head of steam. Takes the high line. Dodges the photographers. Tweak air with the make. Wide grip around the section. Whitewater tag. Doing what he has to. That's a little bit of home cooking there, Simeon. And a pivotal moment for him. Now, Rodiger went through some kind of rotation there, and it didn't really pan out for him. No. We've got 4 more heats in round 1. Stick with me, Simeon. We'll get that done, and we'll people after that. We'll get through this round. Here comes Federico Mauricio. And he could do some dance long. My word, that's an action pack right there. But, you see that these key moments in the heats really matter. And Rodinger, opening up the heat with what he did, it just kind of shut everybody up.
Yeah. And that's what he does, isn't it? When he's letting himself just flow, when there isn't pressure,
yeah,
he seems to be just incredible.
The samurai, indeed. And, I call him that for various reasons. There was a claim he made during one event where he kind of did like the sword samurai thing. But then I thought a little deeper about it. It's like really true because he sails with honor. And it's deadly. It's very, very deadly. And lethal moves are going down. And Rodiger's a multiple event winner at Hokipa, starting with the one he won when he was 16.
Yeah, 2-time champion here. Yeah, he's a freak talent. And he's one of these guys that everyone just watches because you never know what he's going to do.
Never know. Flachet, nice little surfy wave. Was that a 360 bowl that he could have skied? It looked like he was about to do it. But he does a lip climb instead. And gets around that section, arguably one of the better looking rides for Flachet there.
Flachet's doing himself proud having come through the trials. I mean, he's going to be pretty happy just to make the main break.
Yeah, he's going to earn some points here. The ranking's going to improve. His situation with his career and his marketability and his market value is going to improve.
He has an excellent sponsor in France. Apart from his industry sponsors, he's got a mattress sponsor. And they've made a television commercial with him getting up out of bed.
I would love to see that.
It's pretty good.
There's Bent Rodinger, our heat leader. Ricardo Campello in second, a 1.3 ahead of Federico Mauricio. In other words, a full 0.3 ahead. It's not said and done, but there are seconds left in this heat. 45 seconds left. So the story is, can Federico Mauricio or Flachet score a haymaker in the waning moments of this exchange? And I am not seeing much on the horizon. If anything, I see Bent Rodinger setting up for something.
Bant could easily pull ahead.
Flachet's on a wave.
Okay, here we go. Flechet got a chance.
Flechet had a chance, but that was a one-hit wave.
Yeah.
It's not going to threaten Campello. It's not even going to threaten Mauricio. And our countdown is under 10 seconds, and Ricardo Campello appears to have survived.
Oh, that's a big moment, isn't it?
He appears to have survived round one.
Well done. World number one.
Unlike Marc Perret. Oh. So, Campello's campaign is intact. And we will be right back with Heat 5, Round 1. Don't go anywhere.
No, you haven't eaten. I've had all I need.
Oh, right?
Please feel free.
When do you guys want me to sit in?
I think up to women.
Okay.
Conditions are reliable in this, conditions window that we've got the forecast. But tomorrow looks very good. Today, 4-foot day according to Surfline with some, 13, 14 mile winds. Tomorrow we got 5 to 7 foot. It's a 4.6 swell with 12 seconds northwest. 16 mile an hour winds, and that's going to be what we're going to call finals day, which is finals of the first single elimination. So tomorrow we'll see one possible outcome, and then when we look further into the conditions window, Monday very light winds, marginal 13, but still possible. Tuesday also light winds, but still possible, but smaller. Wednesday, light winds, still possible. We've got conditions every day. And if Head Judge Duncan Coombs decides that the conditions are good enough to run a double, then that's what will happen. So the chances are we're going to get through today and tomorrow, and we'll have results for the single elimination. And all those riders, it's possible that they're going to have that second chance. That's what they're asking for. It's what they want to try and do. So we'll see how that plays out. It's going to be fascinating. Whatever happens, tomorrow is going to be a spectacular finals day. It very largely will establish the pecking order for the whole event. Some people, of course, will move themselves through and around those heats, some up, some down. It's possible to have a big redemption run in a double elimination. So even Marc Perret, who's out in the first round, that double elimination, if we have the conditions for it, will give him a chance to claw his way all the way back if he can do it. It's a big system.
Thank you, Simeon. This heat is on Dieter Van Eycken, Morgan Noirot, Anthony Runes, and Graham Ezzy. And that is Morgan Noirot slapping down that first hit there. Runes behind him. Nice, Morgan. Chasing that one down.
Morgan's one of our greats, 3-time Aloha Classic champion. There's no one out there with more Aloha Classic titles under their belt, other than, of course, Angela Cochran.
Good point. Anthony Runes got a wave ride that we didn't see on the screen. And here's Van Eycken, who's quietly making a name for himself in the wave department. Maybe not on that particular move. Not the way you want to start your heat. But, hey, this Hukipa. And you got to get on your horse early. Graham Ezzy on a nice one. This is our local Maui resident here. Part-time Maui, part-time Germany. Full-time Hokipa. Passionate rider. And writer.
Yeah.
And I tell you, knowledgeable soul who has everything going for him, to make a big better in him. Graham, somebody who kind of goes with the flow. Occasionally, you see this Hokipa might not come to his side necessarily. He can battle back, but when the momentum is rolling and he's confident, he can be pretty close to unstoppable. He's got all the moves.
He tends to punch it out when it's more powerful.
This is true.
When it's, that sort of, solid mast high or mast plus, and it's really powering waves, heaps of guts. That's when he really can get in there and just shred it up.
As he's sitting in second place with a 3.5, Morgan went to town on that scrappy offering that he turned it into a 5. Runes with a 3.33 and Dieter Van Eycken with an uncompleted rotational move with a high 1. Not quite a 2.
Dieter had some fun earlier this month over in Europe at the Mayo Mayhem. A lot of the riders are going to these 2-star events that are around in their regions. It's attracting a lot of the great names, which makes it very exciting for local riders, and it starts mixing it up between the internationals and the locals. These events are just terrific. The Mayo Mayhem, the Tyree Classic, all the ones through Great Britain, Wales, Ireland, Scotland. And then France has great events. They've got the Nationals coming up after this event. They've got a long window, 4 to 5 weeks, where they can pull it off. They've had some incredible conditions actually over there. While everyone's been here sort of with light wind, the northwest of France has been pumping it out. So hopefully they get great conditions for their Nationals, which will be 2 stars as well. A lot of these events around the place. The Danish events were just terrific, watching the youth finals over there. And then they had a 2-star event with that, which Leon Jammer won. It's just giving so many riders opportunities to just have more heats, more competition, more chances, more fun. And, it's terrific. We're watching, who's that coming in? Is that Graham? Yeah, here he comes. He's
on a good one. Take it away,
something. He's got something here. Is it going to be critical? He just comes for a first hit. Nice slice. Yeah, he's just waiting for that moment. What's he going to do? Little pop aerial. Not a huge score, but he'll be happy to lock it away. Right now, they're just trying to get as many things as in the bag as they can, things that are respectable and decent. So Graham's got one score of 3.67. That will be an extra one on top of that. At the moment, everyone has a single score, and we're waiting for the second wave scores on Graham's, and then the others will start flowing through. We're watching Morgan Noirot in the middle of your screen coming in on something that he feels not so good about. Yep, there he goes. He's out. Doesn't love that. So the ocean's gone a little quiet. So everyone's maneuvering. They're starting to cluster up into that head position and jostling for position. Morgan is very, very good at this game. Anthony Runes turning around on the Gaia sail. Dieter. All these guys extremely good sailors. Dieter was with us in Chile, showed great form, pulling off 360s going down the line there, going left. He runs great clinics all around the world. Anthony Runes ended up with us in Fiji, showed some ripping style on some of those really big, beautiful waves at Cloudbreak. Morgan Noirot didn't have a great competition in Fiji. He was knocked out in the quarterfinals, very unlucky. He's one of our greatest wave riders ever. And he just had a run of really bad luck with Fiji and Peru.
What is Morgan ranked right now?
11. I mean, on a tour like this, he really should be higher. Like, if he'd been riding to form. He was very upset about his results in Fiji and Peru. Very frustrating for him.
There is Graham Ezzy. Definitely riding a wave of momentum as well is Ezzy, who's kind of getting incrementally hotter as this goes along. Obviously the son of Dave Ezzy, legendary sailmaker, legendary sails. Graham has a big hand in the design, and obviously also just able to bring his approach into the equipment. That's what's really a huge advantage for Graham. Morgan. Nice tweaked air. Can he save it? It's not really too windy for the saves, Simeon.
They're having a hard time pulling out of those things. Oh, look, here we go. Anthony Runes, exactly as you said. If you can't make the full rotation and land with the wind fully in your sail and your clue up and out, you're not going to be able to pull it out.
Nope.
To do that, exactly as you said earlier in the broadcast, you really need that offshore wind to pick up the mast front end of the sail so you can drag the clue.
Every single time. This is one of the slower heats. There's, I believe we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 1:30 in the afternoon. My goodness, time is flying here. 1:30 of the afternoon here, and things heat up a little bit on the land. The land heats up. We get a little bit more of like this afternoon little heat bubble, I call it, as Dieter Van Eyken's pumping furiously into a wave. Now, it's been a little hotter than normal, Simeon, and I was sailing yesterday, and I pumped into a wave much harder than Dieter Van Eyken did, and I swear to you, I almost just passed out. It was so hot.
It has been really hot here
Yeah.
on the North Shore. Yep.
It has been. Hopefully these next couple of days of trades can cool things down. But Van Eyken fought to get in this wave, and he darn well is going to ride it. And here is his bottom turn, and a nice redirect for him. Behind him, Noiro.
Now, we want to see what Morgan can do here. This is a big one. Here he goes. Top turning. He's lining himself up there. He's got some speed, not as much as he'd like. Good tweaked air. Comes down in the soft. Not bad. Oh.
It was a puffy soft landing there for Noiro. Comfortably in second place ahead of Runes and Van Eyken. Graham Ezzy's in the lead here, just under 9 points. We are 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat.
There's a big gap between third and fourth, who are down in the fours. Graham's in 8.9 and Morgan in the lead at 9.5 right now. Now, Morgan, you would expect on form to take these early round heats. He's very, very good here. He's when it comes to wave riding, wave selection, shredding, he does it effortlessly.
It's also good studying the difference of the gear. I like seeing, how these Gastras, Taboo boards, Nail Pride JP, Severn, Ezzy, these are all slightly different theories, and you're seeing how the gear is making a difference in these somewhat marginal conditions. Anthony Runes, definitely a participant on this year's tour, just barely saves that, but does. And we are moving through this heat quickly. Morgan Noiro has secured the lead on the strength of that last ride, no doubt. He's playing the game. Graham Ezzy's also playing the game. He's from here.
I'm so glad to see these riders getting out there and getting their freak on.
Yeah, it's important that the conditions have equalized too. Now these guys are getting opportunities. Just the first slow moment of this round, and it doesn't really surprise me that there would be something like that. But these guys, this is also testimony to the gear. It's just that the effectiveness of the equipment these days makes up for any lack of conditions. And here comes Graham Ezzy all the way from up top. Throws his cut back, sets up another one. Nice hand drag, style to boot. Nothing but style points on that. Graham Ezzy staying with it. We're looking at backup scores. What's the body of work there? Graham's got a 4.4 and a 4.5. We'll see what that last score is going to be. Morgan with a 5 and a 4.5. Runes with a 3. Van Eyken not over the 2-point barrier by much. Here comes Noiro. Those were two nicely carved tight arcs there. You saw him with the hand on the boom, almost about to unwind a rotation there, but not to be. Van Eyken.
A better way from him.
Better way from him. And, that Severn combo, is that the blade?
Looks like it.
It's not the 5-batten. That's what you see Coster riding. This is a 4-batten sail. And for you at home that don't know what a batten is, it's the tensioner that you see on those horizontal rows on the sail. That provides the skeletal foil stability that these windsurf rigs, it's like half a wing.
It's the bird wing bone.
Right. And what that does is it maintains what we call the draft. And the draft is that actual foil shape of the sail. And we go down to as little as 2 battens and as much as 5 battens generally in wave sails. And there are many different approaches there within. Now, Noiro sticking with his 5 and his 4.5 for his 9.5 heat total. Graham Ezzy right behind him. right behind him. 5 minutes left in this heat. I see lines to the horizon. Runez is pumping.
Runez must have missed those lines.
Well, he's definitely in the area, but he pumped for a wave that didn't become a wave, and now he's going to let this line lift him up. Because
He'll be glad he didn't get that one.
well, unless Noiro's on it, which he is, and here comes Morgan. Like, no, dude, my wave.
Boy.
I'm from here. Local knowledge, but also local leverage.
Yeah.
Here comes Morgan Noiro, and that's got to feel good to get that bottom turn on a beautiful
Bam.
Maui day like that. And here's the rig work, and it's also the work of a surfer at heart, which he truly is. And you see the read, how well he knows Hukipa, but also the confidence in his equipment, yes. But there's also that hidden element of just experience in this situation.
See, unlike most other riders, when he comes off a bottom turn on something that doesn't have power, he's creating power by pushing his legs through that bottom turn, and he builds speed out of doing that. That's a technique that's pretty hard to pull off. I mean, he has an amazing ability to get speed out of nothing.
And part of that, Simeon, is actually using your board on the wave.
Yep.
And, we're at a place where we have sideshore wind, and we're riding a lot of apparent wind, and these things, become factors. When you are able to use the board to ride the wave, you are actually taking the sail out of the equation and using the momentum the wave gives you to ride the wave. I think the judges react to that really super favorably.
Yeah.
And that's what Noiro did on that wave.
And he's got that surf pump, so he pumps and pumps, and then he can pull off something much more impressive. It's fantastic to watch.
It's kind of a theory. I definitely use it myself. I see a lot of other people subscribe to it. You ride a slightly bigger board, and it allows you to use a slightly smaller sail. And that gets you a little bit more surfier.
Yep.
Now that we're not counting jumping.
Yeah, a bigger but more surfy board, right?
Right.
That's the kind of thing. Yeah.
That's it.
And that's been a big change in the board designs. I mean, it used to be unheard of that a 90-liter, let alone a 100-liter board would actually be good on a wave. That was unheard of. But now they're really, really good.
It's true. And it's partially the industry demanding it because of these real world environments that most people sail in. And that's the interesting thing about today. I mean, Hukipa, even on this day, it's a little better than real world, but the point is that this is about efficiency, and it is about reading it correctly. All the fundamentals are intact here. You're looking at these we're used to mast high waves and, giant sections in Hukipa, but this is the Hukipa that most resembles those real world conditions. And that is a bit of an equalizer. But what's really interesting, Simeon, is it's still the people with the local knowledge doing the best with it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can't beat the ability to see a wave, 300 meters further out than someone else.
Exactly. To know the look, and Hukipa in my head has 1,000 different looks, and I know them all. He said.
I love Mike.
It's great, and it's the truth.
Big shout out to Mike. What a legend.
One of our founding fathers. There goes Runez. Keeps his apparent wind alive, but just didn't select a wave that's going to do anything for him. And it's just one of those things, you got sight. Look at these other. Whoa!
Oh!
There comes Graham Ezzy.
Okay, take that out of the bag.
Hello, with the claim. Nice goiter.
He's
Right over the section, right on time. There goes Noiro. Who's going to stomp that one with authority? And that was your statement.
Whoa.
And you got, Graham did a good one, but Noiro right behind Rodiger for the move of the day. And that was done with also what I really liked about Noiro's hit there was it was the power on display right in the most critical section of the wave. He didn't get air, really, but he was in the critical point going backwards over the falls. Really? Here comes Van Eycken. Cover shot from the photographers, looking good. This is the postcard to home. Wish you were here, he says. This is better than Zilt or anywhere else in Germany at the moment. Wow, let me tell you, he's happy to at least be in the dance, but he's also in last place here. And would he like to lay a haymaker with 38 seconds left? Well, he's probably not going to have enough time to do it. In fact, looking at the lineup right now,
it's Flatty McFlatflats.
it is flat as a pancake, or maybe a couple
this one might.
crusty bumps coming in, but that's it.
That's it.
And
20
Noiro
seconds.
and Ezzy are going to advance out of this. I don't mean to announce it prematurely with 20 seconds left.
Okay.
But that is why they play the game, Simeon.
Yes, it is.
And, Noiro just cut up a big one there. Ezzy, right on the corner of our screen, just zip, zip, goiter make. And then had we blinked, Noiro just squared it right up into it and off the cutback. You could see the rail release, torqued the tail out mid-cutback, slid it around, going upside down, back over, and just stuck
It was kind of amazing. He didn't even wait to get fully airborne before he started the rotation, and he was rotating as he left, and the fins were throwing water as he went out of the wave. It was just remarkable to see.
Morgan is mean.
That's some serious control.
That was mean. And that's one of the statement things. Yeah, the body of momentum. Morgan is like, I'm going to start, listen, it's being scripted out here.
Yeah.
Morgan, like you said, the world ranking, the world title picture is one thing. And he's got it in his head right now that he's going to make a statement. And he's going to make this count. And right now, what that ended up being was Ezzy in first and Morgan in second.
Yeah, so it is.
So what?
It's the same thing with Ricardo. Just get through.
Yeah.
Just get through. It's not about anything else.
You'll make it to the quarters, to the semis, and the single final. My guessing is we won't make the single final today. I'm optimistic that we'll make it through as much as we possibly can. I think the decision on Duncan is going to be like, are we going to continue with the men into round 2, or are we going to start? We're just going to do round 1.
I believe we're going into the women after round 1 for the men.
Okay.
And then after that, I don't know. We'll see. See what he chooses to do.
Yeah. Obviously, head judge Duncan Coombs firmly in command of this ship here, and credit to him. Like, once again, the action that we're seeing today, and that what we are actually making work are these conditions right now that we've waited very patiently for, very, very patiently for. And all the commentary about we should have, could have, would have, that's all done now, because this was the day that we should be running, and we are running by the grace of God. Thank you.
Well, we have a window for our permit. We're allowed to be out there from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. If we had run on these previous days, we would have had maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. But we're looking for 6 hours per day, and our days are pretty precious. So we're trying to get days that give us the full 6.
Round 1, Heat 6, Levi Siver, Antoine Martin, Hayata Ishii, and Antoine Albert. Are you freaking kidding me, Simeon, with this heat? This is so stacked, unbelievable. And, Albert, freestyle background from New Caledonia, wave sailor.
Was ripping in Fiji.
And, has all the ability to be one of the top guys. He's a sky cat. And here goes his first wave ride in this heat.
Well, the flag's not up yet.
So he's just riding for the love.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's aware of that.
He looks like he's riding in a heat, doesn't he?
Well, he's acting like it. And
I think our flag's up now. It just went up, yeah.
Okay, so the heat's on, and that didn't count.
Sadly not.
No,
well, actually, it was not that big a deal, was it?
Maybe not. But, don't tell that to Hayata Ishii, who's like, okay, I take advantage.
Young Hayata is one of the most ferocious sailors out there. He just is pulling no
holds barred. Nothing to lose either. He's not sitting there with World Tour rankings on the line. Here is Antoine Martin, who's definitely in the picture as well. He's somewhere in like 6, top 8.
Fourth overall.
Fourth overall.
He's in the threatening danger spot, and he's a
man.
past Aloha Classic champion. He's a multiple-time IWT overall champion. That's a dangerous place to put a guy in 4th.
Dangerous place to put a guy in 4th who's been nipping the heels in some of these finals appearances. Here's a one-time Hukipa champion, Levi Siver, not Antoine Albert. You stand corrected. Woo! Levi trying to make it count off the bat. He's obviously seen some of these fireworks right off the bat, but the pressure's off of Levi too, ultimately. I mean, he's got his Hukipa win. He's a staple fixture in the lineup. Super knowledgeable sailor, knows his history. And I think he's really proud of the point in his career he's at. Works hard for the guys at Quattro.
He's a movie star.
And sails hard, and does the work. And I think he's also in this position where he's very influential.
Yeah. I mean, he's running the social media for Goya and Quattro, and that's no small thing.
No, it's no small thing. But, I mean, influential in terms of, like, the history behind it. Movies like Revolution by Kelsey Holt. Such an underground film. Most of you have never even seen it. But the spark that movie made and Levi's performance in it and all these other key edits. You know, there was the F2
windsurfing movie.
Yeah, the windsurfing movie. You know, and his work with the F2 Maui project, and him and Ponch, and it just, you know, where he came from in Oregon, and in the whole thing. You know, if Levi back at, you know, age 16 would see where he is right now and where it is, you know, that would be great. There's John Carter and Paul Carolides, our fearless water photographers who, you know, if you were a shark, you wouldn't even bother. You know, me, forget it. Here comes Antoine Martin.
Okay.
Oh, this is highline material. He's got all this momentum with those super light north sails. There's
Yeah,
one goiter.
that's it.
Perfectly stuck. Here is a second backup hit. And he just needs to hold it.
Oh!
So pissed. You know, like
Okay.
he just rode critically. This is typical for Martin to just not blow it, but just one step short from what I would have been like screaming. Huge start to the heat, and you saw that he landed with full speed amplitude, and you also saw, as I observed earlier, that he's made the full rotation before the landing. Antoine Martin and Hayata Ishii are commanding it.
6.5 for Antoine's last little effort. That's the first impression. We'll see if the judges adjust that at all, but it's a solid score. It's a
No
solid
score
move.
for Antoine Albert. That did not count before the heat. Levi's got a low 1.
Yeah.
So Levi is basically starting from scratch. There's 13 minutes and 50 seconds left in this heat. This is Antoine Martin on another wave already, just scooping it up, kind of hyper.
Has anyone got the impression that Antoine is hungry?
Yeah, he's hungry. And let me tell you, he's also a former Aloha Classic champion, just like Levi Cyber, as you see on our screen. The difference with Antoine is that there's actually world title implications here. Levi's far past the point of world title chasing. He did a lot of years where he'd go to Pozo in the middle of a hot Maui summer and try and chip away at the points. I think Levi at one point had finished in the top 8, which is a huge accomplishment for anybody, especially for a Maui boy. And I think Levi just honors the art of wave sailing more than anything else. And here he comes. I'm going to let his riding do the talking. Levi's loose. Like, the pressure's off, and there's clearly no pressure. He wants to put in good performances. Right now, he's pissed. I mean, he's, you know, like, he wants to do better than that. He knows he can.
He knows he can, yeah.
Now, the thing I want to talk about Antoine Martin is that he's kind of one of the Guada boys from Guadalupe, right?
What a crew.
So, you know, him and Camille. I'll just stop there. There's more than just them. But I mean, him and Camille push each other pretty hard. Now, Antoine's gone through a couple sponsor changes as well. He won the Aloha Classic. He was sponsored by Neil Pride JP. Well, since the pandemic and everything that followed it, there were some changes. Now he's with North Sails, and that has been a change since the early event in Cabo Verde in early 2022.
He's probably picked up one of the better sponsorship deals in the last few years, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about North Sails is obviously you're a corporate sponsor, you know, from a major sail manufacturer.
Biggest in the world.
Biggest in the world. But they had left windsurfing for a little while. And that was an interesting thing with Antoine, was that he needed to make a move. And this was, you know, perfect timing for everything involved. But the thing I'm going to say about these North Sails, and I checked one of his sails out, I like picked one up.
Yeah.
So super light. Lightweight to the point where it almost felt like disposable. Now, I'm not going to say that they're weak or anything, but that's a key feature to that sail is the weight.
Yep.
It is negligible sail weight.
I mean, everyone else has been chasing that sail in terms of weight since it came out. And a lot of people have found, well, not a lot, but I mean, people are finding their way to that same weight now that the challenge has been laid down.
Yep.
But they certainly pushed that bar,
Yep.
raised that bar.
Absolutely. Hayata Ishii, brother of Takara Ishii, and also sponsored by RRDE. And, you know, he's in a battle here. He's comfortably in second, but there hasn't really been a lot of fireworks from anybody but Martin. This is about to change. Hayata, beautiful cutback. I really like the redirect there. If he can just slap one more section for me, I'll be super happy. There, I'm happy. That was Japanese style riding right there with the surgical precision cutback. That's solidly in second place right now. Now, Antoine Albert finds himself on his first scoring opportunity within the structure of the heat time. Just got a little bit ahead of the clock there before the heat started. Antoine Albert, nice bottom turn, nice redirect. That was two good combos there. but it was just the only thing happening there. And Martin again lapping it up, going to town.
The master of pulling off a double top turn with very quick bottom turn. Look at that. Clean,
Man. Clean.
One-handed, say hi.
landed.
Just say good day. Casual.
You know, I'm pondering that, and I'm just like, he is all over the lineup.
You know, when you see him with that confident streak, like you think, look out.
You don't think it, you know it. And
Right.
all the guys in this heat are looking up at him like, well, okay, there's Antoine. I guess the battle is for second right now. And,
Sure,
you know,
look.
Hayata is definitely capable of it. We haven't really seen much from Cyver sitting in fourth place. Rare territory for Levi. And Levi's going to go into quality control here because he knows he's not going to do another scrappy wave ride. He's going to wait for a good one. You know, that's what he's going to do.
Yep.
I'm fully confident in Levi's ability to, you know, get right back in the mix. But right now, he's staring up a mountain.
Levi's not one for losing his cool. He'll calculate.
The work, you know, exactly. The body of work in his career is shining brightly above any sort of crappy heat he might end up being in.
Yeah, it's nothing.
There's nothing. This is one of those things where it's just enjoying being a part of the show, and also just the legacy behind it. You know, these other guys in this heat are building their legacy.
Yeah.
You know, Levi is intact.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing.
His trophy shelf is full.
Well, sure. But more importantly, his memory bank is full of all the epic sessions that he's scored over the years, and those almost count more than trophies, to be honest.
I mean, he's one of the most influential sort of free rider guys in the world.
Sure. Anybody who would have been able to choose his career path would have taken it.
Right.
He was in that mode of world title contention. I remember he was going to Pozo. I remember these, you know, years of being on tour, you know, the goal of being world champion. But I think what took over was the love of the sport in terms of what his favorite aspect of it was.
He just sort of fell out of love with going to beaches, waiting for conditions that weren't then great, just sitting around and waiting for that. And then it wasn't perfect waves, and it wasn't perfect this, wasn't perfect that. I mean, and he just chose to do the free ride thing, right?
He did. And, you know, with the advent of those aforementioned movies, you know, Windsurfing movie 1 and 2 being some of them, you know, Paradigm Lost, and a lot of the things that the Poor Boys Productions put out and Levi starred in, it really created a movement that I think is the antithesis of competition.
Yeah.
But it is not to be, you know, underplayed in terms of the influence. And that's what I mean with influence, is that setting the example by a style of riding that's kind of environmentally specific, fine. Competition is secondary.
Totally.
In his book, but it's still, you know, to be mentioned. He's had some top results.
We'll come back more to that, but let's take the call to Antoine as he's pulling into this wave. Antoine's got pretty decent wave here, and we know he can pull things out. It's not one of his best waves, but let's see. Hard top turn. Coming back around for more. Pop a little aerial, one-handed. That's good style. He's just going to get out of that. Okay, that's it. But if we get back to that point, Kai, we're talking about this free riding thing, and we're talking about all that sort of stuff. Do you see the influence of the free ride movement still being significant? Here comes Levi himself.
Absolutely. In fact, you're seeing it in the frame of competition, because that's, I think, the goal here is to kind of bring the free sailing into the contest world. And that's more classic Cyber with that really sharp bottom turn. And again, you know, the wave selection was just, you know, that was one good turn. He looks back. Levi knows.
Yeah.
And it's not anything but that. I mean, the answer to your question is that, yes, I think that the free riding thing pushes the performance skill. Because why? Because if we're in a heat, we're trying to please the judges. And the judges, you know, and their opinion about your riding is one thing. But I promise you, what's more important is the opinion of your peers.
Absolutely.
And the opinion of the mass public that serves your interests in terms of judging you based on the merits of your riding alone, not your ability as a competitor.
There's a great quote that he has in the Riders movie from 2019 when we're talking about the Aloha Classic, and he's quoted, he's talking about what it means to him, and everyone else is talking about it in terms of the competitive format, and he's saying it's like a snapshot of the state of the art of wave sailing. Like, that's his take on it. It's not that it's the most prestigious title. It's a snapshot of the state of the art.
Classic Levi quote.
Right.
Here comes Antoine Albert from New Caledonia. And this is...
Oh, no.
Okay, so here's what went
opportunity
down.
lost.
Now, we always have a few of these.
Yeah.
But Antoine is involved in a few of these, and I don't know what really went down there, but it looked like Antoine and those were the two Antoines. So which Antoine was I talking about? Hayata Ishii, skipping through a whitewater section there and staying uninvolved with that. But that was an interesting one because it looked like nobody knew whose wave was what, and then they just both kicked out of it. I bet you Albert are pretty pissed. Here comes Cyber, hi-ho Silver, 360 on tap.
Just on dial.
Beautiful, Levi. Now the purest Levi fans are the Cyber Leaf that the real Levi Cyber showed up. There's Antoine Albert.
That's it.
Getting better with that was a little bit more grunt than usual from Union.
You could see some sort
his
of
teeth. He's snapping.
Yeah.
But no one immune to that too. Here comes Antoine Martin, who could be doing some cooking of his own here. What's this going to be? We've seen the no-handed aerial. We've seen all kinds of fireworks. What's this going to be?
Winding it up. Oh, it's nothing.
Le kick out. Le kick out.
Le bye-bye.
Yeah, he's in the lead for crying out loud. But interestingly enough, Simeon, with 4 minutes left, look at Cyber and Ishii.
Climbing.
Look at Levi.
He's climbing
away. He's like,
he's climbing.
Hi.
I don't think Hayata's got the sort of tech on his wrist to sort of know all this stuff, but if he did, I don't know. I'm not even sure Hayata would care.
It's,
he's just out there just shredding.
Levi's like, what's up?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm having a good time too.
The water feels really nice,
right?
You just say the blandest.
I like that wave you caught. That was
say
great.
the blandest thing imaginable, and it just makes you crumble because there's 4 minutes left, and nobody bring Hukipa to his side more than Levi Cyber himself. Decades of top-level performance being celebrated here. That's really what it is to me. It's a celebration. It's not anything other than the twilight of someone's career, doing it for the love of the sport. Obviously, there are other elements of motivation behind it, but this right now, this scenario for Levi, he's a little bit more than a point behind. It's 8.14 to 9.47.
Just under 3 minutes to go. Nothing's impossible.
Nothing's impossible, but the momentum meter has slid towards Levi.
Oh,
and
up a little. Look at that.
Just a slight bit. What this is it's Levi can put his highest score together, and it's probably going to happen. And as if on cue,
and this is the guy warming up. Like his first wave is a 1.17, his next wave is a 1.17, then a 2.47, and then a 5.67.
so
and
here's
now
the
he's
scenario,
on.
though. Exactly, is that Hayata and Levi are on wave number 1 and number 2 in this exchange. Levi's is a little bit further down to the point, and Hayata's behind him.
Here we go.
Here's Levi. Gets a spray bottom turn. This wave isn't completely cooperating with him, but he's read it correctly, and he's gotten 2 setup turns. Can he get something else out of it? No. Hayata behind. Ooh. Hayata just
he's not leaving this to chance, is he?
No, he's really not. And, like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, arigato kudasai. Oishi Hayata. I love it.
He's such a punk rocker.
I freaking love it, man.
Right.
And, that's what this is about. And listen, Levi doesn't mind.
No, it's great.
He doesn't mind.
Levi
Here
will be
comes
stoked for
Antoine Albert. Whoa! And that could have been an absolute rotational wizardry, but I don't think he even meant to do it.
He overcooked it pretty heavy.
He overcooked that. That was a burn that batch and start over from scratch. Here comes Antoine Martin fading upwind. Looking really deadly. He's super hungry.
Yeah.
T-Toon, they call him, is going to bottom turn, set up cutback, mid-face. Now he's letting the board do the riding, and the wave just said, you know what?
He just turned too hard on that first turn, didn't he?
You know what, Guada boy? You just settled down with a minute left. Hayata and Levi are locked in a battle here, and it is tight. The claim from Hayata was like, okay.
You got a 7 for that.
You got a 7. 55 seconds left. What do we got?
We haven't seen many 7s, so congratulations to Hayata for pulling that one.
Levi is in the channel.
It's just dropped down, sorry.
And what's going on here is that it's very tight between Levi and Hayata. We've got 40 seconds left. Cyber has a wave at the point, and it's maybe one of those ones that's only going to break at the point. But this is his shot to do this. Can he catch it?
30 seconds.
I guess that's the first thing that needs to happen. He's pumping. The Goya sail performs exactly like it was designed to, and he's in. Levi's on a super good wave,
He's
you guys.
screaming upwind.
Here
He's holding it.
20 seconds left. Siver sizes it up, bottom turns under the lip. That's the signature tweak air, Levi Siver style. He's throwing his cutback. Is there more to it than that? He bogs his rail. He's still going. The judges groan, and that unfortunately was the ride.
I don't know that he's going to crack Hayata.
I don't know. I think Hayata has a buzzer beater in his. That was the heat, right?
Uh-huh.
The heat's over.
Flags down.
Hayata's wave is going to count because he was on it showing intent to ride before the end of the heat. This counts. Massive cutback with the full rail engaged. That was critical. Very, very strong riding from Hayata Ishii, who is... We're going to see the replay right now. He needs a score because it looks like Siver might have nipped his heels here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow is right.
Wow.
Let's see what the score is for Hayata. Levi. Okay, that was just the kick out. Don't worry about it. Here, that. Okay, that was one redirect on fierce level with the make on the rotation. And that was bowing with honor. And as expected, the score flips. Hayata Ishii in second.
Breathe.
Yeah, you know, like...
Is it fixed? Oh.
Yeah, so anyway, you know, like, that's why we play the game, you guys. And let me tell you, for Levi Siver, just applause and honor in the sense of, like, I've seen Levi sail better heats. This is flipping a lot. I've seen that score now go like 3 separate times. So let's just hold our breath before it goes final.
Right.
But it does appear as if Hayata Ishii is going to advance over Levi Siver. And I don't have an opinion about it because I'm not a judge. I have an opinion.
You?
But, you know, the point is that the judges are in charge of that. My opinion doesn't matter. I liked it. I thought it was great. But I'm not going to talk about scores.
I loved how they were just going toe for toe, and I loved the way Levi has...
Levi fought a great battle. I mean,
yeah.
You know, in any losing effort to be like in that level of contention with that much time left, and realize that those are the finer things that count. And sometimes just even in defeat, man, you create something special. And you know, hats off to Levi Siver. My God, that won't matter at all.
Well, he's done himself proud. I mean, he pulled off some great waves.
It was a good show. Next up, round 1, heat 7. Julian Salmon, Takuma Sugi, Adam Warkall, Jake Shedaway. Now, straight to Sugi, part of that Japanese mafia that have kind of slowly crept into the picture here. Now, Sugi, maybe early on in these Hokipa contests, was the first guy from that group who made a dent.
Yeah,
cracked the armor.
In the juniors, he won the juniors one year.
For instance.
Yeah.
But then in the pro ranks as well,
Yep.
he was the first person to start chipping away. Then we had, the COVID break.
Yep.
Now, after the COVID break, he was like a complete contender, as our heat has now begun. But, Adam Warkall, Poland, also making a name for himself. He's a very good surfer, so I think that you have the surf end of things working in his favor. Julian Salmon, as you see on your screen in the red gun sail there, has also put together a very solid body of work early in his career. And Jake Shedaway has looked outstanding in these marginal conditions.
Yeah.
He has really looked like somebody who could take this event out if he's not careful.
Julian was really impressive in Chile.
I remember that.
Yeah. He and a whole bunch of other people had come to Chile. They were so excited to have a World Cup event with, down the line conditions, down the line conditions, and they just were beside themselves excited. And he was absolutely shredding, as were so many riders there. We had an astonishingly big turnout for that event. We had over 80 riders, and Julian really stood out. He made the finals, and for he's a tall, lanky guy, and he was running head to logo high waves and just tearing them apart.
Beautiful. There's Adam Warkall, representing Poland on his Goya rig. And he has definitely struggled to, remain in a sponsored position. He's had to work really hard to get back to this point. And credit to him because, he is here sailing stronger than ever. and certainly looks hungry to make an impression as well. I'm proud of that guy with his resiliency that he has shown. You know, a lot of people get put in his position, you know, don't quite show that they're in for the hard work that it takes.
He's sleeping on concrete garage floors.
Sure.
To make this through the tour. Like,
you know what I mean?
He's doing what it takes.
He's doing what it takes. Credit to him. Now, Jake Shedaway might not be sleeping on concrete floors. No. However, what he is also not is he's not taking anything for granted. I remember Jake when he's much younger, and the long hair and the bug beady eyes out in that lineup, eager to make his mark.
Yeah.
And if he saw where he was at today, I think he would feel like his best work is in front of him. And that's kind of where I put Jake right now. He's still ready to make a big dent in this. As Julian Salmon scraps together a really low-scoring ride on an inside wave that shouldn't have been ridden, in my opinion. And that is Sugi kind of a little bit out of his element as well. That wasn't a Takuma Sugi kind of ride at all. I'm just going to forget that one.
Those two waves just kind of closed down on the riders. They just they went really deep. They were hoping they would just hold up just that fraction longer, but they just didn't.
Here's what happened, Simeon, is that in the heat bubble moment that was a few heats ago, now it's gone slightly more onshore.
It does look like it.
The
doesn't it?
wind has even
Yeah,
eked
you're
a
right.
little bit more onshore, and that is going to really turn this into a tooth and nail positional wave catching battle with not only no room for error, but really no room for a lot of those other extra things that we were seeing. This is going to bring things back to basics for a bit. Shedaway pumping his way into this wave. Shredaway, I like to call him. Shedaway.
He was an incredible rider as a little kid, and as he's gotten older, he's turned into this huge man. You know, he's 6.5 feet tall. He's 90 kilos. I don't know. He's not 90 kilos.
I don't know about 90. I mean,
He's
he
not
seems
90,
to be
but
pretty light on his feet.
He's very lean, but he's very tall and strong now.
Well, he's got the power that he didn't have when he was a Grom.
Right.
And he's the enthusiasm of a Grom, but he's also done his homework about rail work.
Ooh.
And these are great turns. And the judges work all. That was
That's
a good hit. Right around the section. Nice, Adam. Really.
It was beautiful timing.
Beautiful timing. And, you know, Adam seems to be a bit of a back foot rider. Loading up the back foot and springing off. And that actually has an effect. Now, these two guys, Sugi and Salman, are like, okay, let's try again. You know, it's just like that, like reset button. And Shedaway's in first place, 6.85. Warcall's in second, 4.47 as the scores calibrate and balance and all of that in the algorithm.
Jake's got 2 wave scores. Everyone else just got 1. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see how it pans out when everyone gets the second wave score. But highest wave score so far, it looks like Adam Warchol with 4.47. Second highest wave score is Jake with 4.07. Interesting. Takuma with just a 2.17 on that, not one that didn't work.
They're definitely rewarding the rail work. And that's kind of like I was saying. This is going to bring it back to basics with this little wind shift.
It seems
that this does take away the rotations
it seems
to a degree.
Seems lighter on the inside.
Kai Kachadorian,
Simeon Glasson.
IWT Tour Commissioner Simeon. Say your last name?
Glasson.
Glasson. Well, it's not quite glassy, but, like Glasson. And once again, we are very happy to be bringing this to you live here. The Maui Strong Aloha Classic 2023. Julian Salmon with the honors. Pinching the high line, trying to get every ounce of speed out of this wind direction swell combination. That was a nice spray. He let go of some energy there, and he got another redirect around there. Salmon, he knows he's in a battle. It's not like, oh, he can't win or whatever, but he knows that the people he's against, there's no mistakes.
No.
And so the first thing you have to do is get on good waves, and that's what he has failed to do so far,
Right.
unfortunately for him.
Right. I mean, and he's a very, very good rider, but he tends to ride. He's actually an excellent surfer.
Yes.
Excellent surfer.
Quite good.
We watched him in Fiji, and we've watched him, in many other places. But he has the ability to ride a wave really, really well when he can get it. But to wave selection, Hookeep is not his perfect place. He hasn't spent that much time here, and I guess it's hard. Newish. He's put in some time here, but today, in particular, picking the waves that are the ones with the scoring potential, you can see that it's the people who've spent a lot of time here who are a little bit better at it.
He might be a good surfer, but maybe he's not spent enough time surfing Hokipa. Adam Warkall with the unwinding the goiter. Can he bring this back in? It's looking good for him. That's
nice.
a make. And he is quietly making a statement here. Adam always kind of, not necessarily in the forefront, not, the biggest hype, none of that. But man, that was a moment in his career he's going to remember. Here comes Jake Shedaway. Floater. Definitely taking aim for the big cutback. Unloaded that cutback. Shedaway should get big points for that. If you freeze framed the body control that he displayed on that cutback, it would definitely make a bigger impression. You blink, you missed it. Takuma Sugi, time to get back in the game. Let's see some of that Omezaki style. There it is. And he unwinds it, but this wind direction said, sorry, son. Julian Salmon. These are just going one after the other. I love this short interval stuff. It's making, you gotta keep up with it.
There's no downtime. No downtime.
No downtime whatsoever. And especially when you look at our angle here behind us at beautiful Hokipa Beach Park. I'm thrilled to be bringing this to you along with you, Simeon. And just, again, thanks to you for all the hard work that you've brought to bring this unified PWA IWT tour to fruition. Japan, Peru, Chile, Fiji, Gran Canaria, Zilt, Maui. Boom. Yeah. Finally, we really have something here that's a world tour. And when we're done with this, we will have a world champion. And that's really important to everybody involved. It's taken a while to get it to this point. And we are, with 8.5 minutes left in this heat, just reflecting very positively on the fact that we've begun competition here exactly when we needed to. We've been giving conditions. The riders are living up to it. I hope you guys at home are enjoying this show. And, bringing it to you live is an honor and a privilege, especially in light of the situation here on Maui, providing us more than ample opportunity to get this done. Beautiful turn by Shedaway. Sugi just lapping up the inside. I don't know what he was thinking riding that wave, but it was not going to help his situation at all. Maybe a little bit of pressure. Maybe he got psyched out watching his friends Takuma and Hayata rip it to pieces. But Sugi is definitely a little bit below his typical standard right now, sitting in 4th place, 7.5 minutes to go. Adam Warkall comfortably in the lead, 10.07. Jake Shedaway, 2nd place, 9.14. Takuma Sugi now eking into 3rd place. Salmon, unfortunately, a victim of his own wave selection. And these are the things, you got to set up that wave. You're driving into, you look behind you. Is there a better one behind you? Well, no, maybe so. You got to have your head on a swivel right now. 11-second swell period, 3 to 4 feet. There are better waves out there. Sometimes what Hokipa does in this situation is you're on something, but then that short swell period, what happens with the short swell interval is that it'll take away from the wave in front. All of a sudden,
Sucks
it's
that energy
fool's
out.
gold.
Yep.
All of a sudden.
And it's you can see that wave coming from way out the back, and you think, great. And the first or even second waves of the sets, they don't really have it, do they?
Exactly. Julian Salmon, come on now, bud. We want to see some fireworks. And this, yet again, is just kind of the victim of your wave selection and a little bit of nerves, maybe. That was a decent little hit.
That was nice.
That'll get him off the schneid to a degree. But wave selection has not been on point for Julian Salmon, and it's really not been in effect for Takuma Sugi either. And, you want to lay the responsibility on them. Well, Adam and Jake are just hustling them. Because look at this.
Adam's in the lead of a first-round heat. That's impressive.
And here comes Adam and Jake on a 1-2 exchange. I mean, Shedaway, he's got to be like, what do I got to do here? Well, this is what you got to do. Let's watch. Shedaway is setting things up for the cutback. He's almost sacrificing his bottom turn to get more out of the cutback. But this just isn't in quintessential down the line thing. It's about making the apparent wind do the work for you as much as possible. Adam did not waste any energy there. That was a really well-ridden wave, too.
Adam is reading Hokipa better than the other riders.
He really is.
He's been putting the time in here over the last few years, more than anyone else. Jake's been caught up with college. Julian Salmon has he's sailed lots of waves around the world. He's sailed Tenerife, he's sailed Puerto, he's sailed Pozo. He's sailed a lot of waves around the world, but this particular wave, this particular place.
Sugi amping out. This is when you become your own worst enemy. You're trying to force turns. And unfortunately for Takuma, with time winding down, 5 minutes and change left here, he's just, he's just had one of the worst heats he's ever sailed at Hokipa. That's just the bottom line.
For sure.
And it's a shocker, and he's going to be better for it because he's such a good sailor. And I just point straight to Fiji in his performance there.
He was outrageously good there.
Riding critical, fearless, and with a great deal of honor. And I felt that he represented exactly what it was all about, for his generation there, is be able to calculate, take chances. But this is the cool thing about Sugi. He's got Teflon sprayed on his body.
Right.
He's like, nothing's going to stick to him. And it's going to roll right off him. And he's got next season and the season next. There's a bright future for him. And you never know. I mean, you might be able to put 2 winning rides together here to get into round 2. Right now, it's not really quite looking like it.
He's got 4 minutes to go. He's a top 10 rider overall coming into this event, but if he doesn't make it through this heat, kaboom. And just that much more opportunity for Ricardo to, fewer people to attack him.
Exactly. Fewer people to attack him. Here comes Adam Warcall, who's not necessarily in any sort of world title contention, but he's going to be a spoiler and has already played big-time spoiler in this heat alone. And he's not done with that.
Again.
Nice 2-in-1 heat, buddy. Yeah, I mean, like the method, it was the same type of technique.
Yep.
And it was make that rotation before you make contact with your landing. And he did, but the wave did the last bit for him, and it really helped seal the deal on that. Adam Warcall pretty much with the heat of his life, to be honest.
Right.
Here comes Takuma Sugi. It's a mid-insider on the upper part. He's going to hit the early part of the reef, nice and shallow. That was a good turn. And that was a good turn. This is probably his best wave.
It's got some shape on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he made it count. But, man, even that, he's just looking at this going, really? I don't know. Oh.
Boy, I mean, he's capable of those rotations. He's capable of all of it. But on the waves that he's getting, you can't really do it.
2:15 in the afternoon on a beautiful sunny Maui day. 2023 Maui Strong Aloha Classic. Bringing it to you live here from Hokipa. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in round 1, heat 7.
Could we move over a little bit for the sun? Oh, sorry. Thanks.
Salmon setting it up.
Hey.
Stock air over the section. Another kind of inside wave selection. What's outside of him? There goes Shedaway, trying to nip at Adam Warcall's heels here. Whitewater climbing, getting around it, but not quite really.
Well, I mean, he doesn't need to win, but he sure needs to get through. That's the benchmark. I mean, it's like we were saying, just claw and scrape and do whatever you need to do. Down to the last parts of this heat. 90 seconds. A little bit more. What can these guys do? I mean, Julian Salmon's dangerous. I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Wholly capable of putting together a haymaker.
Yeah.
He just needs to get on the right wave. That's the one thing he hasn't done.
Yeah, same with Takuma.
Adam Warcall, however,
Yeah.
the menace, just taking the lineup. Sugi trying to scrape one from him. 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
The next heat riders are out there. That's why you're seeing a bit of a crowd. They're hanging out the back, just staying out of the way, which is the right thing to do. See, Adams on this? No. Takuma's going to take it.
Takuma's going to take it. It's an insider.
He's not on. It's just, I don't know how good this one's going to be, but it's growing.
Actually, this one actually has some potential, Simeon, because he's actually going upwind on it.
Yeah.
I think Takuma's got something here.
Okay.
Fade line off the bottom.
Yeah.
Nice lip contact. That gets him into a floater air.
It's better. It's better.
Little bit of work there. Now you're seeing what he's capable of. And it seems like his gear was calibrated for the slightly more critical type of waves that he wasn't able to catch until that. Now, is it enough to catch Salmon? It might just have been. It might just have been. And in Takuma Sugi's case, there's a huge difference between third and fourth.
Yep.
In terms of world ranking,
he's just
it's
popped
critical.
Up. He's just popped up.
So he has gone ahead of Salmon. Oh, shut away.
Huh.
That sent a sheet of spray down to Kahului. Salmon, all these closing stands, there's 5 seconds left in the heat.
This is his response. This is his chance. Can he get out of
Salmon
fourth?
looks interested, but he definitely didn't have the right wave the
Again.
entire heat.
Again, yeah.
And that's tough.
It is, because he's a great rider. It's the end of the heat.
End of the heat, Adam Worrell called Jake Shutaway advancing. Takuma Sugi in third place. Let's hope that doesn't drop his overall ranking too much. But somewhere, Ricardo Campello's going, okay,
Another one down.
another one bites the dust. The
Yeah.
contenders are dwindling. And our last heat in round 1. Jules Denel, Thomas Traversa.
It must have been the other Flesher.
Yeah, it's going to be the other Fleche and then Brauzinho. Oh, my word.
Wow.
Are we in for something here?
Now, Thomas has he had another baby this year, so he missed a couple of the big events. Adam getting a big hug on the beach there. That was nice. Getting a roared.
Yeah, so, I mean, Traversa also has the world title hardware behind him.
Yeah.
We shared an incredibly special trip in Cabo Verde a year ago in November. There's a really nice edit that came out of that. Appreciated being a part of it. The thing I got out of Traversa was that, you know, it's about scoring. Competition matters. I don't think he would mind winning another world title. But I'll tell you what, it's quality over quantity for Traversa. And the other thing about him, amongst many positive things I'll say about him, is that he's able to ride small gear. And that's going to come into play in a situation like this where you have kind of smaller waves and fitting him into a little more radical positions. He's a kind of a purist in that sense, riding waves. Now, Marsilio Brown started the year off kind of in a shocking fashion, bowing out in Fiji early.
In spectacular.
In a spectacular fashion with some of the biggest wipeouts we've seen. It was a little bit unlike him. I mean, he has an equal body of some of these wipeouts over the years, but that's backed up with some of these world beater performances. He's got 2 world wave titles. He's in second place in the world wave ranking. So this is the heat that Campello is just sitting here going, come on, Denel Traversa and Fleche, let's go. Come on, take out Brow. Because the more Brow gets hot,
Yeah.
it's just like, you know, you're just going, whoa.
I mean, Ricardo's single biggest threat is Bra, sitting right behind
100%.
him. Single biggest threat.
Now that Paré is out, it is 100%. This is now the most important heat in the contest in
Yep.
terms of the world title implications
Yep.
and everything else. We're 20 seconds away from the start of this heat. But Jules Denel is somebody I want to talk about who's also put together a very solid body of work, you know, for Team France. He's also exemplified, you know, a lot of what it's about, you know, scoring conditions as much as results. He's kind of capable of doing both. Fleche, can't say enough about Titoon making it through the trials this morning and being in this position in its own right. Part of me wishes it was windy enough to do jumps because we'd see Brauzinho do doubles. Maybe not today, but we're going to see a lot of stuff, a lot of fireworks, and the heat is on. And there is our lineup. And that is Fleche on the inside jibing, and then in the Gastrosales Traversa, there is TT. And he is setting up something nice here. That's a beautiful bottom turn. Look at the deliberate direction there with the board placement. Perfect placement for Traversa.
Oh,
Just
wow.
3 hitting it.
He is fast off the
Look
bottom.
at the flow.
That-
Look at the flow. Even in this. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Listen,
Okay, that was a small wave, but boy, right?
I'm smiling.
Yeah. Bit of fun.
And Tomas smiling, and his wife and 3 daughters are smiling.
yeah.
That was sick.
It really,
riding
really,
from Tomas
really was.
Traversa.
The bottom turns accelerating him into the top of that wave, so that he
Really,
has the power
really.
to rip that out.
One good turn deserves 5 others.
Indeed, indeed.
I mean, seriously. And, you know, like on a scrappy wave,
Yeah.
let that be the clinic here. Now, Brauzinho on the yellow Goya is setting something up with Denel behind him. Here comes Marsilio. Brauzinho Brown with the tweak over the section. He's not done. Viva Brazil over the section. He is not done with this. Actually, he was. That was it. Good
Jewel.
solid exchange. There's Donnell, one-hander lander. Nice cutback for Donnell. He's going to get another turn. No, he's not. Those were both two-turn waves. Should be scored very closely. But Toma Traversa
Yeah.
with just the most surgically ridden 2-foot wave I've almost ever seen.
I mean, that was something else, wasn't it?
The mid-5.
We haven't seen that. I mean, he has more scoring potential than that in him, no doubt. But just for a basic wave, that was pretty impressive.
It was really impressive. I expected no less than that. Let the scores reflect that. Wave size, matters to a degree, but not enough to get Toma Traversa out of first place. And he's sitting there with 14 minutes and 38 left on the clock. And that is definitely the way this script is getting written for round one. Get on good waves, rip them to pieces, go out and find another one.
Or 4.
Or 4.
There are a lot of waves being ridden out here.
Here's Flechet
Yeah, nice
taking
positioning.
that really light hot sail all the way up to middles, going right. Team France on display here. Nice bottom turn. Good little amount of board redirect there. That wasn't that bad at all. Flechet cutting some basic turns and also putting on a clinic on what you can do with these upper scrappy ones. Whoa.
That was pretty decent. I mean, look, he's got himself on the board. I don't know that he's going to have a better wave score than the others, but
I get the feeling he might be nipping on Donnell's heels. I don't know if he caught Brasinho or not, but it was one of the similar displays of wizardry on the small wave thing. I mean, there was a turn there that was really captivating.
yeah. It's pretty terrific seeing all these people out here. I know, I love the sort of the skill level, and I really love this idea that so many people are trying to sort of... There are so many people who can get through. Like, it's just this non-stop parade of talent every heat. And we've had a few surprises. Local talent seems to be doing pretty well, or local time seems to be taking out. The wave selection seems to be a very significant factor.
But it's not everything,
No,
as Toma just proved. And no, Titoon didn't quite put himself in the spot there.
yeah, but he's on the board now. Like, that's better than not being on the board, I suppose. But he's up against it, isn't he? Look at that heat.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
you dream of being in this position, then again, you don't dream of being in this position. But the point is that you don't get to where Traversa is without being in the position Flechet is in.
Precisely.
And, if you're in a headlock and they're scrubbing you, then, you just take your lumps and you keep swinging away, because one day it's going to go your way too if you keep chipping away.
Right.
You don't let those losses define you.
Hell no.
Like you get into the point where you do what it takes.
Yep.
It's a winning mentality, but it's also, as I like to say, it's bringing Hokipa to your side. It really is. And Toma Traversa has done just that.
It's so exciting to see Thomas back on these sorts of waves.
Yeah.
you
I mean,
know.
this is a beautiful wave, and it's a long line, and he's fading behind it. And you see Toma's rig position is like a almost high boom, not quite.
Yeah,
Perfect positioning. Everything's in perfect symmetry with Traversa. Long line bottom turn, floater with the air off the lip, skip, and a surgical cutback. This is poetry in motion with the 360 that he almost made. And he could get the sail, and you wanted that one to be a make.
As
You
he was
really
going
did.
around, he just got the boom caught up in it, just a little.
You know what? There was a lot that went down on that ride before.
Yep.
He bobbled that.
Yep.
And I would like to say that that's probably, yes,
pretty-
it's going to affect, it's not going to be his highest score. No, maybe not.
It'd be pretty solid,
But
though,
that
wouldn't
was
it?
a pretty well-ridden wave until that happened. And I don't think it's going to hurt him too hard.
I love that high line that he sort of floated and then popped.
Yeah.
That was a great read.
It's a great read. And, Hokipa was like, I guess Hokipa speaks French.
It speaks the language of commitment.
Yeah.
If you commit to Hookkeeper.
Is commitment a French word?
No, but many words.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Wow. Flechet. 1 foot of water. Here comes Brauzinho, not to be forgotten in third place, winding up his coil for the rotation, and he's around and he makes
Nailed it.
You know, like there's your goiter. Bam. And right through it. Now, Brauzinho, you know, he's kind of like a rotation factory. He's got those on lock. You saw him grab wide. You know what's coming.
I mean, that he didn't flinch, didn't hesitate. There's no room for you to think that he wasn't going to make that. He's just nailed it.
Absolutely nailed it. Nailed it. And the thing is that he's got more of those in him as the judges are carefully tabulating what they're going to reward him for it. Interestingly enough, we missed the entirety of Jules Denel's wave, who is in front of Brauzinho after that exchange. So Denel posted a 5.10, and that was also a 5.10 for Brauzinho. So while it was off our screen, and I'll never be able to tell you what it exactly was, it was something.
It's pretty good. Now, you got Thomas with a high score of the heat so far with 5.53, and then a 5.33. You got Jules Denel with a 4.53 and a 5.1. Marsilio with a 4.27 and a 5.1. These guys are close. This is really close.
Yeah, this is close. Traversa's going to keep it real with some real good old down-home wave selection. And he's not going to do anything but find the best wave he can and rip it to pieces.
And he's got himself in the hustle position.
Yeah, he's furthest out. First right of refusal.
Mm-hmm. Smart.
And you know what that means? It's an important decision, but this is what I was saying earlier, too, is that on the outside, things might actually appear differently than what's going to happen when the wave hits the reef. You're never too sure about it. Don't buy the fool's gold.
With that, which is that first wave and sometimes the second wave, and the energy can get sucked out of them, like we were saying.
It can, and it does. And the problem with that is that what it appears is might not what it be. But the thing is, you've got to go on waves. But when you're in the position Thomas is, you really don't. You don't want to let anything slip under you and give away. This isn't charity.
What you mostly want to do now, and from that position, is make sure the other riders don't get that great wave.
Exactly. That is it, in a nutshell.
Even if you spend the whole rest of the heat just hustling.
Yeah, you can't get on everything. Something's going to slip through, and you're going to need to understand that. You're going to need to also make sure that the wave you ride after this is better than the one you rode.
Now, Tituan's taken this really scrappy little wave, and I don't know how he's going to...
Well, there's a lower bowl on it. You're not seeing it on the screen. He's going to highline it now.
Yeah.
And here it comes. He's going to stay on the highline and get his apparent wind built up and get this.
Almost.
Was he wearing booties?
Yeah.
All right. There.
Yeah, little landing gear, reef walkers. I think we've got... I mean, I'm wondering why he took that. Is he feeling so intimidated by these, incredible power riders out the back there that he just doesn't think he's going to get one of the good ones?
This is what I think, is that he saw all three of the sailors are on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, I'm going to go sail out there and just, hey, guys, can I have this? No, it's like, no. I have to go, I have to reset, and I might as well ride a wave.
Right.
Who knows what I can do?
I've lost my positioning out here.
I've lost my positioning.
So
I'm not getting anything from Jules, Thomas, and Marsilio. I mean, like, come on.
Unless I want to go whale watching and just guess what's coming at me out there.
They did see their first whale in Malaya a week ago.
Oh, nice.
So whale season has started.
Yeah.
And if Titoon wants to go whale watching, I'm sure he can do that.
You're saying it's an option?
Did you see that clip of that winger who got hit by the whale?
Oh, God.
That one's making the round.
Oof, that was not good.
I hope that never happens to me.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you think that foils might piss off the whales somehow?
I think there's a chance.
Okay.
Create a little something or other.
Just like,
some acoustic something.
It's not like, you're my brother. No, it's like,
maybe it's not that language.
You offend me. On a wave.
If you live in the water and all you can I don't know. It might bug you.
Traversa, unfazed by whale watching, looking at this wave from a very realistic perspective of shredding it. Nice. Floater line. Nice. He's got the high line. He's making the wave. That's his priority.
Oh.
But even the most meticulously crafted taboo board by Fally and Vollenrider will not make that bottom turn. Rare slip up for Traversa. inconsequential so far. Now T2 and Flechet's got a little bit of something.
Here we go.
But he's kind of in the middle zone. So he's not quite at middle, as he's not quite at the point. So he's going to get this one-hit thing, and he keeps trying to make, and the struggle is real.
He knows he can pull those off if he, gets this or that, whatever he needs. But I don't know. I guess he just feels like he's up against some incredible people. And what's his best bet?
His best bet is to just amp out and spaz on everything he gets on.
Right.
Maybe he'll lose a booty.
Harsh on the booties, Kai. Harsh.
Is that the kind that has like shoelaces too?
Oh dear.
Here comes Brauzinho on a really good wave, and Donnell couldn't get the one behind it, which opens up the door for one of our other hungry competitors. Now Brauzinho unhooks, starts pumping, high line, representing Brazil, 2 world wave titles to his credit, unwinds a sick
Clean.
looking goiter over the section. Whitewater climb for the finish. And is that going to be enough to catch Donnell? But there goes Traversa with the same thing. No, sir. Okay, so, Traversa getting on that wave that maybe Donnell would have. But that puts Brauzinho into second place ahead of Donnell. The world title equation is getting tighter, folks.
Oh, hang on.
Is it going to recalibrate? We don't have Donnell's score. Is it? What is it? It's Brauzinho's in second.
Jules is putting in a hell of a fight here,
He
and
is.
Marsilio is just not streaking ahead far enough. Like
We haven't seen him do that.
not enough. He's not putting in like a second. He's going to get in there. He's got to, whether you claw or grab or whatever you need to do to get in. But
Here comes Flechet's best wave. This is finally something more up to his standard. Nice one-handed air over the section, and he spanks the lip to boot. That was awesome. That was a really nice ride from Titoon Flechet.
if he comes out of this in fourth, but he's done that wave, he's had that. Like you're going to feel all right.
Yeah, what about third?
Well, let's see.
It's not out of the question.
You're right.
And the thing is that was one of those waves that the judges were like, wow, he kind of did a little something different.
4.8 so far.
Oh, man.
Swoosh.
So
Nipping.
Nipping
Down to 4.
away. And just, clipping.
He's still just over a point behind Jules with 2 minutes 50 seconds to go.
So Brauzinho, I'm looking at 2 scores. Is that all he's done? Is ridden 2 waves?
I guess.
Oh, my goodness.
He's,
Mark of a champion.
Yeah.
Because he is in second place.
No, 3.
3 waves. Okay, yeah. But 3 very similar waves. I mean, they all had the rotation on it, and they all had this, Brauzinho stamp on it. And
But
he's kind of fortunate that last one was his best score because he had that little extra oomph into it, which he needed.
His scores are growing. Well, his first one is 4.27, then a 4.9, then a 5.37. I mean, he's thrown off the nerves, I guess.
Yeah. No, I
Building.
mean, whatever nerves were there.
Yeah.
Brauzinho knows what he can do. He's wholly capable of being very in touch with his style of riding. And that's the thing is I think the judges also understand this and they have a level of familiarity with what he's doing. It's not like he's getting lower scores because of it. I think that when Brauzinho gets really dangerous is when you don't know what he's going to unlock. Right now, the conditions are pretty much dictating that he has to get that stock tweaked air into or in combination with one of those goiters over the section that he does so well.
Well,
Now-
he trains for the repertoire, doesn't he?
He does. And it's really machine-like in the sense of its consistency.
Yep.
But he's also paid attention to make it not look too mechanical, which he used to do. There was a lot more of Brauzinho appearing a little bit more robotic in years past. He's gotten rid of that. He's way more flowing now because he really works hard on his boards and his sails over there at the Goya factory. He's tirelessly working with micromillimeter increments to improve the performance of his equipment.
And he surrounds himself here on Maui by some of the greatest riders, doesn't he?
Of course.
Yeah. And that whole scene, waves.
And a love of the sport too. On top of it, he just loves what he does. He's the product of a windsurfing father for one thing. He's a hardcore windsurfer in his own right. You should see Brauzinho's dad out here when it's firing. He's fired
Pretty
up.
good.
He's fired up. So that's part of it too. But he does the homework.
Yeah.
And right now, all the homework in the world won't put you on a good wave. You got to go bring Hokipa to your side here. Fleche has a lower bowl. You see what he's starting on. This is going to grow on him as he highlines it. Titoon Fleche going for the rotation. Almost had it. Almost had
He's
it.
tried 3 or 4 of these things, hasn't he? Oh, well.
Yeah, oh well.
Oh, well.
It was a good try.
12 seconds to go. But that's, okay, well, he's had his crack.
It's done and dusted, Simeon. That's going to be how this one goes down.
Yep.
Toma Traversa with a really, really nice performance to win the heat ahead of Marsilio Brown. Jules Denel and Titoon Fleche are relegated to the double elimination round, should we get to it, which is no certain thing. And that concludes Pro Men's round 1, Simeon.
It does, and the take-home for me is that Marsilio Brown, world number 2, and Ricardo Campello, world number 1, are still in the game.
That is the story. Is it time for the women's round 1? I very much appreciate you, Simeon. Thank you. We are going to bring our next co-anchor here. Here comes Rob Funk. Thank you for joining me, Rob. Thank you for being patient and providing some necessary relief, I must say. This is a lot of work. Get those headphones on there, buddy. And
I was out of uniform.
it's fine. Welcome back, Rob. And your impressions of that Pro Men's round.
I was, for the conditions, as light as they were, these guys were, in my opinion, putting on a show. I was having, for people that don't look like it's not moving, to us, we know what's good, and it was, for me, worth watching.
Move of the round.
Levi.
That was a good, yeah, that was a good 3. I'm going with Bance Goiter over this section. But Levi was kind of like a crowd favorite to a degree.
No, he was a big crowd fan because he got, to be honest with you, he was the loudest crowd yell I heard.
I also must add that Brasunio, of course, works on his fins a great deal too with the legendary Pio Marasco at Maui Fin Company.
I agree with that too. And for the conditions, it was a tough heat, that last one, wasn't it?
It was. And, you know, on the subject of fins, you know, I just want to say that it's not an overlooked thing. It is super important. Like, just as important as your board and your sail.
Correct.
And something like the correct fin selection on a day like today will make or break you. It really will. So here we go. Women's round 1. Jane Seaman, Angela Cochran, Jessica Crisp, and Lisa Wermeister. Coming up in 30 seconds.
This is a heat.
It is a veteran heat with one very strong exception, and that's Lisa, who just turned 18 from Guadalupe. There's Angela on a 4.5, a big sail for her. And I'm looking for Wermeister. She's outside Crisp. You know, Lisa Wermeister's path to this event has been, you know, but we're going to be hearing that name a lot in the future. She's part of that Guadalupe crew too. Watching closely because there's a lot of potential here to learn from the veterans in a competitive situation. So this is Trial by Fire, Rob. Thanks for joining us. And also, thank you once again to all of you out there for tuning in to the 2023 Maui Strong Aloha Classic. We are on here at Hokipa. There's Jane Seaman from Australia. Nice hit for Jane. The judges liked it. Behind her, none other than Angela Cochran, sizing up her opportunity here. Bottom turns. Nice cut back. Still got the speed here. Angela sizes it up. Nice hit. Stock hit from Angela. Powerhouse. High boom rider.
Good girl, Angela. That was a good exchange between the two right there. If you don't mind, I want to give a quick shout out to all the people from Maui and going through this tragedy that we had over the last few months. We're moving on. We're glad everybody's here. As we watch Jessica Crisp take off on this wave, she got a nice little bob and got a little bump there to get around the corner. She's going to make the corner, come off the top. This is a good little wave for Jessica. And there we go. So now The other shout out quickly, Villa Park High School. Thanks everyone for watching. Aloha.
Yay! All right, yes. People all over the world, Rob, and fans of the sport, and there's Lisa Warmeister sizing this up. Her first trip to Maui, that was a good hit. She came down with that one. She's in a big battle with some heavy hitters here, but I'd like to see Lisa make an impression here.
She really has, because she's just got here like about a week or so, and she's been out in pretty actually not hard conditions we've had, and to come out here and never windsurf here before, she's done phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. I've definitely seen that she's not scared of big waves, and she's obviously not scared about being in battles. And this is that moment where you emerge. These are moments, career-defining moments on either end of the spectrum. And as you noted, the veterans in this heat: Cochran, Seaman, Crisp.
All of them over 55.
Well, yeah, but I mean the hardware,
yeah,
and the accolades and the experience. It's fascinating to see the dynamic between Moormeister and those other three, and really I can't tell you one way or the other which one you benefit from. Sometimes when you're new to something, that results in a different approach. But Jane Seaman's been definitely staying busy here. And Angela Cochran on the outside. As I said, Angela Cochran on the outside. There she is. Nice bottom turn from Angela, trying to back up her first score. Things are kind of working out for her. Bam! Late tag, but she kind of still did all right with that. Angela's maybe thinking, oh, that was terrible. That wasn't that bad. And the thing was, the redirect and the amplitude really worked out for her there. And, looks like she borrowed my 4.5. All right. Nice, Angela. That's a Blacktip Team Edition, a super light one. I hope she likes it. Looks like it's working pretty well for her. Anyway, Angela, out of the three here in the veteran category, she certainly has a lot of hardware. I mean, Jessica Crisp is one of the most decorated women in wave sailing history. And there's been some battles between Angela and Jessica over the years, and they are great friends as well. And you look at the dynamic with someone like Jane Seaman, who's, been chipping away at it for years too, but maybe only recently, come through with, some, impressive results after a long time of doing it. And, she's not done chipping away at this either. So right now, Warmeister's in fourth, with Crisp in third, Seaman in second, and Cochran in first. They are rewarding Angela for these quick strike hits.
I like it.
These really, really calculated, decisive hits. And you saw with the judges, Rob, they were able to differentiate. Hey, you get on a good wave, that's one thing, but the wave's not going to do the scoring for you. You still have to ride critically, and that's talking about speed, power, and flow, and it's talking about making some contact.
You couldn't have said that better. It's exactly it. There's a lot of people that don't take advantage of the canvas that's laid out for them. Now, here we go. Jessica coming in.
Lisa,
I apologize. And here's Lisa, bottom turn coming off the top. She's a little late and goes out the back. So that's just a rookie inexperience. As here's Jess right here. She'll take a high liner here, come up, and a little late on that. So you got to understand these winds are getting light, so they're going to try and ride the wave more than the wind.
Yeah, I mean, that's right, Rob. It's a little bit of a wave riding battle right now, being able to pick the right waves. But once you're on a wave, really what you decide to do with it is what's going to define first, second, third, and fourth. And as the men's rounds as well, this is going to be the first two people advancing. So the two girls in this heat that make first and second are the ones who are going to advance. And that's going to tell the tale here. Kai Cachadorian, Rob Funk here in the chair. Hukipa on about 2:45 on a beautiful Maui afternoon here. This is day one of competition at the Maui Strong Aloha Classic 2023. We've done a few of these, Rob. I can remember better conditions in other years, but the point is that the performance level, sky high.
the performance over the last few years with the younger generation coming up and seeing the established crew make big plays on a wave, and they just want to emulate it, and they move on. They realize, oh, that big guy did it, I'm going to try and do it too. And this is why the sport is progressing with maneuvers that we are just so happy to see.
Yes. I think that there's also a level of camaraderie and support that I haven't seen before. It's a very much, everybody's kind of on the same page. Yes, it's competitive, but it's in a friendlier spirit. And it seems that everybody's, more concerned about pushing the level of the sport than their individual achievements might be. I mean, in years past, it was all kind of a me thing going on. And I noticed right now it's much more of a we thing. And that the collective power of our sport and the way that we purvey it is what's really at the forefront of this. So this makes someone like Lisa Wurmeister super important because she's the future here. And that's what's at stake here. And she's got a nice wave here on her duotone rig, freshly acquired. This is brand new equipment for her. But that was a nice cutback. And as she starts to bring Hokipa to her side, this is a big moment for her. And you're going to hear her name a lot in the future. That wrapped it around nicely too. It's not lost on me that as Jane Seaman slaps that floater, that was nice too. Wow. 1, 2, 3 exchange here with Cochran behind, Crisp behind her. Man, Angela's getting busy. I think she really likes that sail.
I think she does too. She seems to be kind of carrying this heat at the point right now.
Yeah.
You were just under 9 minutes left. And yeah, Angela's holding strong right now.
Jessica Crisp on the outside, winner of last year's event, by the way, in a really spellbinding final there. I remember Crisp put together a couple rides that just shocked me. It was a little marginal maybe, but the point was that did not faze Jess. Fearless competitor. Ooh. And hidden reserves of power in her game, though that wasn't on display there. That was kind of more of a little bit of Hokipa taking over on that.
Exactly. That was because her first turn was really nice for that size of a wave, and then to finish it off with a late hit kind of messed up the. She's going to get scored, but it could have improved if she had followed through with that.
Fact.
Oh, what a day. Isn't it pretty?
It is pretty. It's been really hot. I've been noticing. I'm glad to be in the shade here with you, Robin. Man, let me tell you, look behind us. I mean, I'm sitting here in the chair with you, commentating on a wave sailing event here on Maui, and it's not lost on me. We're really blessed and lucky to be here. And once again, just our thoughts and prayers are with the community here that's been so welcoming to us. And again, we're gonna talk about that silent auction briefly. There is a silent auction happening, and this has to do with supporting the community. But this is for Fresh Fish Maui, Chimo. And we'll give you the exact details. But, Fresh Fish Maui, the people will be able to pledge on various different types of prize packages, one being a custom-shaped surfboard by Barrett Rodinger, or a windsurf clinic from various pros are being donated to the cause. And so the bidding is available for this. And Fresh Fish Maui is a business that had been feeding the community since the beginning of this tragedy and its effect on the local community. And nothing has been more heartwarming than seeing the community rise up and take control of the situation. Anyway, enough of that for now. We will continue to give you the information on that silent auction and the other ways that you people at home can help support the healing process here on Maui. And Jane Seaman has taken the lead here with that last ride. I was looking at that, I was going, Jane's kind of opened up a little bit more than the usual bag here because she knows who's in this heat. It's Angela and Jessica, and she might not really be wise to Lisa yet. But Jane sits in first place here with Angela nipping on her heels and Jessica somewhat looking up in third place at both of them. Again, Rob, the first two finishers in this heat are the ones advancing. Does that change your mentality based on where you are? If you're in third place, are you sailing any differently than if you're in first place? I mean, I'm not so sure about that, Rob. I think it's find the best waves and ride them as good as you can.
My thing is, get rid of that low score and bump it up. You know, fun. And once you get that low score down, then you're going to build. And you want to make sure that every score that's a low one is the one you're going to bump up. If you get a big high one and get that first, like Jessica just had a nice little hit there, she's going to come around this corner, hopefully. But that time she did it better and got the hit. And she's keeping going. But she's doing exactly the right thing. She's milking that to the end, but she's hitting it right. So.
Yeah, but how much do you give whitewater hits?
They're minimal hits, and that's not going to back up anything, to be honest with you.
No, right, that's kind of, I needed to correct you.
Yeah, and so, but as she's building the score, that wave obviously petered out.
Yeah. But I think the approach is what you're talking about.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And that's from a veteran competitor such as yourself, you know, looking at it from the eyes of the judges and the competitors, of which you've done both. So that's point taken for sure. Jane Seaman, realizing that one-hit wonders and wave selection being super important. But this is a nice wave from Lisa. Oh, nice rail engagement there. Here comes Lisa Wurmeister with another good hit, well positioned. She might actually be a port tax specialist, but she sails starboard just fine. Her background in Guadeloupe, you know, she's been sailing with Antoine Martin and Camille Jubon and Coco Fouveau. Man, that's pretty big company right there. You can see it's rubbed off on her because she's got her own style. She's got some shredders to emulate, and it's rubbed off on her.
That was a good wave score, I think. I haven't seen it yet, but
I agree.
I think that's going to kind of move her up into a closer thing. It didn't move her up that much. I just see the score posted.
Yeah, but it did get her closer to Jessica.
It did.
And this whole picture right now being that Jane Seaman, Angela Cochran in the 9-point range, Lisa Wurmeister in the 7-point range just needs another one like that to get really a lot closer here. Momentum's a funny thing, Rob. I mean, there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds only left in this heat. Can you believe how fast that went?
It actually went pretty fast.
Yeah, you know, like I can't believe there's only 3 minutes left in this heat, but Angela can believe it because she wants this heat to be done right now. And she'll seal the deal with a really nice wave ride. She's done and went and selected a really super nice wave here. Angela's a bit of a higher boom rider, and that gives her the amplitude to hang from the rig more and sail a little bit faster. Will this give her a time to punch the lip like that? Oh, it sure did. Angela with a fierce off the lip and backs that up with a little whitewater hit that she doesn't make, which would have helped if she had made it. Honestly, I think it's going to change the scoreline. It might. But that was a nice initial tag from minutes and 50 seconds left and not a whole lot going on in the lineup.
Maybe a little bump on the end pole, but I doubt it. And that's what it looks like Jane Seaman's going for. Or is that Lisa? I'm sorry.
That is Lisa. And it's, you know, you look at it on the screen. I turned around and look at it in real life. This is actually a pretty nice wave. She needs to get on it, though, and she doesn't bag it, unfortunately for Lisa, who's put together a good heat. This is a rookie campaign as far as her Hukipa career is. And I said it before, it's a name we're going to be hearing about in the future for sure. But Lisa, you know, dusts it off. She's going to find a better one out there with 2 minutes left. She created a good impression no matter what.
I agree, because first of all, her first time competition-wise at Hokipa, I mean, that in itself, her people back home are so stoked for her, I'm sure, because this is the premier place for a contest.
After all these years, we still decide our world titles at Hokipa.
As we should.
As we should. And, you know, the thing about Hokipa is it is kind of an art form unto its own. If you sail Hokipa well, it means that you've spent your time here because it's really unlike any other place in the world in terms of the variety of conditions that you get here, Rob. As you know, it's got 1,000 different looks, and you need to learn them all. And you need to be able to adapt the equipment you ride and your approach to how you tune your equipment and just the general approach to your sailing altogether needs to be well thought out. You can't overthink it. That's the thing, is that you've got to feel it. You've got to feel what this place is offering you. Take those opportunities that Hokipa is giving you. And that's the thing. You've got a certain amount of time to do it. That's the cruncher. We can sail out here all day and cherry pick. But when the judges are judging and the clock is rolling, you've got to produce.
You do. Okay, Jane, setting up for this way. She's going to try and pump into this. And she's going to get the end shoulder of it now. She didn't want it, and that was actually a really smart move.
It was a smart move, and what's happened, there's a little heat bubble in the air here with 40 seconds left. Warmeister looking at something on the upside. She's kind of like, I don't have a lot of time left. I've probably got to go on this one. Warmeister kind of just gave it all she could. Here's Jessica Crisp on the inside, actually riding this wave that might not even really break. Yes, Jess kind of didn't really get in sync with things either.
And this is pretty much going to be her last wave.
No, this is the exchange.
Yeah.
This heat's done. And, you know, Warmeister can sail in with no disgrace at all. That was a good, solid campaign for her first time at Hokipa. That's going to get a little round of applause from the boys up here. Not just Lisa, but Jessica, Angela, and Jane. We salute you. And the women's division's never been in better shape, Rob.
No, it's been the best I've seen it in many, many, many years. I'm so stoked to see such good wave sailing women. Now, and many of them who are better than a lot of the guys that think they're good.
I'm glad you got that in there. Yeah, no doubt about it. Congratulations to Jane and Angela. You are on to round 2. Now, next up, Sol de Greyk, 14-year-old sensation from Belgium, made her first initial impression in Fiji in some of the most historical performances. I mean, just watching this bright-eyed girl show up and just charge Cloudbreak with her mom at her side, just sitting there with the instructions and the encouragement. And Sol's a brave person to have gone through that. Now she's at Hokipa, and this will be a really good test for her because she's got some ranking points to make.
Is she stronger on the port tack or on starboard?
You know, I think that maybe just a little bit of an edge to the port there, but she's definitely learned her way in the starboard tack too. And also in this heat is Maria Behrens and Sarah Hauser. And then that would also be whoever made it through the trials, which they never really announced. So we'll see who ends up in that heat and we'll know. Now, you know, the storyline on that in terms of world title contention, Jane Seaman's somewhere in the mix. She unfortunately had kind of a shocker result in Fiji, Rob, where she had won the year before and she's had an early exit, which was unfortunate, and it was kind of a little bit out of her control actually. But Sarah Hauser's in this next heat. She's sitting in third, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I did know that.
Sarah is sitting in third place in the world wave ranking. Having won Fiji, I think Sarah kind of had this moment of clarity, like, maybe this is worth a shot. Now, Sarah's had herself a year. I mean, we all know her husband Casey's recovering from cancer and tested clear, and praise the Lord that we're going to continue to be able to celebrate that. But she's been under a lot of stuff that does not have to do with wave sailing. Okay, and midway through that, she decided to go to Peru after her Fiji result and did pretty well there. Could have done better, but that put her in this third position. And the thing about the title race right now is that Sarah Quito Fringa's 19,000 points. Sarah's got 13,000 points. So it's one of those situations where it needs to be an early exit for Fringa, and Sarah needs to win this thing or close for that to be a conversation as far as a title is concerned. Sarah has won at Hokipa before, not a stranger to that, and this heat is on. So that's
between port and starboard tack on wave riding. A wave that goes like a left-handed wave pipeline is a port tack wave, depending on the wind going that way. A starboard tack wave is here, where everyone is going to your left on TV, but to the right of the actual athlete.
Here comes Maria Behrens on the inside on the duotone rig with Sarah Hauser outside of her. And if I'm not mistaken, Shona Kropas outside of Hauser. Now, this is a 1-2-3 exchange. This is what we like to see, the entire body of work here. Nice turn from Sarah. Boom! Oh! Almost through the entire rotation there. That was a big hit attempt there. Now comes Shona Kropas on the best wave of the heat. Sort of conservatively through that section, but making the connection. A little bit of a different approach. I mean, Sarah just punted the thing and came unglued, unfortunately. I've seen Sarah begin to start getting really ambitious with these aerial attempts, And it's great to see. Now, I can think back in, my history books of some of the great women wave sailors who did big aerials. I think about Jennifer Gately. I think about Kelly Moore. Jessica used to do some pretty big aerials.
Yep.
I'd see Angela do some pretty big aerials. Sarah's gunning for that. She's gunning for these hits. And I think that her technique just needs to be a little bit more projection. She's doing it off the hit. And then, out the back and coming back in. Once Sarah learns how to connect the cut back into the lip hit, she's going to be tossing into the pit. It's like this close to happening.
You're absolutely right.
And it's poetry in motion to watch, because even Sarah, a decade into her, campaign here at Hokipa with 2 wins to her credit, still learning and still progressing. It's awesome. And Shona Kropa also, has a little bit of the aerial game in her. Now, the judges have rewarded Sarah Hauser for this because she's in the lead now. That was the last hit on the wave, Rob.
It was.
So there was a body of work there that existed before that happened. It was kind of smart. Here comes Sol de Grey on her second scoring ride, and she's sitting in second place. Check turn to set up the ride. Good positioning. Not a Hokipa veteran of any sort yet. Yeah. And these are those learning moments. That little crisscross turn. And it's like, wait, what happened? And there is Shona Kropa making it around the section with her trademark style. It's like cat-like little bottom turn, sneaking around the place.
It's funny, on that first wave that she had with the other 2, all you people out there could see all 3 in their exchanges of each wave, 1, 2, and 3 behind. And what you yourself could do was judge who of the 3 looked the best on those 3 waves.
Yes.
And as you see, is that Shauna coming into this?
No,
wave?
That's Maria Behrens.
That's Maria. Okay.
So Maria Behrens, also, she had this very top result in Zilt between her and Maureen Hunter. Maria got, I believe, second place in Zilt. So she's coming in off a hot track here. And that's really what I like to see, is this adaptation to Hokipa. I don't believe she's a Port-Tax sailor as Angela comes in.
Yeah.
And the thing about this right now in the stance of the standings is that Shona Kropas is in the lead. Sol de Grey has taken second place. Sarah Hauser's in third, with Maria Behrens in fourth. 5-4, 2, and 2 in the scores. So Sarah just needs a second wave, and you will probably see some things flip here. Sol de Grey now, after Maria's ride, is in third. So it's Shauna and Maria with 12 and a half minutes to go. And this becomes the strategy now. And Rob, if I'm sailing Hokipa with you, and here comes a set, and I'm ahead of you, I'm going to head fake you. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to pretend to jibe. You know what you're going to do? You're going to take that little piece of cheese I gave you going on the first wave. You're going to do it every time. Watch. It happened earlier. Or are you not taking the cheese?
I'm not going to take your cheese.
It's good. Okay.
I know you too well.
Okay. Well, do you really? A little head. You're not going to jibe?
If you're up, we're not going to give you the wave. I'll go get a better one.
I did it to Polacal the other day, and he just went on the insider and left me outside by myself. I don't know. Look, those little things really help in a heat. If you can
it's head games.
If it's head games, bro. You can get someone to jibe on a crappy little insider just because you head faked them. Oh, man, have I got a piece of land down there in Louisiana for sale to you, buddy. Yeah. Anyway.
That was freaking great. That was hilarious.
Listen, the game within the game, that comes out in these conditions.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the thing, is that outside right now, the 4 of these women are like, okay, Hokipa, come to my side, please. And Hokipa's kind of going, give me something. Well, Hauser, it's not going to be enough. She's on the inside looking around like, look, let's make a deal. You give me a wave, and I'll hit the lip again, just like I did on the first one. This time I'm going to make it seal the deal. So Hokipa say to that.
Hokipa always makes the decision.
Every single time. Every single time you're just begging Hokipa, please bring me one more little wave on the end section, just one of those crumblers that I can hit 5 times and win the heat. And you know what happens?
Your ego gets busted.
You know what happens, Rob, is that you leave it into the hands of the judges.
Good point.
And that's when you go down. You cannot leave it into the hands of the judges. They will be more than happy to eliminate you.
That's why you lead the judges into you.
To further my point, you need to be in command of what you're doing. You cannot leave up to chance in some sort of vague fashion of, oh, I'll just take off on this wave and we'll see how it goes because, you know, it's a beautiful day. No.
Got to control the wave and the heat.
Control your destiny with the death grip.
Confidence.
Confidence. And let it show in your sailing. But this is one of those moments, Rob, where, you know, Hokipa's kind of took a little bit of a break. And it's slim pickings, and there's a lot riding on this for Sarah, who couldn't pump into this wave.
No, that's amazing.
And neither can Saul.
No, she might.
Oh, she can.
She into it.
Oh, my word. Saul de Greek from Belgium with a very effective-looking rig pumped into the wave that Sarah couldn't catch. And here comes the ride. Already one bottom turn into it. Here's her second cutback, 14 years old. Saul de Greek reading it like a rookie. I'm just going to say it, but you know what? Playing it like a veteran. And that might be a really big difference maker in this heat.
Oh, it really could be because she learned a lot just right there.
Just right there.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating, Rob, to see the education of this next generation of these girls coming up. And Lisa Warmeister in that last heat. And now Saul de Greek also getting to get Hokipa to their side. Sarah Hauser, no stranger to this game, finding herself on the outside looking in. But we have also seen Hauser produce in the most clutch of moments, and I'm just waiting to see her get on an actual good wave because that's all it's going to take.
Buzzer beaters. But she may not need it.
Man.
She's got plenty of time.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, man, but there's something happened with the conditions. The little mid-afternoon heat bubble, Rob. We're in the middle of it. It's 3 in the afternoon. This is exactly when me and you sit up on that guardrail and start talking baseball and football because it's time to take a break. And right now, you got to sail heats and you've got to get through the middle of this. I mean, there's Maria Behrens in first place along with Shauna Kropaw, Team Duotone, putting the foot down on him here. And Sarah can just only watch and wait, and they're like, "What happened?" And it's 7.5 minutes. Definitely slowed down a little, Rob. You know, like everybody's got scores, but something happened here with the heat bubble. I don't know. The wave magnet situation has altered slightly. I mean, look. What do you see coming in right now? Turn around and look at me.
I saw nothing, but I do see a fat high tide, and that's, I think, has a lot to do with it.
That's what it is. It's high tide. Oh, no.
Oh, guaranteed that's what it is.
That's what it is. You're right. Okay, so the high tide, what that means for you all at home, as Sarah Hauser setting up on a wave, and believe me, this is a huge difference maker. I'll talk about high tide in a second. Here comes NC6. Sarah Hauser, 2-time Hokipa champion, Fiji Pro champion from this year. 2-turn arc. Listen, those were 2 good turns. It's a tiny little wave, though.
But that was only her second wave.
Only her second wave. It had to have been better than a 1.
Guaranteed.
Let's hope she can catch Saul. We'll see what happens. Ooh, what was that? The little hook in there. Did she hit a turtle?
Oh, she could have.
I don't know.
Because there's no reason to go overpowered and down.
I don't know, but Maria Behrens, there at the top of your screen, above Saul de Greek. If this camera pans out, hero shot. There, we can get both rides, please. All right, great, thank you. There you have it, Maria Behrens and Saul de Greek. Saul de Greek's crisscrossing. She's going to make this whole wave. Sarah Hauser outside of Maria Behrens on a really good one. And there's an even better wave outside that's probably going to go to Kropaw. Now, Maria Behrens has done her 3rd turn on that wave, and that's a slidey cutback that she makes. That's huge. Here comes Sarah Hauser. Full rail bottom turn. Total Hauser style. No! Poke Taco.
Freaking top.
Oh, no.
Dug a rail, and Shauna almost dug a rail right there.
Shauna totally almost dug a rail. Yeah. Well, we do like to see the full body of work. And it's great when we pan out so we can see both rides. That's really helpful for the commentators. And I'll tell you, when we are sitting at the beach watching, it's especially during this short interval period that we're experiencing here, it's you blink, you missed it.
Yep.
We are in peril of missing the full body of work if we focus on one rider too much. So anyway, the judges have their work cut out for us. And the commentator, it's all good. We see the scores, and that's all that matters. And it's tightened up a little bit. Sarah Hauser nipping at Sol de Greek's heels. And we're coming into the money part of the heat here, because this is when things are going to start counting. That last exchange, Rob, was tight, and it was all this stuff happening in a short amount of time. Just like this, Sarah Hauser attacks, but can't catch the wave and falls, and therefore can't catch the other wave. Catastrophic. That's Maureen Hunter, and she's not in this heat. There comes Sol de Greek.
Oh, she's got a nice one.
Oh, but she didn't quite make the section. Bringing it to you live as best as we can, folks. We're on an island in the middle of the Pacific. Technology isn't always on our side. We're doing as much as we can with some of the glitches. Thank you for being patient at home. We're doing all we can to bring you the full body of work here at the 2023 Aloha Classic. Big time exchanges here. You know, the rankings and the accolades don't mean anything when that heat buzzer sounds. If you were going to tell me that Maria Behrens would have won this heat and Sarah Hauser would be in fourth, I wouldn't have believed you.
I wouldn't believe it either.
I wouldn't have believed you. And you know what happens is that Hukipa takes over.
She's the queen.
I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that right now. I'm just going to give it to you as I see it. But these are the impressions, and these are the things that matter. And when you do have these exchanges that you see somebody on a wave and you see somebody on the behind wave, it's really helpful to see the whole thing, because what the story ends up being is that the judges are responsible for rewarding what the riders do. And the riders have to interpret what Hokipa is offering them. And when you have a quick exchange like that, if you blink, you did miss it. Period. And this has been one of the slower heats, but it's had these concentrated moments.
Yeah, and it does. It puts stresses on the judges, the camera work, because you want to watch.
Yeah.
And actually, you people out there on the mainland around the world get to see it just as on TV, how each person gets each wave, like I was saying before. You guys can judge.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
but these conditions are getting a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's tough sledding right now. It's like one mistake.
It's when you look outside when they do pan out later on, you'll see like they're hardly even moving. And the thing is, they're hardly even moving a lot of time on purpose because they can see the swells. Like you see
Right.
Sarah pumping for this wave, and she was waiting for it. And so now she's got speed. It looks like she's going to be coming into this thing pretty good. And I'm going to let Kai take this over.
Well, this is a critical wave for Sarah, and she worked hard to get it. And I think right now she's looking over her shoulder, sizing this thing up, trying to exactly predict what this wave's going to do, because she needs to make a score out of this one. Hauser punches her bottom turn. That's a nice cutback. Half of that's done. Another nice cutback with the extra cutback into the whitewater, and done. No whitewater hits from Hauser. Maria Behrens sizing up her opportunity. She's had a fantastic heat, Rob.
Yes, she has.
She really has. And this is not lost on me at all, is the fact that she's risen to the occasion and maybe even overachieved, honestly. And that's what can happen when you only have 4 people out at Hokipa. You know, like all of a sudden you're not battling a bunch of dudes and, you know, you're sitting there, whoa, I've got this wave, oh my God. Well, Shauna Kropas, she does battle with the dudes all day long. She gets hers, and now she's in a position to really make a statement here. That's that trademark Kropa bottom turn there, and she's gunning it down the line for one more hit here. Perfectly executed ride. maybe a little bit on the safe side at the end there.
She's been really conservative this whole heat, be honest with you. As was, I think Sarah was, even on that last really good exchange. Sarah normally would tear a wave apart like that. But also being conservative just to get back into the game scoring-wise.
Yeah. And Sarah Hauser's looking at a score that improved her final standing, but it's not enough to catch Sol de Greek. And man,
Oh, this is an upset.
so far it's an upset in the making with 7 seconds left. And Hauser is on a wave, but she's not going to catch it.
Sol get this wave.
My goodness. A little bit of a last effort there to catch Shauna Kropos. Look how tight that is for second and third, Rob.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
the
you know
flag
what?
is down, and let's see here.
Did that wave count?
Did that wave count? But I mean, look, it's not. She doesn't need 0.4.
Yeah. Exactly.
Don't be fooled by that. Sarah Hauser knows she has a better one in her, and that's a good little statement right at the end. I'm happy to say that Sarah will be unfazed by this, having done the hard work and the titles. And it's kind of like Levi.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like, okay, so that didn't go the way it was supposed to. But it's not like I'm still chasing my title. And she's won at Hokipa twice. She's going to win again one of these times. I mean, like, she could still win it now if they have the double. But right now, Sol de Greek and Sarah, unfortunately, their campaigns are over for this elimination. And Maria Behrens and Shauna Kropos, Team Duotone, I've got to hand it to them. The Duotone Challenge has prevailed.
Yes, they have.
And they are through to the next round. I'm not going to mince words. I've been very hard on Duotone in the past, but now they have earned their right to be receiving praise. Good job. And a nicely sailed heat that had a lot of little moments of uncertainty attached to it. Never in danger of being canceled, Rob, but man, it was, yeah.
Okay.
Let's let Hokipa have a minute. Absolutely. We'll be right back.
I wanted to tell you, sorry. She wasn't doing fucking shit. I wanted to say that. I know.
I got in so much trouble right there.
Well, I was trying to be. That's why I keep using the word conservative. What's the next round? What's the next scene? Oh, I was about ready to. It's common sense. It's common sense. What's the next heat? Are we going still with the women's?
All right. Thank you for sticking with us here at the Maui Strong Aloha Classic 2023 edition. We're bringing it to you live from Hokipa. Kai Katchadurian here with my buddy Rob Funk. Give me a better bump than that. Okay, thank you.
No, you blew the high five earlier.
True. I was just trying to, keep hand sanitation in line. Here is a world title heat, and that has to do with the fact that it is with Maria Andres in there, and this heat is on, and it is Lena Erpenstein, Val Lopez, Maria Andres, and Lena Wiltrup, and I believe Lena is from Denmark. Another new face in this crowd of beautiful new faces here at Hokipa. I am simply in awe of the level of talent that these new girls have brought to the table. It is awesome to see, and they are going to do battle right now. This is Lena Erpenstein. Class competitor. Should be in the world title equation. She's somewhere in the top of the rankings. I'm not sure where. It's not the top three, though. Here comes Erpenstein with a carefully calculated bottom turn. She keeps it low like a pro, too.
Yeah,
That's a low boom riding, crouching tiger style.
She is using her rails properly. I like to see that in people. Her drive off her bottom turn is really helping her extend that wave.
Thank you for panning out to Lena Waltrip on her Goya rig in her first ever Hokipa competition, in her first wave, in her first ever Hokipa competition. And she wraps around on a nice looking wave. This is a good looking ride to start off for Lena. And, these are moments that are just eternal in the memory banks. And you're always going to remember that first heat in the water at Hokipa, all that. That's just, let the story begin for Lena Waltrip. And Lena Erpenstein definitely has a lot more history to her. And I felt that Lena Erpenstein, was a world title contender moving into the beginning of this year. We didn't see her in Fiji. And I believe she had a pretty strong result in Gran Canaria. But maybe it just wasn't her year. Regardless, shows up to Maui, ready to do battle with all the heavy hitters. Moving into 3:30 here on a beautiful afternoon on Maui. It is 15 full minutes left in this heat. And honestly, Rob, some of these slower heats end up being super exciting to watch.
They do.
I mean, I'm a fan of the sport like you. And I get a lot out of these little things that happen, the smallest decision, one way or the other, that affects the outcome. And it's not just about world titles. And it's not just about winning at Hokipa. It's just making it through heats.
Yeah.
And these things are pivotal. And that must be Maria Andres from España. And she is ranked number 2 in the world. And she's gone to almost all the events. And that smile can tame the wildest beast. And she is sailing better than she has ever sailed the entire year. With that effort, if she had made that, I would have lost my mind.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, but that was Maria. You're right. She has been improving.
She has chipped away session after session and gotten better. That was almost a make. Lena Erpenstein, second wave in this heat. That was a little too much hot sauce. And you want to use hot sauce sparingly.
Yes, you do.
If you just, drown the burrito in hot sauce, and you don't taste it anymore. So Erpenstein needs to just lay off it a little bit, because that would have been a really good turn. But back to Maria Andres, who just clocked into that hit. And she had it. And really, Hauser's aerial that got the score, I'm expecting a pretty good score for Andres, because basically she landed it. She just didn't sail away from it. It was the end of the ride.
Right. It was the end. That's the key point. It was the very end of the score. Right now is Val Lopez, but Val, all she needs is one really good wave. She's a power female windsurfer.
Yeah, Val is the local Hokipa sailor of the bunch here. Yeah. And that's, ready to be taken advantage of should Hokipa actually give her the chance to do that. Back to Maria Andres, sitting now in third place because Lena Waltrip's wave's a 5.13. Big score came in for Lena Waltrip's wave, and Wittrup, excuse me. No, now it's flipped again. Well, I'll settle down to my reactions once the score flips a little bit. So I was talking about Maria Andres' body of work in this year. Started the year in Japan, got that mid-level result that everybody got, kind of tied it. I remember I was complimenting her on some little off the lip she did in the shore break. I might have been overplaying it, And I just remember she looked at me and was like, really? Are you really, Kai? Are you really that impressed with my little 1 foot off the lip, or are you just being nice to me? Well, anyway, as the year progressed, there we were in Fiji. And she started kind of slowly coming to life. She didn't really get a top result in Fiji, but what you could see was that the light bulb was on. And she realized, more so than anything, that she had a shot to be a contender, to get into the mix here. I believe the next event she did was either Chile or Peru, or she did do Peru and did quite well. She's holding water here coming into this event. Ranked second in the world, mind you. If I'm not mistaken, Maria has actually won the IWT title. So she has won the IWT title before. Now, that was before the unification. So did that instantly become a world title? Yes, no, maybe so. But the point is chipping away with the competition experience. And Erpenstein in this heat might have just about a little bit more competition experience than Maria, but it's close. But Maria's the one with the ranking right now. However, Lena Wittrup, starting off the scoring with a really solid ride, has slinked into another nice-looking wave.
This is really nice.
And this is kind of an upper wall on the upper part of middles, which is going to provide an escape route for her. It's not going to close out on her. Lena's read this perfectly. places her bottom turn right in the spot. And you see her riding, Rob. She's riding to make the wave.
Yeah.
And even Lena kind of chickened out on the big hit that she could have gotten there. And she's kind of like, you could see her body position, like a little shy, like, oh, I didn't want to hit that. Well, you know, Hukipa might not take that personally.
On the wave, more toward the top, made that section. And as she approached it, she looked like she was approaching it well. And then she hesitated.
She totally did.
Once you hesitate, it's pretty much aloha and mahalo.
Yeah, aloha, mahalo, try again. Now, Val Lopez. Or is that, no, that's Maria. It's Maria. Sorry, Val. But no, Maria Andres, you know, like, stand corrected. And she's sizing up her second wave right here. And this is veteran.
Yeah.
Staying high on the wave, dropping in, keeping your speed. Full rail bottom turn, lip contact. But not making it back in. Hukipa said, nope.
And be honest with you, that was player error. If she had come and hit that lip a little sooner, she wouldn't have gone up top and let the wave fold underneath her. She would have gone with the wave. That's just my opinion. But what I saw on the screen pretty much tells it all. And we don't hear anything after that.
Nope. You know, Maria's going to go back out there and get another one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, look at what happened here is that she's sailing out. And Lena missed a wave. It's quite possible that Maria might want to tack on this. She's not gonna. She's enjoying the view too much. Lena Wittrup. A little too deep to be making anything happen there.
But for Lena, that was a learning experience too,
Yes.
because she'll see this, she replays the video, and she'll go, oh man, why didn't I do that?
Well, I think that there was a level of self-preservation at stake there too. And you know, like, okay, so it's not the worst thing in the world to, you know, bobble a turn and fall in a heat, but maybe, just maybe, it was more important to just stay in one piece and keep the mental game confidence rolling. I've seen Lena get a lot of nice waves that she's been riding since she got here. And another one of those young women making a strong impression here at Hukipa, part of that new generation that we're talking about.
You're right, and all it is time on the water here. The more time you get, the more comfortable you get, the more you read it way better. But I will say, I don't care if you've been windsurfing here 40 years, sometimes you got to take out the book and learn how to read it again.
Yep. Definitely, Hukipa speaks a lot of different languages, a lot of different looks. Here comes Lena Erpenstein. Lena Waltrip above her with some insurance because neither of them caught it. And now we're really getting into the part of the day where things might get a little more marginal.
Yeah, it's getting pretty iffy right now. So this is where, for all of you people out there that surf, this is where your surfing background really comes in a heat like this. Play to wave.
Yeah, certainly wave riding in its purest form right now, and you don't even really have all the wind in the world.
No, I mean, you see somebody like you or Bant Rodiger, they'll be sailing out, and it's very light wind, but they'll see a set coming, and it's further out, they'll still tack on it, even though they have no wind, but they know with confidence that wave's going to come to the top, and it's almost like a no-paddle takeoff.
Almost like a no-paddle takeoff.
And
almost.
It feels good, though. Yeah, almost.
Almost. 6 minutes left in this heat. Maria Andres is in third place. That's kind of the story right now. A little world title contention situation here. There's time. She's got a good score behind her. And, you know, Maria's living right. All the right things are coming to her at the time if she just patiently waits. She's paying dues, Rob, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
No question about that. And that's part of the game. Pay the dues all you want. You still got to select the right waves and deliver when it's time.
Well, you're looking at Val out there, and the poor girl, she hasn't even caught a wave yet, but not that she hasn't tried.
She's caught in a battle with these, just, you know, these hustlers. Just like hustling to catch waves. It's not easy, and there's not a ton of waves anyway.
But I could tell you one thing, and you should agree with this. All it's going to take is one good wave, and you could bump
Steal
yourself.
the heat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, true. But the thing that'll do you in is if you get impatient and just go on anything.
Absolutely.
Right, there's Lena Erpenstein on your screen. That's a 4-batten Severn sail, if I'm not, yes. Behind her, Lena Wittrup. Behind her is, in fact, now Val Lopez. So here's your exchange. Lena going on a tiny insider. Lena on a better wave. That's Lena, not Val. And that's a nice turn. She's staying active.
Yeah, she is. And then you got,
which is also important. But Val kicks out of what was really not a Val Lopez type of quality wave. And here
this is Maria.
is Maria Andres. And Maria knows this is an important ride in her heat.
And she's got a really nice wave setting up here coming off the top of that. She's got a bottom turn into this thing, roundhouse the top. She's going to come to the end of this thing, try and hit this lift right here and make it.
Yes.
Yeah, she made this one. That's going to be a very scoring wave. And behind her is...
Ooh, Hukipa strikes back. Down she goes. Now Maria made contact.
Yes, she did. Here's Val right here.
That's Val Lopez.
Now Val is sailing.
USA, baby. All right, nice turn, Val. Get out there and get another one. Maria Andres is in position to strike into second place in the most opportune fashion with 4 minutes exactly remaining in this heat. And it's like even odds here. I think Vegas is looking at Lena Wittrup and Maria Andres very closely like, okay, what's going to flip the script here? The judges, I don't think they've given the scores yet.
No, they haven't.
And they're gonna take their time to calibrate this. What was the strength of Maria Andres' ride? It was certainly that off the lip, but there was a couple trim turns before that. And it wasn't like nothing happened until she made the contact. And as if on cue, rewarded for her hit, Maria is in first place. And she earned it. She earned it with that ride. And it's not said and done, but there's 3 minutes left in this thing. And that was clutch from Maria Andres.
One way, that's all it took to boost her over to the top.
That hit was fierce. And the hit that started the heat for Maria was fierce. She means business, Rob.
Well, here's a good one, because Val Lopez's first score was a 5.
Oh, my goodness.
She could get right in this game.
Oh, my
with.
goodness. I guess we didn't quite see that.
I saw it.
I missed the entirety of it, but that's just me. Lena Wittrup, after starting this heat so strongly, albeit slightly conservatively, but solidly, finds herself in 4th place, but in striking distance nonetheless. Val Lopez really looking to make an impression. That's Maria Andres, by the way, not Val. Maria on the first wave of a set. Not so recommendable.
No, she wants to leave this.
Get another one, maybe. Well, she's going to commit to it. Lena Wittrup behind her. Maria slams that insider. Lena Wittrup on the outside there with Lena Erpenstein outside of her. Nice bottom turn angle all the way from fade left line. Lena Erpenstein, kind of the unspoken elements of board positioning and taking these nice angles. That was a pretty cool ride.
You know, you are absolutely right. And even though it looked like a slow, bushy wave, she did everything she could possibly do to ride that particular wave.
Yeah. Yeah, and she really got the, oh no. Here comes Val Lopez.
Oh, she's sizing it up.
She's winding it up. Yeah. Hukipa local style. You better watch out. Oh. Wave selection. It's all good. I mean,
but that could put her over.
No, but Erpenstein's in second now.
Yeah, but Val's little score right there should, with her first score, might boost her over that.
God, you're right. 45 seconds left. Roger that in this heat in the 2023 Maui Strong Aloha Classic. Bringing it to you live from Hukipa. Differing opinions on our timing here, but one watch says one thing. It's all good. Not much time left, in other words. Maria Andres, first place, 9-point heat total. Lena Erpenstein nipping away, 7.36 heat total. Val Lopez right there with 6.83, just right there, Rob, just right there. Here comes Erpenstein. Mere seconds left. What has she got? let that ponytail fly around. One more nice turn. Carbon copy of that last ride, sort of, with the angular distribution of energy. Wow.
That was a quick exchange toward the end there of this heat.
That was it. But
And
it's gonna be enough. Erpenstein and Andres advance. Your world title equation is intact. Maria Andres on this wave. I think it's gonna count. She showed intent to ride it, so we're gonna go ahead and count this. It's not going to be consequential in terms of her advancement, but it will create a good impression for all of you out there watching.
Great heat for Maria. She sailed it like a pro.
She sailed it like a champion.
Okay, we'll go there.
And you know, like, that's not out of the question right now. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah, those like some of those crappy heats, quote unquote, end up being really exciting. And I only say because the conditions didn't exactly rise up to the occasion. I thought the performances were great.
You said it perfect, because it was making this marginal conditions much, much better. I mean, for you guys out there, today's not an easy day to sail out there or to windsurf out there. On a free day, when you're out just free surfing, there'd be probably about 30, 40 people out, and it's so much busier.
Yeah.
But just to show you the conditions, if there's enough wind and a wave to get out there, you're going to get out there. When you have marginal conditions during a contest, the ones that sail here a lot get a very big advantage. But as you can see with Sarah and a couple other, Val's a good example, it didn't go their way.
Hukipa really doesn't care who you are.
Exactly.
And these things, you know, like, you got to be able to bring Hukipa to your side, and you got to be able to take advantage of your opportunities. You might not get many.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
Tomorrow's conditions are better. They're supposed to be. So there's been another new swell coming too, yeah? Only the men's is a double.
See a double.
Huh?
See a double.
I don't think they should have had a double. But they got it.
That's a different story.
Yeah, I know that. Oh, is that Sarah down there?
All right. We are into it, let me tell you. Last heat in round one belongs to Marine Hunter, who just won in Zilt. Coraline Fouveau, Sarah Kita Ofringa, who you just saw on your screen. That's Coco Fouveau. And Svenja Chudoba made the main event. I'm so happy to see that. Awesome. Right on.
Well, you're going to have to coach me through a lot of this one, because the only one I really know is Sarah.
Got
and
it.
we are in the heat as we speak.
We are in the heat, and that is Marine Hunter. Thank you. Marine Hunter, who I spent a week with in Cabo Verde scoring, and she started her year just sailing perfect Alibaba. And that parlayed into a bit of a journey where she went big there. No, she won in Zilt in dramatic fashion against Maria Behrens, and that was a really big heat for her career. And rest assured that Marine Hunter right there with that attempt showed that she means business. And here is Sarakita Ofringa, possibly the most decorated windsurfer in history. I mean, I'm just saying the amount of world titles and accolades for this woman is off the charts. And she has now put a bit of a premium on wave sailing. And she's put a little bit of an emphasis now on really focusing on wave riding. And it's showing, maybe not exactly on that ride in particular. However, her performance in Fiji, legendary. Sarakita, on her overall windsurfing ability level, is so incredibly talented.
And improved.
And, well, everything. Her Keepa game, specifically. Now, Coco Fuveau has been chipping away at the Hokipa game now, as of recent. She's also been following her fair share of events here on tour. She's another one of those Guadalupean crew. There's Marine Hunter right back at it. What's up, Rob?
There you go.
Lip climb powerhouse.
That was a second half foam climb that was really impressive.
So your education is continuing here. What I'm going to tell you about Marine Hunter is that just her name is rad. You're a Marine Hunter, okay, right? Listen, it lives up to it. And the power game is like, it's brute force.
Just saw it.
Yeah, and it's gnarlier than that. I saw her do some stuff in Cabo Verde where I was just going, oh my goodness. You know, having a word with some of my upper brass about, you know, who we can add on to the team. That's a different story. Listen, the body of work here between Marine, Sarah, Svenja, and Coco, this is as stacked as it gets for a first round heat.
It is.
This is super, super tooth and nail type of battle. Marine Hunter immediately rewarded for her super aggressive approach. Sarakita would have had a similar, if not bigger, score had she not kind of given that away right there on the hit.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Sarakita is squarely in the world title lead. She's thousands of points ahead of Maria Andres. However, these things play out. What we cannot afford to see for Sarakita's camp is an early slip here. Right now, she's in second place, getting her confidence back, not ruffled at all the time in the world to make up for whatever got lost on that last wave. Here comes her second attempt. Take it away, Rob.
She's faded into the end ball right here. She's going to come up and hit this rail top perfectly and then hit a bump right there. And that section right there of the wave is really, really bumpy, and that's what knocked her off the wave.
It looked like it, a little bit of onshore wind we were talking about. Here comes Svenja Jugoba. Carefully carving down the line. Big moment for the Swiss rider. And she kicks out safely. Here comes Marine Hunter. She is probably not going to take this wave.
No, she tapped out of it?
She tacked out of it. There was a lump coming. I think Marine understands that, you know, she had a good little start. And she's reading Hokipa pretty well, Rob.
Yeah, she really is. Be patient. You got so much time on the clock.
Coco Fuveau on her second scoring wave here. And this is an interesting selection that's going to probably need to be a bit interpreted correctly. Coco highlines it. Slams.
And that was actually a nice little hit.
That section. Choke slammed that thing. Nice.
You know, that was a small wave that she ripped, in my opinion.
Murdered it. I just want to see her get on a really good one. But Coco's got surfing style. These Guadalupeans, they all have this surf style thing going. I don't know what is in the water they're drinking, but between Coco, Camille, Antoine, you know, I mean, it's on and on. Lisa, you know, like, man, there's a lot of talent coming out of there.
There really is.
It's super impressive. I really like seeing it. And you know, yeah. Sarakita and Svenja on a 1-2 exchange. Sarakita on the insider, Svenja on the outsider. Beautiful camera work. Thank you. That's it right there. Boom, slam. Oh, Sarakita's out the back. Here comes Svenja. Maybe something of that Levi Cyber Clinic helping her. No, not quite. Levi would have probably told her to hit the lip.
Yep.
But anyway, wave selection was good. Sarakita Ofringa still in the lead. Ooh, Marine Hunter with a strike. Rob.
That could bump the standings around a little bit.
I mean, like, Marine Hunter's slapping lips.
Dude, she smacked that bugger.
And it's not lost on me. That's why I really like to see the level of intent there. And I mean, like, luckily they caught that right at the end of the whole thing. It was amazing. Coco Fuvo, second place now, nipping on the heels of Sarakita Ofringa. Is there going to be a shakeup in the standings here? What is going to happen here? Coco Fuvo off the bottom, nice redirect. She's going to make that, Rob, with the full redirect. Took all the energy that wave gave her into one hit. It's a good hit, though.
It was a good hit, but I think she could have scored more points had she made a couple turns prior to the one hit.
Possibly.
It was the face was so open and playful, but she wanted to run down the line and finish it off with a one-hit wonder. It's going to score her well, but imagine what she could have scored if she got a couple rail turns into there. What do you think?
For that wave,
I'd turn around a little bit.
yeah, I mean, for that wave, the jury's open. I mean, the thing is that you're going to have these waves at Hokipa, up at middles.
Yeah.
You're going to interpret that one hit, boom, and then you see the bowl coming down at the lower part. You're going to be like, race down to it, or how many turns do you get? You see people chase it. And if you chase too hard and you get there and the thing's dissipated, that's one thing. But Coco actually connected the dots there. It was just a singular effort. It was just a balloon.
Yeah, I agree. And then she could have.
Here.
Oh, we do.
Here comes Sarakita Ofringa, maybe not aware of the shakeup, but she's going to have to wake up
No,
because
she's-
this is going to be a breakup. And you're going to understand something right now is that was a nice cutback. And that was nice lip contact. And she has answered back. Oh, my goodness. That was it.
Yes, that was. And
Oh, man. Listen, Sarakita, don't mess around with
She's a competitor.
she's a competitore. But that puts her back up on top right there immediately. It wasn't even like a second later that they just dropped the score. Like, okay,
I think Sarah.
Sarah, don't come up here and get no. Okay, Sarah, don't come up here and get no. Okay, yeah.
I think she knew.
Yeah, she did. But what's happening in this battle, Rob, is what we've seen right now. Okay, Svenja Chudoba, excuse me. Chudoba is chipping away in a situation where she hasn't been in this situation before. She's probably really happy she made the main event. That was mission accomplished for her. Coco Fuvo, wants to get on good waves and she wants to make an impression here. Well, that's a good impression, but it wasn't a really outstanding wave. So the wave selection there. Okay, now moving on to Marine Hunter. I want to see her get a set wave and absolutely beat the living crap out of it.
Well, in order to do that, you need a set.
Here it comes. She's on it. She's got a really good one, Rob. Look at this. Marine Hunter is fading into this wave from below. And she's reading it perfectly because here it's going to grow under her feet. And here is that opportunity in which I speak of. Fade line, bottom turn, held the solid line, cut back into the sweet spot, and she's going to fade out of that as if it's Ollie freaking Baba. Not quite. But you saw the line. It was different, Rob.
Yes, it was.
He's interpreting that quite differently than this typical wave ride we were seeing today. Here comes Sarakita, not fading into it, going full front side. Oh, God. Full extension on the cutback. Oh, man. Those little things are not lost on me. When you do a cutback like that, male or female, I'm just like...
Well, you can hear it from us, and you're absolutely right, because that's going to extend her lead, I would think.
Oh, yeah. Sarakita,
From Aruba.
From Aruba. It might not be like the wave capital of the world or anything. There's a lot of wind, and there's a lot of windsurfing going on in Aruba, and she's definitely been like the queen of that place for
Freestyle.
God knows how long. And yes, the word freestyle comes out, Rob, because obviously she's probably the uncontested master of that discipline,
Absolutely.
male or female, really, if you want my opinion.
Totally different discipline, but it got her to where she is right now. She knows the board from doing all sail tricks and stuff. So it helps her later on. Look at Josh Stone, great freestyler.
A decent comparison.
Yeah.
I don't think that Josh Stone stuck with freestyle as long
No.
as Sarakita did, but the point is that Sarakita, I didn't bring no freestyle boards with me. I got only wave boards, and that's the whole fact. And there comes Coco Fuveau saving that turn mid-face. Hippy Skippy missed the lippy, unfortunately. Oh, man. Exchange after exchange going down here at Hokipa. Here comes Sarakita Ofringa yet again.
Yeah, she's a wave machine today.
She is definitely not going to let this slip through anything.
Oh, nice turn.
Well, it was a one-turn wave, though.
But she used her rails really well. That's the thing I like to see in my own thing.
Rail work,
Yep.
Rob. And that's a heli tack, but it doesn't count as freestyle.
No.
Anyway, look, I do heli tacks all the time. You know me.
I know that.
You know I've been doing heli tacks before I was even born.
You were doing them when you were 12.
Svenja Judoba falls on the inside as Coco Fuveau is definitely trying to get back into this thing. Needs to put together a good one right there. Bam! Coco Fuveau. Très bien. Very good.
Oh, that's going to definitely help her score on this one.
That was a basher. That was a masher basher. Whoa. Coco Fuveau might have moved in here.
I agree.
Ooh, that was danger, danger. Marine Hunter in second. Coco Fuveau, do we have a shakeup? Let me not say anything until the score drops. Did it drop? I'm not sure.
No.
It's very, yes.
Yes, it did.
It did. 7.8 for second place. Oh, man. Okay. Sarakita comfortably in the lead. 3 minutes and change. How fast are these heats going? I can't believe it.
They're going 17 minutes each, but
Yeah,
they
but
seem faster.
We're in some sort of twilight zone. Like, seriously.
So for you folks up here looking at the wave score, you're not really seeing how many waves they caught and their two higher scores on it. So you're getting this score of a 7.80 and a 9.12. And as we see Sarah taking off on this really nice wave, late hit pulls it off. And that's going to, again, improve her score. But as Kai had said earlier, you're scoring on your two top waves.
Your two top waves, you can go out and catch 20 waves, and they can be a bunch of twos and ones. But if you get a 5 and a 6, those are the ones that are counting. Little here. I mean, seriously. Okay. Rob, let me take this one, please.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, Marine Hunter. Target acquired. Heat-seeking missiles loaded, locked. Okay, here it is. High line. Boom! She missed.
Just a mistiming is all.
It wasn't a good enough wave.
I agree.
Okay, so, the difference between a Sparrow missile and a Sidewinder is that the Sidewinder is the heat seeker, and the Sparrow's kind of more of like a radar-guided type of missile. She went with the radar-guided missile and missed the target. And therefore, this is still a conversation with 1 minute and 40 seconds left because Marine Hunter's heading to the outside. Hang on. Oh, Rob, it kind of dropped down.
Yeah, Yeah, but again, you got a minute 30 left. You don't know what can happen, although the tide is extremely fat.
The tide is high, like Blondie used to say. But listen, I'm not going to complain or anything, but this is kind of like anticlimactic because these girls should be getting nuggets.
Well,
and they're getting kind of like small little cold lumps.
But the sad thing is, all four of them have the same conditions.
Yeah, well, it's not sad. I mean, it's just reality.
Reality. Okay.
I don't think Sarakita thinks it's sad. I don't think Coco Fuvo's complaining that Marine couldn't connect the uppercut. And Svenja.
Ooh,
Did
got away.
Svenja get a really nice one? Oh, she sure
I told you
did.
there's one
Look
coming.
At this.
This is going to be a really nice
Okay, Rob,
wave.
take Svenja.
Okay, so Svenja staying high on the wave. She's going to come into this bottom turn. Nice rail turn on the bottom. Comes up a little too high, and that's why she went out the back. She should have done that cutback quite a bit sooner.
Okay, Levi, you got to work on those cutbacks with Svenja next time. You tell her to cut back in the middle of the face, not out the back. No
Correct.
OT, no OTB.
Yeah.
All right, Sarakita Ofringa, representing the kingdom of Aruba. And that is a nice Hokipa wave to do some sort of off the lip that the conditions would have or wouldn't have allowed you to do. And Coco Fuveau connecting the dots in no.
Oh,
Rob, I heard that Whole Foods has a sale on taco this afternoon. It's freshly caught at Hokipa. Marine Hunter caught from behind the section, but making it look
There
like
you-
a point break anyway. And maybe ditching the brute force approach with just some clean point break riding with the skills that she got acquired in her epic Cape Verde sessions back in March. She caught some waves, Rob, at Alibaba that were a kilometer long.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was someone that surfs because
Yeah.
she rode that. There's nothing, anyone that tried to ride that with their sail, they were history.
Straight up. Great sailing from all four of you fine women warrior wave sailors. Hats off to that entire round. We will take a break. It is 4 o'clock sharp here, and it will be dark in 2 hours. And I'd say we have about an hour left of wind, maybe slightly more. Let's see what the plan is here. But that ended up being a very compelling heat with a lot on display from first through fourth. And congratulations to the four of you. And thank you for putting on such a fierce display.
I agree 100%.
Duncan, what's the plan? Junior boys. Where's Yester?
What'd you say?
Where's Yester? Next up is going to be the junior boys, and we're going to call it for the day. Round one for the men's and women's single has been completed, and that is mission accomplished. That was a total of 3 trials heats, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 heats. Wow.
We accomplished a lot for a marginal day.
Exactly. And that's a testimony to a couple different things. Number one, it's a testimony to our competitors who are able to demonstrate their style and competitive savvy in anything but an ideal situation, which is a testimony to their skill and the equipment and the modern day ingenuity that windsurfing is. Absolutely. It isn't about fair. I'm sorry. In many respects, it wasn't entirely fair. And that is competition in its essence, actually. However, the other thing that I feel was on display was some of these new faces in the crowd. Yes, we have some familiar names at the top in contention, most notably that Campello and Brasinho have moved closer to what could become the showdown for the ages. And Sarakita held serve as well. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that heat alone might have sealed the deal
This should be on.
for her title hopes.
Okay. No, the camera should be on.
It's all right. It's all right.
Okay. And here we are.
I'm left to really ponder the significance of what we really accomplished today, and it's going to save the day. And kudos to head judge Duncan Coombs for sticking to his guns because we had the 5 hours of wind.
We did.
We started at 11 in the morning. All of a sudden, are you kidding me? It's 4 in the afternoon. 6 hours later, I've been sitting here yapping constantly.
You're good at it.
Put a muzzle on me, man. Like, listen, I wouldn't have anything to talk about it if I didn't have the performances of these competitors and the help of people like you and Simeon and soon to be Esther and some of our other guests that we're going to get. Finals day tomorrow is going to be fascinating. I do believe that we have some pretty big names coming down to help with this and to shed some light and celebrate the history of this great event and this great sport. I mean, we're sitting here like 50 years onward, and it really is great to know that windsurfing isn't a new sport. No, but to hold steady after all these years, and to be able to offer this to you and to see the level of performance even in these conditions, it's really reassuring. And I have nothing but good things to say about everything that's happened today. Here is Junior Boys quarterfinal heat number 1 with Esteban de Cruz, Otis Buckingham, Luke Gidros, and Liam Corrali. Whoa. Whoa.
There you go.
Oh, Mike. The future is in good hands.
You guys are going to get to see some really fun action right here. These guys rip.
Yeah. Rob, you might need to help me. I know Luke Gidros.
That's Leonard's son.
Okay. Well, right. And, you know, that's not Luke.
No, that's not Luke Gidros.
Is that Liam Corrali?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, Liam Corrali. They grow up fast, don't they?
They do.
Oh, my God.
Well, look at Kai Lenny.
Well, okay. I mean, like Kai Lenny might be an example. I don't think I remember Liam Corrali being anything but like in diapers the last time I saw him. Oh, my goodness. Esteban de Cruz, Otis Buckingham, doesn't he do a lot of foiling too?
He's an avid foiler and apparently is getting to be big time.
Well, you know, testimony to the fact that he's out here doing the windsurfing contest. And, you know, our lead waterman, none other than Kai Lenny, has set the example.
Yes, he has.
And he has provided ample example of all the things you can do with your time.
If you have the time. But he gets paid for his time.
He earns every cent of
yes,
it.
he does. And I couldn't be more proud of him.
Yeah, me too. And the thing about this is, Rob, is that we're on this island here in the middle of the Pacific, which offers these conditions for these competitors, not only in windsurfing, but all these other sports. But don't let me get carried away here. That's getting kind of hung up, but he saves the turn. Whoa!
And cleans it up a lot.
Yeah. He did clean that up. That might be... Is that Esteban?
That was Luke.
Okay, that's Luke Gidros.
Gidros.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay, that's Luke Gidros. And I mean, Luke Gidros, like, his body of work is defined. He's been, like, chipping away at all these. I mean, he's a young guy. He's already sailed Piahi.
Yes, he has.
Okay? And he's, you know, he's, like, dabbled in big wave surfing. He's doing the waterman thing, too. And I mean, like, what choice do you really have but to just do it all?
Well, and that's the good thing about Luke. He's kind of like Kai Lenny's brother, Ridge, under the radar. And all of a sudden, everyone goes, wow, who is that?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're on everything because they've done it without even saying their ability showed up.
I mean, I'm just simply remarking that, you know, that the future is in such good hands right now. It's so reassuring that this division right here, like, the level of talent on this is, I'm just going, okay. You know, like, listen, my generation, you know, I came up with the Ian Boyds and the Eric Sharps. It was highly competitive. There was a ton of guys, you know, it turned pro. But not everybody took that path.
No, actually, Villager was just saying how they saw Murray Grounds, one of your original Kihei kids.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, I think that a lot of the history of the up-and-coming, you know, kids we're on, you know, different pathways, and windsurfing might have been this like intersection where we all kind of came together and we're doing this together. Some people really stuck with it. Some people come back to and from it. What I am noticing lately, Rob, is we are seeing a lot of people who are like, yeah, man, I decided to get back into it because I saw this, you know, going on here, and it looked like you guys are killing it. And like a lot of people, you know, come up to me who I, you know, met 30 freaking years ago. And I'm like, yeah, I'm getting back into windsurfing because, you know, I tried all the other sports, and I'm just really as a core sport and really feeling like the most rewarding. And I just got to get my equipment together and get my life to the point where I have the spare time to be able to do it all the time. And look at Craig Yester, shipped his truck over here from the North Shore of Oahu, which he's going to generously give away in honor of the Lahaina fire victims when he's done and dusted. And is like finally, you know, coming over here to the windy island, aside from the non-windy island, which Oahu is. And, you know, chip away. Now, Yester's been doing contests here since the freaking first contest.
Yes.
The first contest, Rob, was the Maui Grand Prix in 1981.
On CBS.
On CBS. Okay? The first Aloha Classic was 1984, won by Alex Aguirre.
I was here.
Oh, man. And that was the start of Alex's still yet Triple Crown, where he won the Maui Grand Prix, the Aloha Classic, and the O'Neill. And, you know, that is something.
That was the days. But I'll tell you something. Wayno Cochran, everyone here would know Wayno, Maui Surfboards. He was been showing some pictures of windsurfing the west side of Lahaina of the Maui on 50 years ago almost. Mike Waltz, Matt
Almost.
Schweitzer. Here we go. Take it away.
Okay, that is Esteban de Cruz on the inside with the Severn, and outside of him, I believe, is Luke.
It is.
I haven't seen Otis Buckingham, so which one is that?
That's-
Anyway, Esteban out the back.
Here's Luke.
Reading it like a veteran.
That was good.
And he did the polo cow head bob for the mate. He's really been paying attention.
Actually,
Yeah, take the glass. Are you sure you know who's who?
well, that's why my glasses
Yeah,
are so
that might have
salty.
been Otis.
Yeah, I think it was, to be honest with you.
Okay, so Otis just showing
Yeah.
veteran presence. Oh my goodness.
The sun is kind of playing games with me right now.
Whose son?
A little late hit and paid the price.
All in the name of entertainment. Talking about my generation.
Just under 9 minutes left in this heat. With the juniors are doing pretty darn good here.
Pretty darn good. I mean, pretty good. It is something to be remarked on that we have made the most of today's conditions in spades.
I'm so stoked about this day.
I'm so stoked about this day. What a super huge relief to get to this point where we are going to be handing out the hardware. And tomorrow we might even get to run the Masters division.
I got a fun heat.
Who's in your heat?
Paul Karolaitis, Keith Tabul. Oh, who's the other one? I'll find it later. I can't remember who the other one was, but it's a stacked heat for me. So, hey, I'm gonna have the best fun I can have out of my 20 minutes.
Welcome to the Masters division. That's what Rob's doing.
I just
right?
went down a division. I was too old.
You were the Grandmaster turned to the Master. Fair enough. Kai Cachidorian, Rob Funk, bringing you the 2023 Aloha Classic, Maui Strong, and we are thrilled to be at this point today. A little bit after 4 o'clock on a beautiful Maui afternoon, soaking up the sun, trying to stay hydrated, trying to keep this even keel here. In the in-between moments, it's just really important to reflect positively on this moment. And just anywhere you are here on this beach, you see a piece of litter on the ground, pick it up. Let's leave this place better looking than it was when we got here. Help a friend, with anything in need. Be helpful, be mindful of things outside of your own perspective. We want to be here next year and the year after that, and we want to create something that's going to give to the future generations of this sport and the other sports. And there's a lot to be said for what this has to offer. And I think it's just being written out there on the water, wave after off the lip, after cut back. It's a real privilege to be here. And thank you, Lord, for that opportunity, honestly.
And just to build on that, so you guys, tomorrow, the conditions are supposed to improve. Please tune in, because I think you're going to start seeing more and more excitement as this contest goes on. We're running out of time. We're going to try and get the most in that we can.
As the stakes get higher, the pressure builds. And this story with the men's, world title race is pretty unprecedented. I've seen some tight races before. This is the one that's got me really gripped. I'm serious. Traverso won a really tight title here based on Hokipa. Brasilio...
Marcilio Brown.
Marcilio really, had that first title was a big victory for him. Last year was kind of a victory lap, man. He won the Aloha and then won the title. You're just like, okay, you've got this. Actually, he already won the title in Zilt. He came here champion last year. He had already won in Zilt. I remember this emotional moment, like, you won it. No, really? Oh. And he breaks down. And then he's here winning the Aloha just for the stamp of approval. Then he goes on to dominate Piahi in historical fashion.
Oh, you're not kidding.
So these are the things outside of the heats as well. But the point is that I think the Aloha Classic has come to symbolize these, like it's being said, like these moments of time within the careers and within the body of work of, like, Robin, you and I, 35 years of doing and watching these contests. And really, there's no better time than now.
I'm still as excited watching a contest as I was in 1984 watching the first Aloha.
Sure. All right, so Otis Buckingham crushing this heat, 10.17 ahead of Esteban de Cruz. I think a lot of those waves we were calling Luke Adrezza's Otis. I'm just saying.
I agree, because they
And-
had the same sail.
And Luke is not even
Yeah.
in this heat, I don't think. Because he would have caught a
Well-
bag full of waves.
Oh, I could have sworn I saw his name. No, Luke is in there. Oh, he may not be here.
He might not be here. Maybe he's at Pipeline. Leon Corrali, Esteban de Cruz, and Otis Buckingham. Yeah, Otis is the one who's been chipping away. I apologize. We've been like a
We
little
both
bit
do.
closer on our IDs here. Boom! Nice. Yeah, the future is bright.
I will be honest to say, I bet you Luke didn't even know the heat was going to happen today.
Whatever. He shreds. He's making it easy on everybody coming from the second round. There's Esteban. Nice. Mid-face cut back. Nice wraparound. Much better wave on the outside. He's going to kick himself when he watches the replay. What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
Here's Otis.
Oh, man.
You know what it is? He's gotten so much bigger.
Yeah, he's throwing his weight around. Boom.
Oh, that was nice.
It was. That would have given a lot of the men a run for their money.
Oh, absolutely. He sent some water out the back of that.
Yeah. Quattro, Goya, combination. And even he.
That's talent
spins
there, you
around.
guys.
It's talent. It's really hard to do that little water jibe. Underwater jibe.
That was
3 minutes, 22 seconds left. In what's going to be the final heat of the day, Otis Buckingham padding his lead, 12.07 ahead of Esteban de Cruz. Leon Corrali definitely hanging in there, kind of spectating a little bit as much as he is participating. It's all good. Man.
just under 3 minutes left for the day. And what a great day.
Yeah, that's a good call by Judge Duncan. You know, leave it for the surfers. They're going to paddle out in force here any second. There's going to be this, like, furious windsurf session coming up. But at the end of the day, I think we need to give it back to the local community as well. We have occupied Ho'okipa for about 6 hours here.
Yes, we should. And
just-
it will be better for surfing.
Hand it back.
Give the hand back.
Yeah.
Give the aloha back. And that's what we need to do here at Ho'okipa Beach. What a day. This, just the venue right here, you guys, is one of the best venues you could ever come and watch a venue at.
It's
for
a
windsurf.
natural arena.
Exactly. You can, as you see, we're sitting up on a hill, probably 30 feet above the water line, with a perfect view. The whole grassy area off to our right is just a whole plateau of stadium seating.
Esteban de Cruz, 1 minute 50 left. Can he shake it up? He's in second place. He's a full 6 points behind Otis. But stranger things have happened. Big line there. Really opened up the bottom turn as if something huge was coming. How did he save that? Wow. Cool. Meow. Meow. It's great.
He tried to do everything with that one.
The innocence of youth on display here. And even that, you know, you
Yeah.
have a smile on your face.
You're
like,
not kidding.
You know, that's the thing about this division is it's all about the future. There's no, like, you know, veteran juniors. It's all greenhorns.
Yes, it is.
That's what's nice about that. And the body of experience that this sets a trajectory, let me tell you. Competition doesn't always bring out the best in us, Rob, but the thing about this right now and what I've sensed from the whole entire vibe leading up to this contest and in this contest right now is we are one. We are this one whole entity of people who are driving the sport forward and trying to collectively bring that ahead together. Of course it's a competition, but there's something else going on here. I think we're all looking at this from the same pair of eyes, and we all want the same thing. We're not all going to win, but you know what? We all have won today. That's the bottom line.
And this is our last wave of the day. Oh, nice rail turn on something that was barely there. it's going to finish this contest off.
Oh,
and
there's one more. Here comes one more wave.
Oh,
You spoke too soon. Here comes. Where is he? There he is. Otis.
oh, and how wrong was I? Eh.
All right.
Oh, that was funny.
That was a good way to end it.
Yeah, it really was.
Otis was like, yeah, Rob, really? All right, so that concludes day one of the 2023 Maui Strong Aloha Classic. In summary, we completed women's single elimination round one, men's single elimination round one, along with the trials. And, congratulations to all the competitors, win or lose. Actually, everybody got to get a piece of Hokipa today. The world title races are tightening up for sure. I mean, between Campello and Marsilio Brown, we've got a war on the shore heading down, head to head here. Not yet, but it is headed towards that. And in the women's, Sarakita holding on to her lead here. Maria Andres not giving up either. Some really amazing performances going down. And for everyone else, it's just time to hang on tight and see what these next couple days bring us. We are going to sign off for now. Kai Kachidori and Rob Funk. Boom. We will be back tomorrow. Aloha.
Aloha. Yes, dude. Good job, dude. You did. Cal Ripken work today.
It's big, dude.